21. Level up. The cage-like copper elevator continued to descend, and when it clanked and rattled against the ground, the cage door cranked upward almost immediately, leaving nothing but 5 yards between Ward and the hulking lizard man. Ward aimed the pistol, hesitating for just a moment as he locked eyes with those vertically slit pupils in their bright orange irises. Could he just blast the guy for looking like a lizard? The thought fled his mind as the thing spread its maw, hissed, and dove at him. Ward's pistol barked twice, and the loud concussion of the bangs echoed and clanged off the copper elevator. The lizard's leap lost some momentum, and, not being alive, the poor thing had a hard time directing itself at Ward after he sidestepped. It slapped onto the ground with a wet thud, sliding for several feet, leaving a red smear in its wake. Ward looked at Haley and saw her dancing around a similar opponent, but her lizard man was yellow and orange, not green. Ward stepped toward the copper line separating their areas and took aim. He waited for a clean shot that wouldn't endanger her, but Haley proved his concern misplaced. She slipped a lunge from the big lizard brute and punched it in the kidney. Apparently, her fists grew more potent the longer she did her strange dance to charge them up. In this case, her punch rippled through the lizard's flesh with the sound of a sledgehammer pounding a pot roast, and Ward watched as the creature's thick hide blackened in a circle around the impact, instantly turned to char by the heat. It squawked in shocked pain and stumbled forward, windmilling its big muscular arms. Ward watched as it fell, tumbling over the copper line separating Haley's section from Nevkin's, but it didn't burst into flames or get scorched. It scrambled to its knees, still writhing and croaking in agony, unable to stand. Ward turned his attention to Nevkin, circling back and forth with his reptilian opponent, a yellow and blue variant. He'd already given it several perforations, and red blood leaked from them in long rivulets that left smears on the stone floor. Nevkin seemed fine, if a little strained, sweat beading on his pinched, focused face, narrowly dodging the creature's brutal swipes. Ward hurried closer to his boundary to Nevkin's space and lifted his gun, but Nevkin, through clenched jaws, snarled, "Leave it! I can win!" Ward frowned, but held off squeezing the trigger, watching the kid work his nimble swordplay. Ward was no expert on sword fighting or fencing, but it looked like Nevkin knew what he was doing. He seemed to anticipate when the big lizard man was about to swipe his clawed hands at him and would dance back or sidestep. Every time, he gave his opponent a cut or a stab as payment for his troubles, and soon the dozens of gashes and punctures seemed to take a toll. The stone floor was painted red in Nevkin's area, with most of the blood concentrated in a wide circle where Nevkin led the constantly attacking brute. The monster grew sluggish, and the ferocity of its lunges faded, giving Nevkin more room to lunge and stab, leaving deeper and deeper wounds. It reminded Ward of bullfights he'd seen on TV. And though he wanted Nevkin to win, he couldn't help noticing the glint in his eye and the cruel twist of his lips as he grinned, watching his opponent slowly bleed out. Ward wasn't some kind of pacifist. He'd proven that plenty of times in his life. Nonetheless, he didn't like seeing things suffer, and the poor brute seemed too stupid to stop walking into Nevkin's stabs. He was half tempted to shoot the thing and put an end to it, but held back, figuring he might need that bullet to save himself or one of the others before they got out of the catacombs. Eventually, the lizard man couldn't stand any longer, and when it fell to its knees, the fury seemed to fade from its big yellow eyes, and it collapsed, sprawling out on its stomach as a large pool of blood fanned out around it. "Ha!" Nevkin crowed, whipping his rapier back and forth with a flourish. He stepped back, observing the slow death of his opponent, and then Haley cried out in alarm. "Nevkin, look out!" Ward saw what she was yelling about, but it was too late for him to do anything about it. The lizard man she'd wounded had found a second wind, or a final burst of strength, and lunged up from where it lay, raking its long, sharp claws down the back of Nevkin's left leg, from his glutes to his calf. He cried out and stumbled forward, falling to his hands and knees beside the creature he'd brought down. Luckily for him, both of the reptilian fighters were out of gas. The one who'd clawed him was lying on its stomach, panting in rapid, short breaths, and the other was utterly still. "You okay, kid?" Ward called. "Not really," he wheezed, clearly in pain. He turned to his side and Ward could see the bloody shreds of his pants. He crawled over to where he'd set his backpack. "I need to bandage." His words trailed off as he groaned in misery, digging through his bag. Ward contemplated throwing him his healing potion when the copper birdcage startled him with a loud, rattling series of clanks. He jerked his head toward it to see the gates had slammed shut, and it was slowly rising toward the ceiling. "Shit!" "I think you were supposed to get inside the cage after killing your opponents," Grace observed. "We should have gotten in!" Haley cried. "Yeah. Are we screwed, or do you think it'll come back down?" Ward stared at Nevkin and then at Haley, but neither gave him an answer. She sat on the floor, eyes up, watching the copper elevator cage rise. He turned back to Nevkin and watched as he pulled his pants down, exposing the bloody gashes on the back of his leg. They looked deep. Ward could see the telltale signs of agony and looming shock. His jaw was clenched, sweat was rolling off his shaven head, and his breaths were coming in quick, short pants as he worked to smear big gobs of his wound salve into the cuts. Ward couldn't see how that would work. He was bleeding so profusely, the salve would surely go to waste, washed out of the cuts by the blood. To his surprise, the flowing blood began to slow immediately. The creamy medicine must have had something to help with coagulation. After he'd smeared the cuts, Nevkin dropped a tin of salve with a clatter and began winding long strips of bandaging around his leg. Ward looked at Grace as she stepped up beside him. "Looks like he won't die from blood loss." "Yeah, that's good shit in that jar." "I think the elevator will come back down, but I also think you'll have more enemies to fight." Ward looked at Grace and followed her gaze toward the copper elevator as it thunked into place in the ceiling, and the pillars stopped moving. "What makes you say that?" "I don't know. It doesn't seem logical to leave you all in here if you win. If the elevator leaves, it's to teach a lesson, no? What good is a lesson if it doesn't give you another chance? I think it will keep challenging you until you enter the elevator and escape." Before he could respond, Haley called out, "Nevkin, are you going to be all right? Do you need more salve?" "No, I have enough. I'm not going to be able to move very well, however. I fear another round of creatures like these will spell my doom." "Ward?" Haley turned to him. "Do you think you can shoot his monster if more come down?" "Probably." Ward sighed and flipped open the cylinder on his gun, popping out the 2 spent cartridges and replacing them from the dwindling supply in his pocket. With 6 in the revolver, he only had 4 more in his pocket. Something flickering caught his eye, and he looked at the dead lizard man, where he saw a sizable cloud of mana dust starting to rise out of the corpse. "What?" Grace followed his gaze. "Mana?" "Yeah." "Well, see if you can gather more since your refinement." Ward grunted his agreement and moved over to the corpse, glad the blood pool hadn't grown very large, and also that the body hadn't started to stink yet. He squatted beside it and held out his left hand, still gripping his pistol with the right. Just as before, when he put his hand into the swarm of flickering blue motes, nothing seemed to happen at first. Then he closed his eyes and concentrated, trying to find that calm, grounded state of mind he'd been in the last 2 times he'd collected mana. Just as when he'd been with Lisa, it came quickly, and suddenly, his entire palm began to tingle and vibrate. The sensation was much more intense than before. Rather than a few motes entering his flesh at a time, totaling nothing more than a dozen or so, it felt like hundreds were pouring into him. As the tingling in his palm faded and the motes began to flow into his wrist and then his arm, the sensation was so intense that Ward fell back on his butt and would have sprawled into the copper line separating his part of the room from Nevkin's if Grace hadn't inserted herself between him and the barrier. She caught him with her knees and pushed him up, all while Ward was utterly oblivious to his danger. He was too busy experiencing a kind of ecstatic rush unlike anything he'd ever felt. The buzzing, tingling wave of pleasure passed from his arm into his chest and then slowly pulsed outward into the rest of him. Every part of Ward was tingling with energy, and he felt a kind of constant shiver of pleasure washing over him as the mana propagated through his body. When it finally subsided, he realized Grace and Haley were both speaking.
All right, you big doofus. You almost fried yourself. Open your eyes. I want to see what changed. Ward, what are you doing? Are you ill? Nevkin, can you see what's going on with him?
Ward cleared his throat and coughed, slapping a hand to his tingling, buzzing face. As the sensation faded, he began to feel almost like he was half drunk, which made him want to laugh. He paused, and, again, had to suppress a laugh at the way his voice sounded in his ears. He tried again. I'm good. I'm fine. A sharp, quick slap startled him, and he snapped his eyes open, scowling up at Grace.
Shit, old man! Your eyes are positively glowing now! Bright! I think you skipped whatever rank that Lisa chick was at. Your eyes are brighter.
As she spoke, Ward studied her, amazed by how different things looked. Different was the wrong word. It was more like he was seeing more at once now. He could see the individual strands of Grace's eyebrows if he stared at them, and when he focused on her eye, the yellow, orange, and red flames flickering behind her irises were brighter and more vivid. Everything was sharper, he realized, as he turned his head left and right, staring at Nevkin and noting all the little spots of dried blood on his arms, hands, and face. The stench of copper hung heavy in the air, along with the faint odor of shit. Ward wrinkled his nose and looked over at Haley, locking his gaze with hers. Her soft brown eyes seemed more detailed. Ward could see the pale and dark flecks that made up the intricate, beautiful patterns in her irises. Before he could stare too long, they widened with surprise, and she leaped to her feet.
Your eyes! Oh, brother, I guess there's no hiding it.
Grace, who'd been squatting before him, staring into his face, stood up and regarded the corpse.
I think you took a lot in because you just went through that refinement. That probably won't happen very often.
Ward hopped to his feet as the rush of pleasure and well-being continued to fade. He didn't know how much mana he'd just absorbed, but plenty was still clouding around the lizard's corpse. He stepped close to it again, holding out a hand. Are you gathering mana? Nevkin asked from behind him. Ward didn't answer right away. He held his hand in the cloud of motes and sought that calm state of mind. It was harder to get there after what he'd just experienced, but when he did, tuning out the rest of the world, nothing happened. He figured his body had taken all it could handle for the time being. Straightening up, he turned to Nevkin. Yeah. The kid, grunting in pain from the effort, holding his injured leg out straight the whole time, turned to regard him. He frowned and rubbed his chin. I see you changed your clothes. Did you find a refinement potion?
Don't tell him,
Grace said. Refinement? Ward asked, moving over to his pack in the vain hope that there was something in there he hadn't eaten or drunk yet. Yeah. You're not familiar? A potion that improves your body, removes weaknesses, and unlocks potential. Ward frowned, trying to decide if he agreed with Grace. Should he lie to this kid? What was the point? He rifled through the pack, much easier without the big wool blanket he'd cut into his current ridiculous outfit. He lifted out the hemograph and, grinning softly to himself, sat down and pulled out his knife. A few seconds later, he was reading the updated data table. Bloodline, awakened human, AH. Accumulated mana, 228. Mana well, copper. Mana sensitivity, iron. Mana pathways, copper. Vessel capacity, copper. Vessel durability, AH plus 13.11. Vessel strength, AH plus 0.08. Vessel speed, AH plus 9.31. Longevity remaining, 62.33%. Anima, nil. Ward's eyes widened when he saw how much accumulated mana he had. Holy shit. Grace was quick to state the obvious.
That's much higher than your old maximum. Ward, is everything all right?
Haley called. Ward? Nevkin prompted, still waiting for an answer.
Leave him be, Nevkin. If he wants to tell us more, he will.
Haley's admonishment to Nevkin made Ward like her all the more. He turned to Grace and slowly nodded. Softly, barely more than a whisper, he said, "I guess that's what you call a level up." 22. Artifacts. Ward pulled his pack over to put the hemograph away, and as he did so, he shifted the soft blue pouch containing the ball of lead, and it vibrated, rattling against the glass of his broken lamp. He lifted it out of the pack, and the vibration intensified. "Something's going on with this thing," he muttered, digging his fingers into the opening and pulling it wide. He poured the ball into his hand, and the cold metal globe shivered with vibrations so rapid that it almost felt like it was floating on his skin. It felt like it was pulling to the left. He was aware of Haley and Nevkin staring at him, both waiting for answers. "Just a minute, you two." Ward turned his hand toward the left, and the vibrations in the ball grew more powerful, to the point he had to hold it tight, lest it find its way off the edge of his palm. It tugged him toward the corpse of the lizard man, and when Ward stepped toward it, following the pull, it vibrated more intensely. "This ball wants me to bring it over to..." Suddenly, he realized what it wanted. The ball was trying to get into the cloud of mana. He knelt before the corpse and held the ball in the swirling motes, and they flowed into it like iron filings to a magnet. Not just a few or a couple hundred, but almost half of them. Thousands and thousands of mana motes surged into the metal ball, and when they stopped, the ball was slightly warm, and rather than flat gray, it shimmered with an inner blue glow. It was beautiful.
Holy cow, Ward! Did that thing absorb the mana?
Grace was kneeling beside him, eyes glued to the softly glowing ball.
"Oh, gods!"
Nevkin cried. Ward turned to see the young man standing right at the edge of his barrier, all his weight on his good leg.
"I think that's a mana well! I'm such a fool! I should have realized!"
Grace snapped her fingers and jumped up, clapping her hands.
"The kid's right! I knew I'd read about things like that. They hold mana and can be used to enchant artifacts. I think you can use them in addition to your own mana too, so you can cast spells that require more than you could normally cover from your personal pool."
"Like a battery." Ward smiled, gripping the ball. It was perfectly still now, no vibrations whatsoever. He supposed it made sense that it was a mana well, and it sort of helped him understand that line item on his hemograph report. According to it, he had a mana well inside him ranked at copper. He didn't know what that ranking meant, but he supposed it was some kind of indicator of how much mana he could invoke from his personal supply.
"Ward, can you do me a favor?"
Nevkin pulled a slender, polished white case from his belt pouch. It looked like it was made from ivory, about the size of a smartphone, if a bit thicker. "What?"
"My father gave me this. It's an artifact left to him by the last person in our family who was sensitive enough to mana to use it. She outgrew its use and passed it down to my father's father. Do you see these pale crystals on the top?"
He pointed to 3 smooth, transparent stones on the top of the ivory case. Ward nodded.
"If I can get mana to flow into them like you did that mana well, it will activate, and I can get the artifact out. It should help us with the next creatures in the copper cage. With it, I might not need you to shoot my opponent."
"What do you want me to do?"
"Do you trust this guy?"
Grace stood between Ward and Nevkin and folded her arms, scowling. Ward shrugged, but didn't answer aloud.
If you could roll that mana well to me, I could use it to activate my artifact."
Nevkin licked his lips, panting raggedly, clearly still in pain.
"Don't you dare," Grace hissed.
"Why don't you toss that thing to me, Nevkin, and I'll activate it for you?"
"It's not that easy, I'm afraid. It's bound to my
He winced and shifted, reaching back to press against his bandages. He looked back to Ward, his eyes bloodshot.
"My bloodline."
"I don't know, Nevkin. This thing seems pretty valuable."
"Are you truly going to deny me?" Nevkin hissed. "We helped to earn that orb."
He gestured to Haley.
"I'm not asking to keep it. I just want to use it for a moment. Would you rather I die? Those creatures are fast. Are you certain you can slay yours and mine before I'm mauled so badly I can't recover?"
Ward stared at the young man lying prone, his leg wrapped in bloody bandages, his face and tattooed head drenched in sweat. He looked bad, and Ward, despite his ingrained distrust of people, found himself empathizing with his situation. How would he feel? The story about the family heirloom seemed a little like bullshit to him, but... Haley, does that make sense? Can an artifact be tied to a person's bloodline?
I don't know, Ward. I've only ever dealt with common enchanted devices like glowstones and other utility items.
Ward looked at her, trying to gauge her opinion on the matter. Her eyes were wide with concern as she stared at their downed companion. You'd better send this right back to me, kid. Ward started toward the barrier. Again, Grace tried to intervene.
You idiot! You're truly going to give that treasure to him? He's a strange guy, Ward. He's snide, he's conniving. Do you—
Hush, Ward growled. To cover, he addressed Nevkin, but actually meant the words for Grace. Listen, I'm not sure I trust you, but if you got massacred because I wouldn't let you borrow this item that I can't even really use yet, then that'd make me a real heel, you know?
Thank you, Ward. I won't let you down. I think everyone will be happier when I've unlocked my artifact. What does it do?
Haley called, making Ward feel like an idiot for not asking the same thing. Nevkin frowned and held up the box.
I don't know exactly. I just know it helped my ancestor ascend all the way to Primus.
Ward rubbed his thumb over the monowell as he held it in his palm, pleased by how it seemed to thrum with possibility. I've heard that before. Primus. Where is that?
It's the name of the 7th Vainglory world,
Haley answered.
Listen,
Nevkin said, seeing Ward's mind still wasn't made up.
I can't see mana the way you can. I can see the glow in that monowell, however. I'm pretty sure I can use it to activate my artifact, but I won't be able to refill it. It takes a sorcerer to do that. So you see, the well isn't something I can use long term. Once it's empty, it would be useless to me. I'll give it back, Ward.
Don't make me regret this, kid. With a twinge of regret, Ward knelt and rolled the heavy, glowing, billiard ball-sized monowell straight to Nevkin.
Thank you,
Nevkin cried as he caught it against his chest and then lifted it with a gleam in his eyes. He immediately held it to his small ivory box, staring intently for several seconds. Ward held his breath as he watched. Haley cleared her throat.
Nothing's happening. Patience. I'm trying to find the right position.
Nevkin's voice was shaky, and Ward could tell the kid was ready to collapse. Frowning in concentration, Nevkin gently rotated the monowell on the box, moving it from one gem to another. Then he flipped the box and held the well against what looked like carved lettering. Suddenly, one of the gems on the box began to flash with a faint pink light.
It's working!
Nevkin's voice rose excitedly, cracking almost comically. Ward frowned as he heard a high-pitched note, almost like something you'd hear from a flute, begin to warble out of the box. The note continued to grow in volume, and in a matter of seconds, a second note joined it, creating a weird, discordant harmony. Ward saw that the first gem was steadily glowing now, and a second had begun to flicker. Nevkin looked mad with giddiness as he watched, cupping the monowell and box before him like a miser clutching his precious jewels. A few minutes later, a third note joined the first two, and the box began to shake in his hands.
I've done it!
Nevkin gasped, and Ward watched the box's 3 gems blaze with pink light. Nevkin struggled into a sitting position and set the monowell in his lap, cupping the box with both hands. The discordant notes were loud, and they echoed through the chamber as the pink gems pulsed brightly.
I don't like that sound, Nevkin!
Haley yelled.
Nonsense! It's beautiful! It's amazing!
He turned to Ward, and a grin stretched his lips madly. The kid was usually reticent and spoke in soft tones. He'd never exposed his teeth like that before, and for the first time, Ward noticed that, while straight and white, they were all a little too pointed. He'd seen pictures of people who did that, filed their teeth to points. In Nevkin's mad leer, they were certainly off-putting. Ward could see the sweat on his head, the glee in his eyes, and how his hands shook as he fumbled with the box.
Thank you, Ward. I'm sorry I lied. You lied?
Haley cried. Ward looked at her, saw the flush of anger in her cheeks, and shook his head, chuckling. I had a feeling he was full of shit. That's no heirloom, is it? Did you find that right before coming into this room?
Yes, I lied because I feared you might steal the artifact. I thought if you believed it was a family heirloom tied to my bloodline,
I'd let you activate it. Yeah, I figured. Whatever, kid. Ward sighed and sat down, staring at the ceiling, wondering how long they'd have before the elevator came down again.
Well, what is it?
Haley called out.
I don't know. Let me get this case open.
Nevkin trailed off as he held the case up, examining it from every angle. Grace sighed and sat down in front of him.
I knew you shouldn't have given him that mana well.
Spilt milk. I don't think he can see mana. That much was true. You've never seen him gather it, have you? Ward lay back on his left elbow, watching Nevkin, curious to see what he'd pull from the box.
Aha!
Nevkin said, and with a soft click, the music emitting from the box ceased, and Ward could see him gently lift the lid, looking within.
What have we? What is... Ah!
Something flew out of the box, attaching to Nevkin's chin and scurrying up toward his lips. He slapped at it, trying to hold it back, his hands blocking Ward's view. He struggled and groaned, then screamed as he flopped back. Ward just caught a glimpse of something that glinted metallically in the light as it slipped into his mouth. Nevkin continued to groan, thrashing and flopping.
Nevkin!
Haley screamed, running to the other side of her section to get a better look at his face. Ward couldn't see much beyond Nevkin's kicking legs, so he leaped up and stepped toward the barrier. Nevkin continued to thrash, and it was clear that his coughing sputters were spraying blood and gobs of flesh. Was something ripping his mouth apart? Before Ward could wonder much more, Nevkin fell still, and his screams ceased.
Nevkin? What happened? Are you okay? Ward, you should throw him your healing potion.
No, Nevkin growled, and his voice was different. It was rich and resonant. It echoed through the chamber with a finality that left no room for argument. I am not injured.
But the blood!
My old tongue has been removed. I understand the artifact now. He sat up, spat one more gob of flesh upon the stones, and smiled a macabre, bloody grin. He lifted the empty ivory case and tossed it to Ward. Then he scooped up the monowell. Thank you, Ward. This will come in handy. His voice was less resonant now that he spoke in a normal tone, but it was still different, richer, deeper.
What happened?
Haley asked.
What's the artifact?
I need that ball back, Ward said at the same time. Nevkin grunted and clambered to his feet, struggling not to bend his injured leg. I have acquired a rare and powerful artifact, Ward and Haley. He opened his mouth wide and stuck out his tongue. Haley gasped, and Ward cussed. The kid's tongue moved like a natural, fleshy appendage, but it gleamed like silver. He laughed as he pulled it back in. The case labels it the Warlock's Silver Tongue. It's quite robust, as you can no doubt hear from the strength of my voice. I shouldn't struggle to utter the few words of power I've learned. Tell me, Ward, do you know any of the words? Ward folded his arms and scowled. He could already tell the little prick wasn't planning to give him back the monowell. He reached for his pistol, drawing it from its holster. I don't like being stolen from, kid. Kid! Ha! You think you can threaten me with that pistol, Ward? Imagine squandering a gift like you have. Such a talent with mana manipulation, and you haven't learned a single word? In any case, be at ease. I will borrow this power well to deal with the creature that emerges from the cage. Thanks to my new tongue, I may be able to utter some words now. But unlike you,
I wasn't born with a gift to harvest mana. I'll use this to good effect.
He lifted the glowing ball of metal in his left hand.
Shoot him, Ward! Shoot that thieving, lying, sneaky little rat!
Grace pounded her fists against the invisible barrier that held her in Ward's section of the room.
If I could get over there, if I had a body...
Her muttered threats trailed off.
Nefkin, you should have asked Ward. He would have let you borrow it.
Haley sounded angry, but her voice rose in a questioning note, probably expecting Ward to say something to confirm the statement. He didn't. He was pissed, but he wasn't pissed enough to blast the kid. Anything might go in these catacombs, but Ward wasn't someone who could kill a young man for taking an item he didn't know how to use, especially if he was promising to give it back. Still, if the little shit hadn't made that promise... His red-tinted thoughts were cut off as the pillar began to turn and the copper cage descended from the ceiling. After the fight then, Nefkin. He turned to Haley. Don't forget to get into the cage as soon as your lizard dies.
Right!
She'd already begun her dance, powering up her fists. Ward watched her for a few seconds, then looked up at the cage slowly descending from the ceiling. Despite his irritation at the kid, he asked, Nefkin, you good? You sure you got yours? I am good. Something in his tone made Ward look at him again. He'd picked up his pack, slung it over his shoulder, and stared at the cage as it lowered, squinting through his spectacles. What are you gonna do? Ward asked, a sinking feeling in his gut, making him want to do something, anything, to get Nefkin to look his way and stop whatever he was up to.
As you see,
Nefkin said, pointing.
The cage is now clear of the ceiling, and an opening there lies. Farewell, Ward and Haley. Learn this lesson well. In vainglory, power, and the initiative to use it will see you to glory.
With that, he lifted the softly glowing power well and uttered sounds that echoed through the room, shaking Ward's eardrums like those the monks fighting in Tarnish had spoken. It was different this time, however. Ward didn't wince in pain, and he could hear actual words inside those sounds.
Thravik thra!
Hold on, Ward started to say, but Nefkin had burst into a cloud of shimmering silver smoke that streamed up toward the hole in the ceiling and out through it. In a flash, Ward caught a glimpse of Nefkin as the smoke disappeared, and then he could only see darkness through the hole again. That little asshole, he growled, as the cage full of monsters descended to the ground with a metallic thunk, and the doors began to rattle open. 23. The words are fleeting.
He stole your power well, that little bastard!
Grace clenched her fists, her face red, her eyes ablaze. Ward couldn't spare her any attention. The gate had opened, and another hulking lizard man dove toward him. He cranked off 1, 2, 3 rounds, and he was pretty sure they all hit. But whatever luck had sent his bullets into the first lizard man's vital organs wasn't with him this time. The great bloody scaled creature barreled into him, knocking him to the ground. It ripped both sets of claws down the front of his armored shirt. The swipe pulled rings of metal from his chest, sending them tinkling over the stone floor, and Ward slid backward on his butt. He was dazed by the blow. The wind knocked from his lungs. Even so, he got his arms up between himself and the lizard man's frenzied follow-up attacks, blocking much of the damage with the shirt's thick leather and ring-covered sleeves. He managed to pull a knee back and plant his foot against his attacker's waist, shoving with all his might. As the lizard man stumbled back, Ward lifted his bloody fist, still clutching his trusty pistol, and fired 2 more rounds into the monster. This time it fell, blood rapidly pumping out of at least one of the bullet holes, making a wide pool that merged with the coagulated puddle of its kin. Grace jumped in front of his face, trying to get his attention.
Your friend is fighting 2 of them!
Ward got to his feet, his body vibrating with adrenaline as he hurried toward the barrier between his section and Haley's. She was ducking and backstepping, trying to avoid the swipes of 2 of the hulking lizard men. One of them was pitch black with orange spots, and Ward didn't like the look of his hooked claws as they dripped something caustic onto the stone floor. Haley was already bleeding from painful-looking gashes on her left shoulder, but the other lizard man, a standard green variety, was limping around on a leg that looked near useless. Ward fired off his last round, putting one right into the green guy's lower back. As the lizard man coughed up a gout of blood and stumbled forward, Ward slapped open his gun cylinder, shook out the empty brass, and started loading up his last 4 bullets. Haley ducked a swipe from the Gila monster-looking lizard man, then swept the green one's leg, sending it to the floor. Ward slid his bullets into their chambers, flicked his wrist to close it up, then pulled the hammer back, taking aim. Haley's back was to him, the lizard on the other side of her, so he held his fire, waiting. Haley's fists weren't making the air shimmer anymore. She'd used up her charge of magical heat. That aside, she was a good fighter. She kept slipping those swipes and bites, barely moving but making the hulking brute waste a lot of energy and effort with each attempt. She darted to the left, circling her opponent, and Ward got ready to fire. Just then, the green one, motionless all this time, decided it wasn't done trying to kill her. It flopped from its stomach to its side and lashed out with its arm, catching Haley's heel. The black and orange lizard dove at her, and Ward pulled the trigger. Gila monster's claws hooked into Haley's thigh, and Ward's bullet tore through its neck before they both fell to the ground. The thing twitched and croaked, but blood was gushing from its neck like a faucet, so it didn't get anywhere. The green one started to get up, so Ward spent another precious bullet, finishing him off.
That's all of them. They're dead. Get in the cage, Haley.
Ward started to follow his own advice, running for the cage, arching an eyebrow in amusement when he saw Grace already there.
Ward!
Haley's voice was strained, thready, and weak.
Yeah? Hurry!
I can't move the thing. It had poisoned claws. I can't move my body.
Ah, damn it.
Ward punched the copper elevator wall with a resounding clang. They only had a minute or so before the thing closed up. Grace stepped forward, and Ward could see she was debating whether she should speak or not.
Ward, I know I'm going to regret saying this, but I think I can help you say the words the thief used. You might survive it now that you've been through that refinement.
What? Why would I?
Finally, he connected the dots. He could use the magic words to get over the copper line to Haley. He gave Grace an appreciative nod. He was impressed. Not long ago, he would have bet she'd encourage him to leave the girl behind.
Let's do it.
Get your healing potion ready. The words might wound you badly.
Her warning finally drove home a point that Ward had let roll off his brain a few times without fully registering. The words of power were dangerous to use, especially for people who weren't in strong vessels. Nodding, he whirled around, grabbed his pack, stuffed his hand into the side pocket where he'd left the potion, and pulled it out. As he shrugged into the straps, Grace said,
Now, face Haley and carefully repeat after me. Say it with authority.
Ward nodded again, and Grace spoke slowly and very clearly, enunciating every syllable.
Thravik Thra.
Ward cleared his throat and spoke, trying to hurry so they didn't miss the elevator again.
Thravik Thra.
Though he said the words like any others, they ground out of his throat like he was coughing up a ball of sandpaper. They flew from his lips like things alive, crashing and echoing off the stone walls, bouncing off the copper elevator like a tin can full of firecrackers. Ward felt a cold wave go through his body, felt himself stretched to bursting, saw his vision go red as blood vessels exploded in his eyes, and then everything went gray and red. He spun through the air, flipping and twirling and spinning toward Haley, toward the spot he'd been staring at, and when he stopped moving, he fell to the ground, coughing and hacking out chunks of bloody, torn flesh.
Drink the potion, you idiot!
Grace screamed in his ear. Ward, hands shaking like he'd been working a jackhammer all day, ripped the cork out of the little potion. He struggled at first, having a hard time seeing what he was doing with all the blood in his eyes, but he got it, and then he slammed the shot of liquid into his mouth and gulped it down. It was sweet and tart, and as it coursed down his throat, warmth exploded through his body, and he instantly felt better. His hands stopped shaking, his vision cleared, and he felt a surge of strength. With the healing energy came clarity of thought and a focus on action. Ward leaped to his feet, stooped to scoop Haley into his arms, and charged for the elevator. He got inside with a dozen seconds to spare, and when the cage rattled closed, he let out a whoop.
Hell yes!
My back!
Haley groaned, still cradled in Ward's arms. He looked down at her and saw her eyes rolling to the side, staring at her forlorn backpack as the elevator began to click-clack its way upward.
Sorry about that. Shit.
It's okay. Thanks for getting me. How?
Her voice was shaky and hoarse, and Ward could feel her trembling with shivers. He hoped the poison that had paralyzed her wasn't going to make her sick, too.
I used that little jerk's words of power. I frickin' turned into smoke.
Ward practically crowed the announcement. He was pumped with the success of his first magic attempt.
No, you didn't,
Grace said, suddenly standing between him and the cage door.
You sprayed through the air like a splash of blood. It was disgusting.
Huh?
It probably has something to do with your mastery of those words. I mean, like, your total lack of it. I'm not sure how it works, but I know wizards have to spend a lot of time mastering the words to use them correctly. Not to mention you almost killed yourself. You had enough anima, but your body wasn't ready for that spell.
Ward realized Haley had been muttering something softly, but he'd missed most of it while Grace spoke.
I hope we can catch him.
Ward didn't need help figuring out who she meant.
Me too, Haley. I hope we catch that little rat too.
He sighed, leaning back against the cage wall as it continued its slow climb toward the ceiling. Haley's shivering hadn't stopped, and every now and then she'd shudder violently in his arms. When he looked at her face, her skin was wan and damp with perspiration, and though her eyes were closed, she didn't seem to be resting peacefully. He saw Grace peering closely at her too.
You think she'll be all right?
I don't know. I've seen many fevers in my life, and this looks like a bad one. If we were back on modern-day Earth, I'd say take her to an emergency room. Too bad you left her backpack behind. Some of that healing salve on those infected claw marks might help.
While she spoke, the lighting changed, and Ward realized they'd passed through the ceiling and into a new space. It was much darker, and he could only see about 5 feet beyond the cage door.
This is where Nevkin ditched us.
Peering into the shadows, all he could see was a smooth slate floor. The rectangular tiles were pale and fitted together so closely that no grout or mortar was evident. The elevator continued to rise, and as more and more of it lifted into the new room, Ward's view expanded until he saw a full 10 feet beyond the cage door. The floor looked the same other than some big dark splotches that appeared to be dried blood. Ward braced himself, wondering if he should set Haley down, but as the elevator floor drew level with the slates, it surprised him by continuing to rise. Soon, they were 10 feet up, and Ward's view of the new room was gone. Nothing but blackness surrounded the metal cage as it continued to ratchet upward. Grace's words echoed his thoughts.
We're going past the elevator's staging area. I wonder if that little thief boned himself by teleporting into that room. What if it's filled with lizard men?
You know, I don't generally wish horrible fates on people, especially kids, but that sounds almost poetic.
He's not a kid. He's probably in his 20s.
Well, to me, he seemed like a kid, all right?
Haley shivered again, violently, and Ward pulled her a little tighter to his chest.
Hang in there, kiddo.
Grace groaned.
Again with the kid business.
You're the one who keeps calling me old man. Why are you surprised?
When Grace didn't reply, Ward shifted, leaning a shoulder against the cool metal wall of the elevator.
My arms are getting tired. Too bad there's not a bench or chair or something in here. I don't want to set her on the floor.
Wow. Good thing she's out of it. Wouldn't want the damsel to know her hero was whining about his tired arms as he held her aloft.
Glad you haven't lost your witty sense of banter.
Ward craned his neck, trying to peer up through the bars of the cage door.
Can't see shit. Feels like we're going pretty high up, though.
Maybe. Could be an optical illusion. Maybe the elevator is just 10 feet above the floor, holding still while those gears click against the spinning copper pillar.
Nah, that wouldn't make any sense.
Who says it needs to make sense?
When Ward didn't respond, but continued staring into the darkness through the copper bars, she cleared her throat, almost sounding nervous.
You know, I might have sounded mocking when I said you didn't turn into smoke or whatever, but it's kind of a miracle that you pulled that spell off on your first try.
Seriously?
Yeah. Christina inherited a book with one of the words that supposedly lets you plant ideas in the heads of unsuspecting people. As I told you, she had some talent, and despite the almost non-existence of anima on Earth, she'd managed to gather enough that she was trying to use the word. Despite 100 attempts and just as many migraines and bloody noses, she never got it right.
What was the word?
Ward was eager to try to add another to his repertoire.
That's the thing.
Grace frowned and scratched her head.
I heard her try to say it all those times. I saw it written on the pages of her grandfather's journal. Despite that, I can't, for the life of me, remember anything about it.
Seriously?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's just my nature or what, but... Ward, I can't even remember the words you just said.
You can't?
Ward frowned because, as she confessed her lapse of memory, he tried to think of the words and came up blank.
What the hell? Neither can I.
Maybe that's part of mastering the words, learning how to memorize them. Maybe that's why grimoires are a thing. Maybe they can't be remembered. I have a vague memory of reading something along the lines of, "The words are fleeting." I'm sorry I don't know more, but at least we held on to Nefkin's words long enough to escape.
Ward closed his eyes and groaned. With his hands occupied holding Haley, he found an outlet to his frustration by banging his forehead against the cold metal bars of the cage door. Not hard, just enough to rattle them and give him some sense of release.
I know that spell messed me up, but it was so damn cool. I kind of hoped I'd be able to practice it somehow. How the hell did that little weasel pull it off without bleeding his guts out?
I don't know. I guess that artifact, the tongue, did all the work. Well, that and the power well you gave him.
I didn't give...
Ward groaned and banged his forehead against the bar a little harder.
Screw it. I guess I did. What a frickin' klutz.
Don't beat yourself up. Come on, Ward. You're worrying me. You're usually pretty upbeat.
Don't worry. I'm just annoyed. You know, having someone steal from you is a pretty shitty feeling. Reminds me of when I used to rent an apartment in Queen Anne. Didn't have a garage parking spot and my car got broken into regularly. Got to the point I stopped locking the doors, hoping the thieving bastards would at least stop smashing the window. Well, the first time it really pissed me off. I guess that's the point I was trying to get to.
I've had hosts who were robbed. I know how violated it makes people feel.
Grace stopped short and looked up through the bars.
Light!
Ward followed her gaze and saw she was right, which made him wonder if he'd noticed the light first but hadn't registered it consciously. He decided that had to be it. Hadn't Grace said she couldn't see what he didn't see? He watched as the circle of soft yellow light grew larger and larger, and then the top of the elevator cage passed through an opening, and a bright, warm new space opened up outside the cage door. It was the first room in the dungeon where Ward could see the source of illumination. Gas lamps hung from wood-paneled walls, shedding their yellow-orange light onto a rich red carpet and plush, overstuffed leather couches. Ward was interrupted from further visual explorations as the elevator lurched to a stop and the copper cage door rattled open. Ward stepped out, cautiously looking around, half expecting to be jumped by another frog or lizard man. No such violence awaited, though, and as he turned in a slow circle, all he saw were more wooden walls, cozy-looking chairs and couches, and, on the other side of the elevator, a copper chest twice the size of the ones he and his companions had found earlier. Still carrying Haley, Ward walked toward it and noted a plaque on the wall behind it. It took him a minute to realize it, but it finally registered to him that the chest and plaque were the first copper things in the entire catacombs that weren't tarnished. They were burnished to a glossy sheen that warmly reflected the lamplight. When he read the plaque, he felt his usual good mood returning as a grin revealed his teeth. As if he needed the help, Grace read it aloud.
Rest and enjoy your reward, victors.
Hell yeah. We're done?
Ward spun around in a circle, trying to see how he and Haley were supposed to leave.
Where's the door then?
Well, you haven't rested or enjoyed your reward yet. Maybe something will open when you do.
Ward stepped to the nearest couch and gently deposited Haley into its embrace. He put a hand on her forehead and winced when he felt the heat. He slid his backpack off his shoulders, and Grace called out,
There's a basket here filled with fruit and drinks.
Ward's mouth began to salivate at the thought, and he looked over at her. She was standing next to a small table, and sure enough, a wicker basket sat atop it. Shiny purple-red fruits were piled inside around a couple of bottles that looked like they might be full of wine. Ward swallowed, afraid he'd start drooling if he weren't careful. He snatched up one of the fruits, about the size of an overlarge plum, and when he bit into it, the similarity continued. It tasted like a ripe, perfect plum. Ward sucked at the juice and got to work methodically chewing every ounce of meat off the pit.
Plums inside a mysterious catacomb in a distant world? What are the odds?
What are the odds people look like humans all over the universe?
Huh? Seriously?
Well, some of the travel journals one of my hosts found indicated as much. It's almost like you all originated in a similar place and propagated through the world somehow. Maybe these plums are similar.
Whatever. They're delicious.
Ward picked up one of the big dark green bottles and yanked the cork out with his teeth. He took a long, deep sniff of the contents, and his grin widened.
Smells like wine.
Careful, Grace started to say, but too late. Ward took a long, deep pull from the bottle, swallowing a gulp of the smooth, refreshing liquid.
That's either damn good wine, or I'm just so thirsty anything would be good.
He turned, bottle in one hand and 2 plums in the other, and returned to the couch where Haley lay, shivering and feverish.
Gonna try to get her to drink a little.
He pulled the cushion from another couch, propped it under her head, and then tipped the bottle to her lips.
Come on, kid. Drink some of this. It's not like normal wine, it's refreshing.
She seemed to be completely insensate, but when he tilted the bottle, letting a thin trickle of the fluid pour between her lips, her reflexes took over, and she swallowed.
Good.
He continued to deliver small sips to her while he munched on another plum. Grace watched for a few minutes, then crossed her arms and walked around the end of the couch.
I wonder if you should open this chest.
Ward looked at her, at the big copper chest, and then at the plaque again.
It says to rest, right? I don't think it's going to disappear.
He yawned, then took another long drink from the green bottle.
I'm beat, and I think we should see if Haley wakes up before we open it.
Grace unfolded her arms, sat on the chest, and tisked.
Seriously? What if someone else gets delivered to this room? What if it does disappear? Don't you trust yourself to share with Haley?
Ward looked at Haley and was heartened to see some color in her cheeks and that her shivers had subsided. He felt her forehead, and it felt noticeably cooler to him.
I think she's getting better.
He stood up, set the bottle on a side table, and ate his 3rd plum.
If you're going to be that way, all right. Let's open the damn thing.
24. Rest and recovery. Ward approached the big chest, probably about 2 feet square and 10 inches deep.
I hope this means Nevkin missed out on a reward.
If he found a way out of the catacombs, I don't think it was through here.
Grace squatted near the chest, staring at it closely, peering at the various angles. She couldn't see the rear. It was situated right against the wall. Ward was feeling very relaxed and satisfied after downing the healing potion earlier, eating the plums, and drinking the refreshing wine. He wanted to lie down on a couch and get some rest. He had no idea how long he'd been in the catacombs, but it felt like he'd been up for days. That said, he didn't mess around with the chest. He knelt before it, flipped up the latch, and lifted the lid.
Don't you think
No.
Ward chuckled as the lid clanged against the stone wall.
Why trap a chest under a plaque that says to enjoy your reward?
To be cruel? To test how careless people are?
Nah, I feel like the people who made this place had a kind of twisted sense of fairness. They wouldn't call us victors if we weren't done being tested.
Ward looked into the chest and saw a neatly folded bolt of silky blue cloth.
Huh.
He lifted it from the chest, noting its dense weight and buttery smooth texture.
Some fine cloth?
Grace rubbed it between her fingers and sighed wistfully. Some kind of silk for sure. Verity would have loved this. Ward chuckled and rubbed the cloth between his fingers too.
Can you really feel it?
Well, you felt it, right?
Yeah.
So I did too. I felt it when you picked it up, and then when I rubbed it between my fingers. I guess I was sort of remembering that feeling. When I'm out walking around like this, everything I do is a sort of fantasy to me.
Unless you're punching or pinching me, eh?
Now you're getting it.
Grace grinned wickedly, then, quick as a snake, flicked Ward on the forehead with a solid thwap.
Ouch! Damn it.
Ward made to snatch at her wrist, but suddenly she was gone, only to appear beside him, giggling in his ear.
You see how much of a torment I could be? Doesn't it make you appreciate my sweetness more? What if I was determined to drive you mad and deprive you of rest?
Ward jerked away, turning to face her, and the glint in her fiery eyes was not pleasant. It brought to mind their argument before he'd come into the catacombs, and reminded him of why he mistrusted her. He thought about what she'd said, about how she was able to affect at least 3 of his senses, and he couldn't do a damn thing about it if she didn't want to stop. What was keeping her from doing so? Why wouldn't she want to piss him off? Ward smiled and shrugged.
Keep that up, and you can forget ever getting another taste of anima.
Grace's tone shifted immediately, and perhaps unconsciously, the cruel sneer she'd been wearing faded into a much more pleasant smile.
I'm just teasing, Ward. You know I like you, right? We're partners, you and me. I mean, that's an empty threat coming from you, at least until we figure out how to get your anima back, but I don't want there to be animosity between us.
Uh-huh.
Ward set the bolt of silky cloth aside and looked into the chest again. It was empty except for a sheet of polished copper stamped with letters and symbols. Ward picked it up. It was about half the size of a standard piece of paper back on Earth, and thick enough to be stiff and difficult to bend. The letters and symbols were strange to Ward's eyes, but as he stared, they seemed to come into focus. He could read the top row. Shrovak Nyrath. But the rest of the symbols were just shapes to him. Shapes usually consisting of 4 or 8 dashed lines pointing in various directions.
I think those are words, Ward.
Yeah, me too. I just don't know what they mean.
No, I mean words.
Oh, seriously?
Stop!
Grace screeched, clapping a palm over Ward's mouth.
You don't have another healing potion handy, right? Let's approach these words more cautiously. Take that page, and we'll try to figure out the symbols before you utter those words.
Ward nodded, turning the shiny copper page left and right, looking to see if he'd missed anything. It didn't seem like it, so he stood and carried the bolt of cloth and the sheet to his pack, tucking them into the top and buttoning it up.
I'm gonna get some sleep now.
Might as well. Your little girlfriend is down for the count.
You sound jealous.
Ward yawned and stretched out on the couch opposite Haley's.
Jealous? Of that girl? I don't think so. She's hardly got any curves.
She sat on the couch near Ward's feet. They were long and spacious, and folded her arms.
Before you sleep, will you answer one question honestly for me?
If you'll do the same.
Okay. Why don't you have any kids?
Huh.
Ward stifled another yawn with a balled-up fist.
You know my ex left me, right? Well, we never got to the point where she was ready to have any, and I never got serious enough with anyone after her.
She left you almost 15 years ago, right?
Ward, eyes closed, tucked his head in an almost imperceptible nod.
And you never fell for anyone else?
That's 2 questions, sweetie. My turn.
Oh, fine.
Do you feel love? No, scratch that. Did you love Verity? I mean, romantically.
Ward had marked Grace's shift in tone every time she mentioned her old host. Grace closed her eyes and lay back into the cushions of the couch. Softly, almost dreamily, she said,
I loved Verity in every way a person can be loved.
Ward watched her for a minute, waiting to see if she'd press him about his other relationships, but her eyes were closed, and a lazy smile turned up the corners of her lips. Her face was clean, her makeup perfect, and Ward chuckled, considering how disgustingly filthy he was. He closed his eyes and let the sounds of Grace's and Haley's soft, even breaths send him into a deep slumber of his own. He dreamed of weird, violet fields of grain, falling stars, and naked revelers dancing around bonfires. When he woke, Ward felt like his eyelids weighed 1,000 pounds, and a deep, jaw-wrenching yawn racked him as he stretched. He sat up, for a moment forgetting where he was, as the deep couch cushions squelched beneath him. When he looked around, everything came rushing back. The descent into the catacombs, the people dying left and right, the monsters, the crawl through a damp, tight tunnel, and, of course, Nevkin's betrayal. Along with that memory came a wave of anger, and Ward quickly turned his gaze to the couch where he'd left Haley. She still lay there, but looked to be resting peacefully, her chest rising in slow, steady breaths. He looked for Grace where he'd last seen her, curled up at the end of the couch, but she wasn't there. Everything seemed untouched. His pack was still leaning where he'd left it, the plums were still in the basket with the other bottle of wine, and no new doors had appeared. The big metal cage of an elevator still sat in the center of the room, so Ward stood up and walked around it, intent on ensuring nothing new had popped up. Nothing jumped out at him, just more couches and smooth wooden wall panels. When he returned, he saw Grace sitting near Haley.
Why not try to wake her? I have no idea how long you slept, but it feels like a really long time to me. Are you okay?
Hello?
Ward chuckled. When Grace just scowled at him, the flames dancing in her eyes, he sighed and stretched.
I feel fine. Sluggish, but fine. Like, I haven't slept that hard since I was in my 20s.
He walked over to the 2 women, pulling one of the smaller chairs close. He sat down and jostled Haley's shoulder.
Haley, you there?
She murmured and shifted, rolling to her side, facing away from him into the back of the couch.
Look.
Grace pointed to a couple of dried-out plum pits on the cushion, revealed as Haley shifted. Ward laughed.
Looks like she's been up.
He reached out, grabbed her shoulder, and gave her a gentle jostle.
Haley, I think we should get up. I've got an idea about how we're supposed to get out of here.
You do?
Grace raised an eyebrow.
Yeah.
Ward jerked his thumb toward the elevator.
It meets the ceiling at the top. What if it can keep going up?
Maybe. Who?
Haley turned and stifled the yawn that had cut off her words.
Who are you talking to?
Oh, myself, I guess.
He looked at her and saw how clear her eyes were and how the color had returned to her cheeks and lips.
You're looking a lot better.
I feel better. Either that wine was magical or we've been resting a long time. Look.
She pulled the shreds of her blood-stained yellow shirt tails up, exposing a row of 4 pink scars stretching up from her waistband.
Is that where the lizard clawed you?
She nodded.
The one with the venom.
Could be the wine or the fruit. Grace's words trailed off as she stood and began pacing around the room.
I woke up while you were snoring and ate some of the fruit. I see you open the chest.
Well, yeah. I was afraid it would disappear.
Ward grabbed his pack and dragged it closer.
Here, I'll show you what I found in there.
You don't have to share.
Nah, come on. We're a team.
Ward lifted out the bolt of silky blue material and handed it to Haley.
There were only 2 things, this cloth and...
He lifted out the stamped copper sheet.
This copper, page or whatever.
Haley spent a long minute feeling the cloth between her fingers and even pulling a layer loose to hold against her cheek. She sighed almost wistfully as she refolded it.
This is amazing material. I wonder what we can make with it. Robes? Cloaks? Shirts?
A dress, if you want.
Ward shrugged. Haley sniffed, smiling, and took the metal sheet from him, gently turning it in front of her face.
I don't understand the text. It seems to shift every time I start to focus on it.
She touched a finger to one of the other symbols.
These look almost like Gopa forms.
Your martial art?
Yes, but they're different. If you look at the dashed lines and think of them as arms and legs, you can see what I mean, though. Can you understand the writing?
She held the sheet toward him. Ward took it and nodded.
I think they're words of power.
Makes sense that I can't read them, then. You take it, Ward. I've chosen another path.
I was hoping you'd say something like that. Well, in that case, the fabric is yours.
You're too kind. I'd be dead without your aid. My memory's still fuzzy about how you did that, by the way.
What's important is that we made it. Without some teamwork, I probably wouldn't have gotten this far either, so forget about it. Besides, the only one who doesn't deserve a reward is Nevkin, as far as I'm concerned. I was hoping we might still catch him. Do you feel like you can get moving?
I do.
She groaned softly as she scooted to the edge of the couch.
I feel strange, though. Hollow, almost like my mind's afloat.
She frowned and pressed a hand to her chest.
I don't know how to put it into words. It's like something's missing.
She shook her head then, with a pained expression, asked,
There's not a toilet in here, is there?
No, but I could sure use one too. My bladder's fit to burst.
Why would they build a room to rest and recover and not have a bathroom?
Grace asked, hands on hips, peering around quizzically. Haley stood up and walked around the couch to the wall. She began to examine the room's perimeter, gently running her fingers along the wood paneling.
Did you check for doors?
Well, sure, with my eyes at least.
Ward watched her progress around the room, stopping to rap her knuckles against the wall every few feet. When she walked out of sight, blocked by the bulk of the copper elevator, Ward sighed and picked up the mostly empty wine bottle.
I could go ahead and use...
There's a door here,
Haley called.
It's a bathroom, Ward, and there's a sink too. You should wash up.
How the hell could I have missed that?
Ward set the bottle down and moved around the elevator and, sure enough, plain as day, a door with a copper knob sat in the center of the far wall.
That wasn't there before.
By way of answer, Haley pulled the door closed, and suddenly the pressure in Ward's bladder intensified.
Don't take all day,
he called. Shaking his head and smiling, he sat down to wait.
It's almost like the catacombs were listening to you two. I agree, that door wasn't there earlier.
Grace wrinkled her nose at him and tisked.
You really do need to clean up. Look at your legs. They're smeared with filth.
I did my best, Grace.
He sighed and lifted one of his arms, sniffing at a relatively clean-looking spot.
I'm disgusting.
He looked at the closed door.
Poor kid, waking up to my stench.
The doorknob rattled, and then Haley pushed it open.
I relieved myself, but you can go in and clean up now. I'll use the sink when you're done.
When Ward stood and approached her, she asked,
Who's Grace? Don't tell me that's your pet name for yourself.
Ward froze, feeling like he'd been caught shoplifting or something. The absurd wave of guilt made him laugh.
Door's not exactly soundproof, is it? Well, it's a long story. I figure we've been through enough that I can share it with you, though. Let me get cleaned up first, huh?
Fair enough.
Ward went into the bathroom and pulled the door closed. He was mid-urination when Grace started speaking behind him.
You're not actually going to tell her about me, are...
Ward's stream sputtered to a stop.
Damn it, Grace, bathroom stuff. Is it so hard to understand?
He pointed to the door.
You know how uncomfortable it is to have your pee cut off midstream? Come on, get out. I'll talk to you in a minute.
Fine.
Ward, of course, didn't hear her leave, but he turned to look over his shoulder, confirming her absence before he finished his business. The toilet wasn't anything like what you'd find on modern-day Earth. It was basically a flanged copper tube about 6 inches wide, protruding 2 feet out of the floor. He didn't flush or have water, but his urine disappeared into the dark depths of the pipe without any trouble. It worked fine for him, but he didn't think it had probably been very comfortable for Haley.
What the hell am I thinking about?
Ward snorted, shook his head, and began to undress. He planned to make good use of the little copper sink attached to the wall. 15 minutes later, he emerged from the bathroom, still wearing his filthy, thick woolen poncho, but much cleaner beneath it.
Sorry, I splashed water all over the place in there.
It's fine. I just want to wash up a little.
Haley went back into the bathroom, and when she emerged 10 minutes later, Ward was busy inspecting the elevator. She walked over and pointed to it.
You think that's how we move on?
Unless another door is going to appear.
Ward picked up his pack, slinging it onto his shoulders. He straightened his sword belt, checking that his knife, sword, and axe were all hanging from the spots he decided were the most comfortable.
You ready?
Yes, but tell me about Grace.
I wouldn't, Grace said, suddenly standing behind Haley.
I have a kind of passenger. Another,
Ward tried to think of the most favorable way to present Grace's presence.
Spirit, I guess. Yeah, another spirit is in here.
Ward tapped his forehead.
And she talks to me, and I talk to her.
Haley's eyes widened, and she moved closer, peering at his forehead as though she might see Grace in there.
Truly?
Yeah. Or I might just be insane.
Ward shrugged.
You said it was a long story.
Well, I guess it's not. I mostly said that because I wasn't sure I wanted to talk about it.
Can you see her? This other spirit?
Yeah, sometimes.
Haley stepped closer, reaching out to grab Ward's forearm with her warm fingers.
Where did you find her? Was she someone you loved who passed?
She's someone I met back in my homeworld. Yeah, that part's a much longer story. Let's save it, all right? Come on, let's get into the elevator.
Ward started toward one of the open copper gates, and Haley, almost reluctantly, let go of his arm and followed. Grace was waiting for him inside, smiling at him almost sweetly.
That was a nice way to describe me, Ward.
Haley stepped in behind him.
Are you just saying that again? About it being a long story? Are you nervous to tell me more?
No, it's definitely a more complicated story.
He was saved from further questions as the cage door rattled, startling Haley. She hopped forward with a yelp and turned to watch it clatter shut. Ward touched the handle of his revolver, wishing he had more than 2 bullets left.
God, I hope this thing doesn't go back down.
25. Homecoming. Ward felt an almost irrational sense of relief when the elevator lurched and began to climb upward, not back down into the lizard man arena. He wasn't the only one. Haley let out a whoop and twisted her neck, trying to peer upward through the bars. It was a tight squeeze for 2 people in one section of the elevator.
I can't see anything yet.
Well, let me know if...
I see something! White marble. Lots of light. A stairway leading up.
Shit, maybe we really are done.
Ward hadn't felt so relieved in a long while. He'd gone into the catacombs vastly underestimating them, or perhaps it was more that he hadn't taken them seriously. In any case, if they were about to be let out, he'd learned his lesson. He'd need some time to decompress before hunting out another challenge. For the moment, he wanted to get his comfortable room back at the inn, take a long hot soak, and do some shopping for clean clothes. The elevator rose above the white marble floor, and he saw that Haley had been right. The space was almost cheerily illuminated, and white steps led upward. Nothing else was in the small room outside the metal bars. When the cage door rattled open, he and Haley exited, followed by a strangely quiet Grace. Ward looked at her and frowned, but she didn't say anything. Rather, she offered him a pleasant smile. Had he done something to earn some points with her? Was it the way he described her to Haley?
I think this is it, Ward. The exit.
Haley dashed forward, light on her feet, without the weight of her missing backpack. Ward winced at the thought. He still felt a little guilty about leaving it behind. He hoped she hadn't lost any family treasures or anything. She stopped at the first step, turning to wait for him. So Ward picked up his pace, stepping out of the elevator and onto the staircase. They'd only climbed up 5 steps or so before Haley pointed and exclaimed,
I see the sky!
After that, there was no holding her back. She charged forward, and Ward, laughing, hurried after her, taking the steps 2 at a time. He could smell the outdoors before he saw them. It smelled like it had rained recently, and a faint hint of pine tickled his nose. Haley beat him out of the marble-lined stairway, and she cheered, excitedly calling down to him.
We did it, Ward! We beat a challenge! I can see the town!
Ward emerged from the subterranean stairway to the cool touch of a light breeze that feathered his hair and filled his lungs with a rich, fresh breath of air he hadn't realized he'd been missing. The sun was low in the sky off to his right, but the sky was still bright blue, and the feeling he got as he squinted into it must have been something like how prisoners felt when they walked through the prison gates on release day. Holy shit, that smells good. He looked around, noting the rolling hills and the scattered, tall, thin trees. They looked and smelled like pines, though their trunks were very slender, and their needles were gathered in thick clumps on skinny, flexible branches.
Isn't it wonderful to be out? Look!
She pointed down the hill towards left, and he saw, past another dozen or so smaller hills, the checkered fields of farmland outside the tall, whitewashed walls of Tarnish. Hey, how about that? I thought we'd come up right in town, not way out here.
The catacombs are strange. There are dozens of exits known to exist around this valley.
She pointed back at the stairway, or what Ward thought would be the stairway, but when he looked, it was gone. Nothing but smooth hillside remained.
The exits don't linger long.
That is strange, but not the strangest thing I've seen, I guess.
He shivered and rubbed his palms together briskly.
Is it me, or is the air a bit chillier than when we went in? I swear it feels like fall to me.
Gods!
Haley cried, scanning the distant fields.
You're right. They're harvesting. They shouldn't have started that for another month. I thought something was strange about the time in there,
Grace announced, moving to stand near Haley, staring into the distance, as if she could determine more about the situation than the local girl.
Well, let's get started. We won't find any answers standing up here and staring.
Ward started down the hill, his worn, filthy leather shoes sliding and crunching on the loose soil and scattered stones. He got distracted, looking up at the pale outlines of different moons or nearby planets. He wasn't sure which, and didn't notice Haley wasn't following him for several minutes. When it dawned on him that he and Grace were trudging down the slope alone, he slid to a halt and turned to peer up the hillside looking for her. It took him a minute, but his eyes were sharper than they used to be, and he finally spotted her slender figure sitting on the ground, leaning against the bole of one of the tall pine trees.
Hey!
He called, waving an arm. She responded, but only after several long seconds, waving her arm forward as though shooing him onward.
I think she's crying,
Grace said, squinting.
You can't see anything I can't.
Well, look harder, doofus. I think she's crying.
Ward frowned, but he did what she said and shaded his eyes, squinting to peer up the hill toward her. Sure enough, his mana-enhanced vision picked up a sheen of tears on the girl's pale face.
Ah, damn it.
He began the laborious process of climbing back up the hill. When he reached her, Haley was sitting with her knees pulled up to her chest, her eyes glistening with tears, and sniffing noisily as she tried to speak.
Just...
A sob racked her, and she buried her face in her knees. Ward squatted before her, sweat dripping down his brow.
Just leave me, Ward. I'll catch up.
Her words were muffled, but he could hear she was still crying. Ward reached out to jostle her.
Hey, kiddo, what's the problem? Is it your brother?
She took a long, shuddering breath, then spoke quickly, getting the words out before she sobbed again.
I have to tell my family he's dead!
Yeah. That's going to be awful. There's no denying it. You made it, though. And I promise they'll be happy about that.
Why?
She mumbled.
Why?
Why'd we do it? What did I gain?
Her forlorn pack, sitting outside the closed elevator, flashed through Ward's mind.
Shit. I don't know.
Suddenly, a spark of genius ignited in Ward's mind.
Well, you got me. We're friends now, aren't we?
We are? I'd hoped to get a refinement or magical ore, or... Ward, can I join you for the next challenge if you do? My family won't be so disappointed if I have a purpose and a powerful new ally.
I wouldn't say powerful, Grace said, ruining the moment.
If I do any more, sure. Right now, all I can think about is a bath. Come on, Haley. Walk with me. I'll stand with you when you see your folks. Okay?
He stood up and held out a hand. Haley took it, her fingers hot as usual, and he pulled her up.
Sheesh, you need to put on some weight. How does a hot meal at the inn sound? Well, I'm sure your family will want to feed you, but you gotta try Fan's cooking.
He rambled on like that for a while, falling into an old role he'd picked up on the job, helping people deal with grief and loss. By the time they'd descended from the big hill and were working their way across the next one, he got a laugh out of Haley by describing the horrible itch his self-made poncho was starting to give him.
You do look ridiculous. I didn't want to say anything, but that blanket is not fit to be worn as clothing.
Listen, if you'd seen my clothes, you'd have made the same decision.
What was it like? The refinement. I've heard it makes you vomit.
Oh, it does that and a whole lot more. I was sweating sludge, but that was only half of it. The purge. I also got so hot that I was steaming. I hallucinated, I heard voices, saw every color in the rainbow, and felt like I was zooming through the universe for a while. Well, it's over now. If I ever get another one, I hope it won't be so bad.
Ward shrugged.
Don't count on it,
Grace chimed in.
It'll probably be worse.
That's not very encouraging, Grace.
Ward winked at Haley.
She thinks the next one will be even worse.
Can she hear me?
Oh, sure.
Hi, Grace.
Haley turned and waved in a circle.
She's between us.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Haley turned and waved at the air between her and Ward.
She's...
Grace started to laugh.
She's humoring you. She thinks you're nuts.
No, she's not,
Ward growled.
Grace thinks you're just humoring me.
I wouldn't.
Haley smiled and looked up at him, her pale brown eyes bright with the setting sun's light. Ward believed her in that moment, and he smiled back.
Maybe I'm wrong,
Grace admitted after a moment.
She's giving me hero worship vibes now. I don't know if it's so smart to keep her around, but maybe she'll be useful.
Ward ignored her and kept walking. Soon they descended the last sloping hill into the fields, and Haley led the way to a dirt track between a couple of freshly tilled plots.
Could we have been gone this long? These fields were full of squash and beets when we went in.
Well, it felt like a long day and then a long sleep to me. Nothing in that place made sense, though.
They continued in silence as Haley mulled things over, and Grace disappeared to ride in Ward's head. By the time they came around the last field and stepped onto the big road traversing the valley's center, the sun was nearly set and darkness loomed. Ward saw many yellow-lit windows out in the fields, and he thought the farmhouses looked especially cozy and welcoming. Wood fires burned in the kitchens, and the smell of smoke and food cooking was everywhere. His stomach rumbled and his mouth filled with saliva, and he and Haley both quickened their steps, though likely for different reasons.
You sure you want to see your folks tonight? Maybe we should stay at the inn, get cleaned up, and then you can go home in the morning.
Oh, that's very tempting, Ward, but I feel duty-bound to hurry home.
She looked at him in the shadows leading up to the gate and added,
You don't have to come with me right now if you don't want to.
Oh no, I promised. Come on, lead the way.
Haley nodded, and they hurried on. The guards at the gate hardly looked at them, which was a significant change from the first time Ward went through, but he didn't complain. The streets weren't overly busy, and Ward was amused to note that he didn't look so out of place in his woolen poncho and beat-up filthy armor. The working-class folk of Tarnish were truly working class. They wore wool, leather, or rough-spun clothes that looked to be made of hemp or low-grade cotton. They were filthy from their labors, some covered in mud and dirt, others in soot, and still others in blood or some mixture of the three. If it weren't for his apparently glowing eyes, he doubted anyone would have given him a second glance. As it was, plenty of people noticed them, but they looked away quickly. After the duel he'd witnessed his first time in town, he kind of understood why people wouldn't want to get mixed up with someone like him. They didn't know he couldn't do squat with his mana. As they wended their way up the narrow streets that climbed toward the western wall, he voiced a concern.
I wonder if these glowing eyes are going to get me in trouble.
Haley turned to look at him.
How so?
Well, what if someone thinks I can work magic? What if they want to challenge me or something?
Ward, you can work magic. You saved me with it, remember?
That was kind of a one-time thing. I can't remember the words I used, and it almost killed me. I had to chug that potion afterward.
Well, I'm just saying the potential is there. Most people will fear you rather than feel like challenging you. Stronger sorcerers will ignore you unless you give them a reason to punish you. Those at your level, or near it, might want to fight you for your knowledge or artifacts. That's the same with anyone, though. A criminal might want to rob me right now.
Is that how it's done? People fight each other for their knowledge? Do you mean the words?
I only know stories.
Haley shrugged.
I've heard of sorcerers dueling for words, sure. I've also heard of them fighting over artifacts like that tongue our friend tricked you into activating for him.
Or my mana well.
Ward growled, clenching his fist as he remembered his vendetta against Nevkin.
I hope that little bastard doesn't die in there.
Ward turned to the sound of Grace's voice. She walked behind them, daintily traipsing over the rough cobbles in her spotless suit and red-polished toes. Ward nodded to her, winking.
Yeah, I hope he gets out.
Is that Grace?
Haley turned, starting to catch on to Ward's quirks.
Tell her to ignore me, please. I don't want the whole town talking about us.
She's, little shy, Haley. Try to pretend you don't know about her while we're near other people.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Haley slowed and stopped, pointing to a big wrought-iron gate. A bright gas lantern flared from the top of a brick post next to the gate. Ward could tell the glass globe of the lamp had been blown by hand. It wasn't quite round, and he could see a lot of bubbles and imperfections.
That's the gate to our neighborhood.
Looks nice.
It's fairly nice. My father makes a good living managing the logistics for the largest caravan company in town.
She stood there, fidgeting, scratching at the side of her thumbnail with her other hand.
Hey, come on. They're going to be relieved to see you.
Ward gave her a nudge, and she took a deep breath and started toward the gate. He followed her through, then up a nicely cobbled road lined with brick and stone homes that reminded him of something he might see in a Christmas catalog. Narrow, two-storied, with high-peaked gables. The windows were cut into small panes, and warm, glowing lamplight shone out of most of them.
Damn.
Ward sighed, looking around at all the cozy homes lining the street.
I take it back. This neighborhood isn't just nice, it's great. It must have been magical growing up around here.
Well,
Haley followed his gaze and slowed her steps, really taking in the homes, and Ward suddenly felt stupid as fresh tears filled her eyes and began to stream down her cheeks.
I guess you're right. It was.
She sniffed and sobbed.
Great.
Come on. You got this.
Ward put his arm around her shoulders and squeezed her against his side as they walked. After a minute, she sniffed and pointed up a flagstone path lined with regularly placed gas lamps burning with soft amber light. Ward nodded and asked,
They have gas lines in the street, or what?
Yes.
Haley sniffed and chuckled.
Before we left, my father was complaining about them shutting it off soon to perform maintenance on the pipes.
She led the way up the path to the narrow porch of her home. The front door was framed in cloudy glass windows, behind which Ward could see more flames flicker, though he couldn't tell if it was from lamps or a fire. Haley didn't pause on the stoop. She stepped up to the door and pulled it open, and as the warmth and light spilled out into the night, she called out,
Mom? Dad?
Ward hung back as Haley stepped into the foyer, but she gestured for him to follow. It was a nice space, tiled in black and white with wainscoting and plenty of family portraits on the high walls. Gas lamps burned on either side of the entry, illuminating 2 hallways, and ahead of them, a beautiful dark wood banister lined a stairway leading up to the 2nd floor.
Mother!
Haley called out again.
Maybe no one's home,
Grace said from behind Ward. He flinched, but managed to contain his reaction to the chill she elicited on the nape of his neck. Her prediction was proven wrong almost immediately as the sound of clattering dishes and running feet came to them. Seconds later, a middle-aged couple, whose facial features bore strong echoes of Haley's, burst into the room.
Haley!
The man cried, rushing forward to grab her into a hug.
Oh dear, we thought you'd never return,
the woman said, crowding in to stroke Haley's hair as she buried her face in her father's neck. After that, the questions and sobbing answers came fast and furious, and Ward just sort of hung back by the door, feeling awkward. After a while, the dad finally broke his tear-streaked gaze away from Haley's face and looked at him. Ward couldn't help noticing he wore a bit of a grimace.
Who's this then?
This is Ward. I met him in the catacombs and he saved my life several times. Ward, my parents, Venera and Efred.
Ah, Ward held up a hand in protest.
No, it was more of a partnership. Your daughter did her fair share of life-saving.
Efred nodded, sniffing.
And poor Faust. Did you meet him, sir?
I'm sorry, but only briefly. Ward shrugged and, not wanting to be brutally honest with people who just learned of their son's death, added,
He seemed like a fine, strong young man. Life's not fair.
Venera tisked and put an arm around Haley's shoulders.
No, it certainly isn't. Well, Haley, will you tell us about your adventure? Will you regale us with tales of Faust's bravery? And you, sir, will you join us for dessert?
Well,
Mother, father,
Haley said, interrupting Ward's attempt to beg his way out of the situation.
Tell me, how long were we gone? Why, it's been something like 5 weeks. We feared we'd lost you both.
5 weeks?
Ward's eyes nearly bugged out of his head.
Oh, yes. When the other victors emerged after only a handful of days, we began to lose hope. Other people got out? Yes. A mage like yourself, sir. A woman with brightly glowing green eyes. The mayor invited her to dinner. Then there was the fellow who came out boasting of the artifacts he'd gained. He stole a steam wagon and drove off north, making quite a scene, claiming to have conquered the catacombs and swearing he had another challenge to attend. Did he have a tattooed head?
Ward asked, cutting Haley's father off mid-sentence.
Indeed he did, sir. The mayor issued a wanted notice for him as well, for his thievery.
Nefkin!
Haley groaned, smashing a fist into her palm.
That little creep!
Grace cried from behind Ward.
You knew the man?
Haley's mother asked, still clinging to her daughter.
Yes, he betrayed us. I would have died if not for Ward's heroics.
Then, I'm in your debt, sir.
Haley's father stepped forward, holding out a hand. Ward took it, grasping the man's broad palm firmly.
No, you aren't. As I said, Haley also saved me a time or two.
He turned to Haley and her mother.
Listen, I'm going to head to the inn, get cleaned up and rest a bit. I'll leave you to catch up with your folks.
He unslung his backpack and unfastened the top flap.
Hang on a second, though.
They all stood watching as he pulled out the bolt of silky blue fabric.
This is your daughter's. She won it from the catacombs. I'm sure she would have gained more treasure if not for Nefkin's betrayal.
He handed it to Haley and winked, shaking his head slightly when she opened her mouth to protest.
Well, sir.
Haley's father offered his hand again, and Ward took it.
I must insist that you join us for dinner soon. Additionally, I'll be reporting your heroics to the mayor, and you can rest assured that he'll be quite pleased to hear of Haley's safe return and your role in the matter. Well, that's not necessary. Nonsense. I insist. I know you sorcerers are busy, and you likely have other adventures awaiting you, but—
I'll be traveling with him, Father,
Haley announced, and Ward groaned inwardly. Was this really the time?
Truly? Aren't you simply delivering her to us? You're taking her as an apprentice?
Father!
Sir, I have to reiterate. Haley did as much to secure our victory over the catacombs as I did. Now, listen to your daughter's tale, and I'll be sure to accept your invitation for dinner. But let's all have some rest first, yeah? Very good. Very good.
He squeezed Ward's hand again, and then Ward turned to leave, but not before Haley's mother could rush forward to try to hug him. Ward grabbed her shoulders, stopping her short with a gentle squeeze.
No, trust me. You don't want to embrace me right now. The catacombs, at least some of the parts I traversed, were filthy.
Oh, very well, sir. I'm sorry to admit, but I fear you're correct.
She wrinkled her nose and took a step back.
Okay. See you soon, Haley. A pleasure to meet you folks.
Ward waved and stepped out the door, sighing heavily in the cool night air. Well, that was awkward. Grace gave him a nudge to get walking down the path, and as they rejoined the road and turned back toward the center of town, she continued. They seemed to get over the loss of their son quickly.
I think they'd already sort of accepted the idea that both their kids were dead. They seemed surprised and happy to see Haley, so that was nice at least.
Grace slapped him on the shoulder.
Well, let's get you cleaned up, then figure out where that Nevkin rat got off to.
Ward took a deep breath, blew it out, and sighed, soaking in the fresh air once again.
Sure. Sounds good. I'm going to soak for at least 2 hours. 26. A bed to sleep in.
It's this way,
Grace said, pointing up one of the side streets Ward had already passed by at least once.
You're sure? I don't recognize that store with the balcony up there.
I'm sure.
All right.
Ward turned up the narrow, winding street and, keeping to the right so his shoulder brushed the brick wall of a closed business, edged his way around a small crowd of nighttime revelers who lingered at the corner. He'd been wandering a little while, pretty sure of the general vicinity of the inn, but not exactly. He didn't mind, though. The sights and sounds around the town were entertaining at night, and he enjoyed watching the people, smelling the wood smoke in the air, and generally savoring being outside in the fresh air. He received his fair share of second glances as he ambled through the streets. His attire might not make him stand out, but his height and the pale white glow of his eyes were another story. Still, those who gave him double takes quickly looked away, perhaps nervous about being noticed by a sorcerer, as Haley's folks had called him. He rounded a corner and noticed Grace skipping along the cobbles near the center of the street.
You're in a better mood? Glad to be in town?
Well, honestly, I'm just glad to see how Haley treated you when you admitted you have an invisible friend. She didn't act freaked out or start examining you for demonic possession. I wasn't sure how my kind would be received here. I told you I'd heard stories about how all sorts of cultures have given us a bad reputation.
I'm sure your people are totally innocent. Nothing to do with stealing people's souls or anything.
Ward shook his head, his earlier annoyance flaring.
That's beside the point. I'm just glad not to have your friend instantly suspicious.
I get it.
Ward recognized the market area ahead and made his way across the street to more easily approach the bright red and yellow inn. His stomach rumbled and his mouth began to salivate at the idea of a big tankard of Fan's beer.
You know, she might have been giving me a bit of a pass, thanks to the ridiculous deference everyone seems to be giving me now that my eyes are glowing a little.
It's not ridiculous. Sure, if we weren't on Cinder, you'd probably see a lot more people with control over mana, but you've seen how uncommon it is around here.
Right, yeah.
Ward had sort of tuned her out as he climbed the steps to the hen's nest and took in the sound of string instruments, a woman singing, and the smell of something delicious. When he pulled the door wide and stepped in, his smile was instant as he saw the festive atmosphere. A band with 3 fiddlers and a guy playing a set of weird, bottle-like drums occupied the far corner, and a young woman warbled a raucous jig about riding a mare to market. People danced in a cleared-off area of the floor near the fireplace, and a couple of dozen people stood around the bar, drinking and laughing, toasting and carrying on. "Welcome in," Faye called, her back still to the door as she spun between tables, depositing baskets of food. Ward let the door swing closed, then pulled off his pack and began pushing toward the bar. People he passed by got quiet and stared, so by the time he'd reached the counter, half the common room was a good deal less boisterous than when he'd come in. Fan saw him coming, and she smiled hugely, reaching behind her to fill up a tall stoneware mug with frothy beer. "You survived!"
And I came back.
Ward laughed and took the beer. A man of his word. Ward noticed the people he'd squeezed between to get up to the bar had cleared away from him, and he laughed, gesturing to his filthy attire.
"Do you have a room? I should get cleaned up before I hang around people with noses."
I'm sorry, but these folks are in town for the fall festival, and I'm totally booked up."
She frowned and looked around the room. "Hang on, and I'll kick someone out."
"No!"
Ward laughed again, then, after chugging several big mouthfuls of bitter beer, said,
"Is there another place I could stay? Hell, if I could borrow a tent."
"Nonsense, no. You'll stay with us. Faye can sleep with me, and you can have her bed. I've got a great big bathtub, too. You'll love it."
"Seriously?"
"Of course I'm serious. I promised you a room, and here you are, weary and worn, and I don't have it ready for you. That's that. You'll stay with us. Wait a moment while I get Willard out of the kitchen to watch the bar. Then I'll show you up."
I can't argue with that.
Ward was already buzzed from the beer, likely something to do with eating nothing but plums and then sleeping for, apparently, weeks. He leaned against the counter and watched as Fan went through the kitchen door, waving off the shouted requests for drink refills. When she returned, a big bald man followed her, wiping his hands on a dish rag and nodding as Fan told him to watch the bar. "Come on, Ward." She walked around the end of the bar, and Ward drained his mug, slammed it a little harder than he'd intended on the bar top, then turned to follow. She wended through the crowd toward the stairs, and Ward nodded along to the music, enjoying the lively strings and the girl's high, energetic voice. That's when someone shoved him from behind, and he stumbled. Ward turned, scowling, ready to tell Grace to cut that shit out, when he realized it was a burly fellow in leather pants and a blue and black striped sweater who'd shoved him.
"Watch your step,"
the fellow growled, his words slurred and his eyes bleary from too much booze. Ward figured he had a couple of inches and a good 20 pounds on the guy, but he didn't have to square off with him. He'd just made eye contact, scowling when the bristly end of a broom whooshed through the air and thwacked into the side of the aggressor's head, sending him stumbling sideways. Holding the broom's other end, Faye screamed, red-faced, "Dernish, you're cut off! Out!" She had time to give Ward a double take, squint up her eyes in a happy smile, and then she was off, chasing the burly local out the door, smacking him again and again with the business end of the broom. "Come on, Ward!" Fan grabbed his arm and pulled him back into motion, directing him up the stairs, past the second floor where his room had been before, and up to the third. "Only 3 rooms up here, and the best is mine and Faye's. Don't feel funny about this now, you hear? We've let trusted guests bunk with us before. Times are tight, and every spare glory is helpful, you know."
Sure."
Ward was still a little befuddled by his run-in on the dance floor.
"They get rowdy like that all the time?"
"Oh, sure, especially when there's something to celebrate. He didn't hurt you, did he?"
"Nah, just a shove."
"Well, thanks for not bringing the wrath of the gods down on him, I can't afford to rebuild the inn."
"Nah, I don't."
"Don't go telling people what you can't do."
Grace had chosen the perfect moment to butt in, startling Ward to the point where he lurched and banged his forehead on the lintel as he followed Fan into her home.
God damn it,
he groaned.
Sorry, Ward.
Grace didn't seem to be laughing, so his surge of irritation began to cool.
Are you all right? Goodness, what happened?
Fan turned to see Ward rubbing his forehead.
Nothing. Too much beer and not enough rest, I guess.
Ward looked around the little room, and it was apparent that 2 women lived there. Floral prints dominated the space, with plush rugs on the hardwood floors and lots of vases, flowers, hanging plants, and needlework art in frames decorating the space. Room dividers built from polished wood and silky, flower-printed panels separated a sleeping area in the far left-hand corner. Doors led away to the left and right, and Fan gestured around, pointing out the room's features.
That's Faye's bed, your bed for now. The door on the left leads to our amazing bathroom, and this door is my bedroom. Stay out, mister.
All right. You're sure Faye's okay with?
She's fine. Listen, I don't know what you're wearing, but it should be burned. Do you have other clothes?
Nah, they got ruined.
Oh, goodness. Leave that thing on the floor outside the bathroom door, and I'll see if I can rustle you up some pants and a shirt from one of the guests, or maybe Willard.
She wrinkled her nose, then added,
Rinse off a couple of times before you fill the tub, won't you? We have plenty of soap in there.
I will.
Ward nodded emphatically.
I will. I know I'm disgusting right now. I'll rinse the tub out when I'm done too.
Ward followed her over to the bathroom where she showed him around amenities similar to a modern American home, but made of brass and 100 times more stylish. The light was provided by a hanging gas lamp that glowed brightly in the center of the room. As Fan had promised, the tub was huge, and a rack of soaps and jars of dried herbs sat beside it. Fan gestured to the soaps and said,
Don't be shy.
I won't,
Ward laughed, taking the 10th hint about his odoriferous nature to heart.
Leave your dirty clothes outside the door.
You told me, Fan. I will.
Should I try to wash?
Burn 'em.
Ward set his pack down, leaning it against the sink counter, and started to loosen the straps on his armor.
What about that armor?
It doesn't fit me all that well. I'll probably try to sell it and buy something better.
All right. I'll see you when you're all cleaned up.
She pushed past him, and Ward watched her go, admiring her energy and positive demeanor. He supposed he was lucky to have a bath and a soft bed to sleep in. It hadn't occurred to him that the inn might be full. Still, he hadn't been exaggerating. After spending time in the catacombs, he wouldn't have minded sleeping under the stars. Fan paused in the doorway and smiled at him, and Ward found she was a lot younger looking and prettier when she did that. He choked the thought off, not letting his mind go down that road. He had enough trouble without having romantic thoughts about the innkeeper he was bunking with.
Do you want me to put aside some food?
Yes, please don't let all those rowdy bastards eat everything.
Perfect. We'll see you soon then. I'll put something for you to wear outside the door.
Thanks, Fan,
Ward called as the door clicked shut. Then he got to work prying the dirty, blood and grime-stained armored shirt off. He felt a million times better when it was off, and then when he'd peeled off the sweaty, filthy, scratchy blanket poncho, he sighed with immeasurable relief. He piled it into a ball and set it outside the door with his ruined leather shoes. A shiver tingled his spine as he shut the door, and he whirled, expecting to see Grace spying on him. But he was alone.
I know you're around, but just pretend you aren't until I get in the tub. All right, Grace?
True to his word, Ward stood in the tub and dumped a few pitchers of hot water over himself, removing a lot of the grime and sending it down the drain before filling it with hot, steaming water. The brass pipes came up from the floor and traversed the wall to spill into the big tub, and Ward could hear them rattling a long way off through the wooden floor. He wondered what sort of boiler the inn used. Was the water provided from the city, or was a cistern somewhere up above him? It seemed like the people of Cinder had some know-how when it came to building roads and steam-driven vehicles. They had gas lines, so it wasn't so hard to imagine they might have sewer and water lines. Those were some of the things he thought about as he soaked in hot, soapy water. He also thought about Nevkin and how he wanted to catch that little bastard and wring his neck. At the very least, he meant to take his monowell back from the kid, but he might not stop there. If he put up a fight, Ward wouldn't be responsible if he had to hurt him. The kid was dangerous with that rapier, and now he had the means to do magic. If he'd been willing to leave Ward and Haley to an uncertain fate against monstrous lizard men, would he be willing to harm them more directly? Apparently, he'd committed some crimes as he left the town. Why would he do that? Had the power of the artifacts he'd taken gotten to him? Had he found something else before he escaped?
What are you doing? You've been soaking for almost an hour. I thought you were hungry.
Ward opened his eyes, for once not startled by Grace's voice.
You're going to make it so I don't have any reaction to being startled. Is that what you're trying to do? It might backfire if I don't flinch when I should.
Oh, quit being dramatic.
All right. Well, I don't suppose you could hand me that towel.
You know I can't.
So give me a minute, would you?
Ward was starting to get used to Grace being around, and she'd certainly seen enough that he didn't have any hope of modesty, but it was sort of the principle of the matter. He liked to imagine he could still have some privacy. He smiled when she didn't argue. It seemed he was getting through to her. He dried off, wrapped the towel around himself, and then opened the door to see if Fan had come through with her promised change of clothes. Folded neatly on the little chair beside the door was a pair of rough-spun, loose-fitting pants with a drawstring waist and a similarly made shirt with big wooden buttons. They were both a nondescript shade of tan.
I'll take it.
Ward smiled, pressing the shirt to his nose to smell the clean fabric. Looking back at the stool, he saw a pair of well-worn, oiled leather slippers with a soft cloth lining. He was surprised they fit on his rather large feet, with room to spare. The clothes were simple and plain, but they were clean, and Ward felt like $1,000,000 after he'd clad his well-scrubbed body in them. He stood before the full-length mirror in Fan and Faye's living area and gave himself a once-over, peering with amazement into his softly glowing eyes.
Not too shabby.
You are absurd.
Grace laughed from the doorway.
Come on, aren't you hungry?
Ward gave himself one more look, still a little in awe of his youthful skin and dark brown hair. Wouldn't it be something if Andrea could see him now? He wondered if she was still happy with Mark. Catching himself before his mind wandered too far down that road, he shook his head and banished the thought. Why should he care? He opened the door with a grin that exposed his white, healthy teeth.
All right, sidekick. Let's get some food in my belly.
27. A new day. Ward yawned and opened a bleary eye, peering through a gap in the silk-paneled room divider to see what had awoken him. The room was dim, but he saw shadows jumping as someone, probably Fan, moved about, carrying a small lamp. He supposed she was getting ready for the day and was trying not to wake him. He cleared his throat and whispered hoarsely,
Fan, you can turn on the lights. I'm up.
It's me,
Faye announced, and the lamp grew much brighter as she turned up the wick.
My aunt's already down and starting the biscuits.
Breakfast gonna be good?
Always. It'll keep, though, if you want to go back to sleep. I'll be gone in a minute.
Nah, I'm a morning person. Once I'm up, my brain starts going. No way I'll fall back asleep.
Ward stretched and sat up, stuffing the pillows behind his back. Faye's bed was comfortable, if a bit narrow and short for him. He'd been oddly relieved that she didn't change the bedding. He supposed he'd have felt differently if it belonged to someone less clean and nice than Faye, but he was glad she hadn't gone to the trouble.
Thanks for letting me sleep here.
Well, you're paying, right?
She giggled as she walked into the bathroom, and Ward took the opportunity to stand up and pull his shirt on. He'd slept in the loose, comfortable pants Fan had acquired for him. It had either been that or sleep in the nude, and he wasn't going to push the two women's hospitality that far. Once he'd pulled on the shirt, he stepped around the screen, looking for his leather slippers. His feet were cold.
It's cold in here.
He spied the moccasin-style footwear and slipped them on, sighing with relief as the soft lining hugged his toes.
It's going to get colder in the coming weeks. This is nothing.
Faye called from the bathroom.
Well, what's your big plan for the day?
Grace asked. Ward jerked his head to the sound of her voice and saw her fiery eyes flickering in the shadows near the doorway. She hopped up on the dining table, folding her legs under her.
That's not a chair,
Ward muttered. She winked one of her bright eyes and repeated,
Your plan?
Gotta do some shopping today.
Ward raised his voice so Faye would assume he was talking to her. She answered, her voice echoing funnily from the bathroom.
I can show you around once the breakfast rush is past, or do you want to be alone?
Nah, a guide would be great.
Okay, you can buy me lunch while we're out.
It's a date.
Ward turned to Grace, grinned, and offered her a wildly exaggerated wink.
You're ridiculous.
He moved closer to the bathroom door.
Whose clothes am I wearing? I never got the chance to ask Fan last night.
I'm pretty sure she got them all from Willard.
The big guy who works in the kitchen?
Yeah, that's him. Don't worry, he always wears the same boots day in and day out.
The door opened, and Faye stood there, smiling brightly, almost like she was proud of her 2 missing teeth.
Need to go?
Yeah, I'll be quick.
Just come down, or did you want me to wait?
I don't care. Nah, it's fine. Go ahead. I'll see you in a minute.
Great.
She paused, then gestured to her bed.
Sorry I didn't get clean linens out in time. I was busy with that crowd in the common area, and Fan didn't warn me before you went up to sleep.
No.
Ward shook his head.
Don't even think about it. That was the best smelling bed I've been in a long time.
She grinned at that, then nodded and walked past him, smelling like flowers and mint, and Ward continued into the bathroom and closed the door.
I need to buy a toothbrush and... shit. Do you think they have deodorant?
He wasn't sure why he spoke aloud. It was almost like he was inviting Grace into the bathroom with him.
What?
Faye's voice sounded distant, like she'd already stepped out the door to the hallway. Ward raised his voice and called,
Nothing! Talking to myself.
10 minutes later, with Grace trailing behind him, talking his ear off about what he needed to buy, he padded down the wooden stairs to the common room. The scent of sugary baked goods, bacon, and frying potatoes assaulted his nose, sending his stomach into rumbling overdrive. He'd eaten and drunk quite a lot the night before, but he felt like he was running on empty again.
I'm starved,
he announced, grabbing a small empty table near the front window. The fireplace was doing a great job of warming up the space, so he didn't mind the slight chill coming off the glass. The view of the street and the people walking by was worth it. Ward dearly enjoyed people watching. He didn't have to order breakfast. 5 minutes after he claimed his seat, Faye brought a tray of food over along with a big mug of steaming cider. He was beaming, ready to thank her, but a patron sitting in a soft chair near the fireplace grumbled rather loudly.
Wonder what he did for the special treatment. I've been waiting a quarter hour for some food.
Sorry, sir. This customer made his order last night.
Faye's voice was breezy and cheerful, and she traipsed out of the room toward the kitchen without giving the complainer a second glance.
Last night, huh?
The old-timer harumphed, but Ward ignored him, too busy enjoying his plate of eggs, sausage, and pan-fried potatoes to care.
Looks good. Oh, God, it is good.
Suddenly, seated across from him, Grace leaned toward his plate and moaned softly, licking her lips.
You're a glutton. Do you ever not like the way something tastes?
Well, just like I don't have to smell or hear or see what you do, I don't always have to taste what you taste. That's good news for me, by the way. Your taste in warm beer isn't something I fancy.
My taste? There isn't much of a selection in this town, and my body actually develops a thirst, you know? So, yeah, to me, that stuff tasted damn good last night. Anyway, do you have to express your enjoyment so... sensually?
Grace sighed and sat back in her seat.
Fine, just eat, and I'll try to keep from showing any pleasure. By the way, people are staring, so maybe don't talk to me so much.
Ward frowned and looked around at the many people sitting at tables in front of the fire. No one seemed to be particularly interested in him. Using his arm to cover his mouth, he said,
You're killing me, Grace.
He tried to forget she was there for a while and got to work tucking into his meal. Everything was good, especially the warm cider. He'd expected something sweet, but it was spicy and, without a doubt, alcoholic.
What a great tradition.
Ward licked his lips after downing a nice long sip.
Booze for breakfast? Not exactly Nobel Prize worthy.
Ward took another drink, ignoring her, then got back to work on his breakfast. He was just scooping the last of his potatoes onto his fork when Faye returned with a tray of steaming butter and honey-covered biscuits. She dropped one off to everyone in the common room, including Ward.
Sorry it wasn't here with the rest of your meal, but they just came out of the oven.
Ward leaned back and patted his belly, laughing.
At least these clothes are nice and loose.
Oh, I think you can afford a big meal or two. I doubt you ate very well in the catacombs. I don't know how you survived for weeks down there.
Before Ward could try to explain the weird time loss he'd experienced, she was wending her way back toward the kitchen.
It is awfully strange how you lost so much time. I was wondering if the fruit or wine caused it. I've heard of magical foods, usually involving the Fae, that caused people to lose years or entire lifetimes dreaming away while the mortal world moved on.
Fae? Fairies, right? Yeah, I remember stories like that. Never take food from a fairy or some such. You don't think they're the ones who set up the catacombs, do you?
Oh, I doubt it. It might be a related kind of magic, however. Those plums and wine may have been part of your reward. Next time you get a chance to gather some mana, it will be interesting to see if you can take in very much.
Ward tried to mask his chatter with grace by facing the window and speaking in a low voice.
Speaking of that, I was wondering what to do about that copper sheet with the words.
She nodded.
There may be a mana user in this town, a witch or fortune teller, or the like. If so, you might be able to purchase or earn some instruction, something to ask your little friend while you're out on your date.
Ward didn't take the bait. He ate his biscuit, staring into Grace's face, watching for her to break and show some pleasure in the absolutely decadent deliciousness. It didn't take long. Just 2 bites in, he saw her moving her jaw and swallowing. She stared at his mouth, her eyes glued to his fork as it moved up and down with new bites. After a while, he chuckled and broke the spell.
That's pretty nice that you can enjoy things like that.
Food is my favorite. I would have said sex, but my first host ruined that for me.
She frowned, folded her arms over her chest, and looked out the window.
At least most of the time.
Do I want to ask?
No. Sorry I mentioned it.
Ward nodded, wiping his mouth on a napkin. He was stuffed, and the common room was still busy, so he leaned back in his chair and settled in for some people watching while waiting for Faye to finish the breakfast rush. He liked watching families most of all, especially out and about this early during a celebratory time. He'd watch the kids with their rosy cheeks, breath pluming, chattering excitedly to parents who seemed relaxed and cheerful. Ward knew he was in a different world with fantastic things like magic and monsters and everything in between. But what really drove it home for him were those happy people strolling along the street. You just didn't see much of that anymore back on Earth. Ward shook his head, correcting his train of thought. He didn't see much of that kind of thing anymore. He supposed his line of work, the hours he put in, and his generally antisocial behavior could be major contributing factors. Whatever the case, he was enjoying his time on Cinder.
In Tarnish.
He corrected himself. The catacombs had not been fun. Grace asked.
Nothing. Watch out the window. Check out how happy these people are.
Simple lives bring simple joys.
Huh.
Ward folded his arms and considered that for a minute. He hated admitting it, but he felt she had a point. These people weren't worried about social media, news reports, or competing to get into a fancy school or land a high-powered job. Bah. He dismissed the notion. The truth was, he didn't know if any of that was true. Maybe he wasn't seeing the darker side of this society. Maybe there were homeless camps beyond the farms up in the hills, or perhaps there was an addiction problem and mutant addicts lived in the sewers. His musing made him chuckle, and so he was sitting there grinning like an idiot, laughing to himself, when Faye came up to the table.
I'm ready.
Oh, that was quicker than I thought it would be.
Fan has plenty of help today. She wants me to have fun.
As she spoke, Ward turned to look more fully at her and saw she'd changed into a soft-looking yellow sweater and some slender blue woolen pants. She wore polished leather boots and, overall, just looked very comfortable and warm. He scooted his chair back and stood up, clearing his throat.
You look nice.
Faye folded her hands before her and shrugged, shrinking into herself a little as her cheeks reddened.
Well, let's get you some new clothes so I can say the same.
Ward looked himself up and down.
You kidding me? This is some high-quality thread work.
Oh, hush.
Her smile widened, and she stuck the tip of her tongue in the gap where her left incisor was missing. The expression was endearing, and Ward wanted desperately to ask her about her missing teeth.
Go get your things. I'll wait out front.
On it.
Ward stood and returned to the room where he gathered up his backpack, beat-up armored shirt, revolver, knife, axe, and sword. He figured it would be easier to stuff everything in the pack along with the gems he wanted to trade. Buckling it shut, he swung the now heavy pack up to his shoulders and hurried downstairs where he found Faye outside, sitting on the top step.
All set?
She hopped to her feet, and Ward couldn't help but think she was pretty and vibrant and full of the kind of energy he often felt he lacked. He supposed he needed to start cultivating a different attitude now that his body was youthful and healthy. Now that he had a new world of opportunities in front of himself. Thinking that way made him look around for Grace, wondering if she was silently judging him, but he didn't see her. He considered that maybe she wanted a nap after savoring his breakfast. The thought almost made him laugh, so he covered it by inhaling the brisk air exuberantly.
Damn, it smells good out here. Cool, fresh air with a complex layer of wood smoke.
He wrinkled his nose and chuckled.
And animal dung.
Faye reached up and tucked some of her pale blonde hair behind an ear.
You're in a good mood.
How could I not be after that breakfast?
A good point, sir. Well, where to first?
I'd like to unload some of these heavier things first. Know anyone who would buy some old armor and weapons?
Of course. We could go back to old Ganjin's, but you'll do better with someone who specializes in those sorts of things. I know the place.
She turned and started down the cobbled road, and Ward fell in by her side.
Nice of Fan to let you off work.
Oh, I complain about her, but she's great. I know I'm lucky.
She looked like she would say more, but then she just smiled slightly and took hold of his arm.
So, what will you do next?
You mean after I finish shopping today, or are you asking more long-term?
I mean, now that you're done with the catacombs, will you be moving on?
Yeah, I think so. I wasn't expecting to come to a world like this, and now that I'm here, I feel like there's just too much to do, too much to see for me to stay in one place.
Faye turned down a narrow street where Ward was certain anything with more than 2 wheels would get stuck between stone walls.
I understand. I've thought about heading off a few times. There are cities I'd like to see and places I'd like to visit. Still, when I think about what I'd like to be doing with my life, I can't think of much I'd like more than to work with my auntie in her inn. I know it's simple, but...
Don't feel like you have to explain that. Shit, I can think of a million worse ways to live. You're lucky, and I'm glad you know it.
Faye glanced up at him sideways, and he smiled at her. They kept walking for a few minutes, and Ward saw her reaching a finger between her lips, prodding at one of the spaces between her teeth. He couldn't help himself and asked,
"What's the story there?"
Oh!
She pulled her hand away from her mouth as if he'd caught her stealing a cookie.
I'm still getting used to the space. You mean how I lost him? Let's just say I got a little enthusiastic breaking up a brawl in the common room a while back.
Someone hit you?
But it was an accident. There was quite a melee, and one of the regulars ducked a thrown chair, and it caught me right in the mouth. Fan thinks I'm lucky I only lost the 2 teeth and didn't get a broken jaw or something. Anyway, it's costing me most of my savings, but I've got an artificer making me a couple of silver ones.
An artificer?
They don't have him where you're from? He's sort of like a skillful tinker who knows a thing or two about enchanting. The fellow I hired knows the words to make the new teeth grow into the gums.
The words? Like the words of power?
Exactly, though I guess they're different for putting on artifacts than those meant for speaking. You probably know more than I do.
Faye turned again and pointed down the steeply descending, narrow, cobbled lane.
Speaking of my missing teeth, the smith I know is down there in the market square.
Ward followed her, a little confused about what the smith would have to do with her missing teeth.
So, this artificer, how long does he take to make 2 little teeth?
He wanted 3 months, but I keep stopping by to bug him, and I think he's hurrying. I saw him yesterday, and he really groused. I'm going as fast as I can gather the mana. You've really put a strain on me with this order. I should charge you extra. On and on.
She laughed, and Ward chuckled along with her. The narrow street opened into a small cobbled courtyard with a stone well at the center. Several stores opened onto the square, and on the far left corner, Ward saw an open-air smithy with a man wearing an apron hard at work, pumping a bellows, sending bursts of air into a brightly glowing forge. Faye approached him and called out,
Rolf, I have a customer for you.
Rolf turned toward them, and Ward saw his swarthy cheeks lift upward as a smile crinkled his bright blue eyes. Faye, it's been too long. Are you avoiding me? Faye stopped and put her fists on her hips.
No, but I notice you've been keeping away from the nest ever since that brawl.
Oh, Faye. Rolf stopped pumping the bellows and clapped his hands to the sides of his head. Don't remind me of that. I'm so sorry I ducked.
Hush, I told you then it wasn't your fault.
Faye turned to Ward and winked.
This is the guy I was telling you about.
You've been telling people about that. Rolf looked horrified as he practically jogged over to the two of them. Sir, I have to tell you, I didn't know Faye was behind me. He reached out a hand. I'm Rolf, and it'll be a pleasure to earn your business today. Ward shook his hand and nodded.
I'm Ward, and don't worry, I'm sure you can earn Faye's good graces with a fair price. Let me show you some stuff I want to sell, and then we can talk about what you might sell me. That sound all right?
28. Just spending time. You're telling me you'd like to trade this old armor and these weapons for something new? Rolf held his hands on his hips as he looked over the chainmail shirt, axe, and sword. What's wrong with the weapons?
Well, I'm not saying something's wrong with them. I think they're pretty decent, really, especially the sword. I just don't know squat about fighting with them, and thought I'd get something a little more my speed.
Ward was keeping his knife. He'd had some practice with a knife in the Marines, and it was immensely useful in other ways. The axe was probably a decent weapon to keep around, but it was clearly not meant for use as a tool. And Ward had seen enough in his life to know that, though he could probably swing it quickly and with plenty of force, there was a hell of a lot more to fighting with an axe than that. As far as he knew, that went double for the sword. So, what kind of weapon are you interested in?
I think a spear.
Ward was sure there was a lot he didn't know about fighting with a spear, but he knew enough to figure he'd be better off with one than with a sword. It had more reach than other melee weapons, and if he capitalized on that, keeping enemies at bay, he'd have at least a fighting chance of stabbing them with the pointy end. Rolf nodded and looked Ward up and down, his gaze lingering on his eyes momentarily. Then he glanced at Faye and quickly looked away. Well, I suppose you know this sword's worth more than any spear I've got for sale. It's worth more than most of the armor I've got, too. If you want to trade it, I'll fit a ringmail vest for you and let you take your pick of my spears. For the axe and old armor, I'll pay 100 glories.
Deal.
Ward held out a hand, and Rolf shook it. His palm felt like plywood, and Ward wouldn't have been surprised to see him juice an onion with that grip. Good. I'll measure you, then you can pick your spear. I'll have Lem bring the armor by the inn tonight, or first thing in the morning. Ward agreed, and then Rolf spent 5 minutes taking measurements that reminded him of the handful of times he'd bought new suits. Rolf didn't have a measuring tape, though. He used lengths of string, cutting them to represent the measurements. In the end, he had a solid fistful of strings, and Ward had no idea how the man would keep them straight. Which one represented his biceps and which his neck? What about the lengths of his arms? When Rolf took him to see his spears, guiding him into the shop adjoining to his forge and pointing out a rack that lined one wall, Ward spent a good 15 minutes looking them over. He liked how some of them looked, but when he picked them up, they didn't feel right. Too long, too short, too heavy, or uncomfortable to grip. He settled on a long spear with a 7-foot haft and a 10-inch knife-like blade with 2 edges. It was longer than many others, but not nearly as long as some. Ward figured he wanted the weapon for reach, so getting something too short wouldn't be wise. He liked that the dark-stained wooden haft was smooth and round, easy to grip, and very sturdy while still having some flexibility. That's a nice one. Meadow ash haft with a barrow steel blade. You won't go wrong with a good solid spear like that. Ward glanced at Faye to see what she thought, but she was perusing some knives Rolf had on a display counter.
I'll take it then.
Right. Let me get your glories for the axe and old armor. Then I'll get to work on your ringmail.
Sounds good.
Ward walked over to Faye, careful not to drag his spear tip along the wooden rafters.
Something you want in there?
Oh, not now. I was thinking of a present for Fan. She could use a new chopping knife.
Pick a good one, and we'll get it for her. Least I can do, considering you two making room for me in your home.
Really?
Faye looked up from the case, her brown eyes sparkling in the light from the window as she smiled.
Sure.
Well, she'd love this one. Look at the lovely handle and the fine steel.
She pointed to a sharp-looking chopping knife with a light blonde wood handle. It was a beauty, and the tag hanging from the handle read, $75.
Rolf, we'll take this knife too. Take it out of the money you owe me.
Ward wasn't worried about glories. He had a pouch full of gemstones in his backpack and more than 1,500 glories from before he went into the catacombs. Besides all that, he was youthful, healthy, and smart enough to find ways to make money in his new reality. Right away, sir. Ward sighed happily.
You wait for him to get it, will you? I'm going to step out with this spear before I break something.
Okay. Thank you, Ward. She's going to love it.
It's no problem, but you have to do something for me.
Oh?
Yeah. Be sure to tell her it's from both of us.
I couldn't.
Yeah, you could.
Ward pulled open the door.
I wouldn't have bought it if not for you, so there you go.
He stepped out into the chilly air, inhaling deeply and watching as his breath plumed forth as he exhaled.
Damn, that's nice.
Having fun playing big shot with the local barmaid?
Grace snickered from beside him, and Ward sighed.
Too much to hope you weren't listening in, I guess.
Oh, relax. I'm starting to get your MO. If I picture you like I found you, a limping, late middle-aged dad type, I can see your actions as kind of sweet. Innocent, almost.
Are we going back to that? Old man this and old man that?
Can't I tease you without you starting to feel prickly? You earned some respect in the catacombs, so don't take it personally, okay? I'm just playing around.
Where have you been, anyway?
Just resting and watching. I've been staying alert at night, paying attention to what your nose and ears tell me, trying to ensure you don't get messed with while sleeping.
Huh? Why?
Well, you heard what Haley's parents said about Nevkin, right? He's unhinged. He has access to power, but channeling that mana through the mana well and using it through an artifact that's clearly beyond his ability? It can't be good for his mind. It'll pull out all of his worst qualities. I thought it wise to remember he also has reason to be threatened by you. I wouldn't be surprised if the little devil didn't hire watchers to see if you and your little princess ever came out of the catacombs. One could be observing you right now, or someone could be riding pell-mell to wherever Nevkin is to let him know you're alive.
You think so? I think he thought for sure he was leaving us to die. He knew 3 lizards were coming down.
Well, you dispatched one lizard rather easily, and he didn't know you were running low on bullets.
I guess so.
Grace narrowed her eyes at him.
He should be worried, yes? You don't intend to let him get away with what he's done, do you?
Hell yes, he should be worried. I very much intend to find the little bastard.
The door squeaked open, and Faye stepped out, holding a little leather pouch in one hand and a ribbon-wrapped, knife-sized wooden box in the other. She offered him the pouch.
25 glories.
As Ward took it, dropping it into a pocket on his filthy canvas backpack, she asked,
Who were you talking to?
Just myself. I have a bad habit of it.
Ward looked past her to where Grace was leaning against the building, and she wiggled her fingers at him, then disappeared. Faye smiled and looked up and down the street.
Well, where to next?
You know, I need new clothes and shoes. I wouldn't mind a nicer pack, maybe a leather one. I have some uncut gems to sell. That's enough to get us started, wouldn't you say?
Sounds like a good morning. Then we can get lunch, and you can figure out what else you need to accomplish.
Faye grabbed his elbow, and Ward smiled, enjoying her familiarity. They stopped by a jewelry store first, and Ward sold his 3 rose quartz stones for 25 glories each, but that was peanuts compared to the 2,500 the little glasses-wearing jewelsmith offered him for the uncut sapphire. Ward knew next to nothing about gemstones, but he knew sapphires were expensive back on Earth. Apparently, an uncut one the size of his thumbnail was worth a pretty penny in tarnish, too. Ward talked the woman up to 3,250 glories for the lot, and suddenly, the knife he purchased for Fan didn't seem like much of a big deal. Next, Faye led him to a cobbler, an honest-to-God cobbler, who made shoes from scratch out of leather and tough woven materials. He used all kinds of things for soles that Ward wouldn't have ever thought of, from springy wood to hardened leather to cork to materials that sounded like they were made up. Ward bought a pair of lace-up leather boots with multi-layered hide, wood, and cork soles. After the stout, bearded cobbler measured his foot, he announced that he'd have the boots ready in 2 days. Ward couldn't complain, considering the guy was building them from scratch. He picked up 5 pairs of woolen socks while he was there, and then he and Faye went to a tailor who she swore was the best in town. Ward wasn't sure he was great at tailoring, but the fellow was a skilled salesman. He instantly whipped out a proper measuring ribbon with numbered lines at regular intervals, though definitely not a unit of measurement Ward was familiar with. While he sized him up, the very slender, very neatly dressed man gave Ward a rundown on what he recommended he buy. First, 3 pairs of boot-cut woolen trousers dyed a dark gray, black, and blue, the better to hide stains from the road. Next, 5 long-sleeved shirts made of hemp with pearl-inlaid buttons dyed in various shades of white, gray, and blue. And finally, a dark gray heavy woolen jacket with sturdy stitching, a bright, silky red lining, and carved horn buttons meant to keep him warm and dry in any weather. Ward couldn't argue with the man, agreeing to the order along with several pairs of underwear and undershirts. As he was wrapping up the order and paying the man 550 glories, he asked,
What about hats? You can see for yourself. I've a few in stock.
The tailor, Mr. Thorne, pointed to a rack near the front of the store, almost hidden by a shelf full of cloth bolts.
I recommend a dark one with a wide brim. It'll go with your coat and be wonderful for keeping rain out of your eyes. I use only the finest felted wool, and I'll throw in a brush that'll be handy for keeping it and your coat in good order.
Ward nodded and walked over to the rack, choosing one that looked a lot like a bowler, but with a much wider brim. He turned it over, noticing the silky gray lining and hatband, hand-stitched and embroidered with little jumping deer.
Beautiful work.
He pressed it to the top of his head and was stunned to find it a perfect fit.
I guess it's fate. I'll take this too, Mr. Thorne. An excellent choice, Ward. You'll cut quite the figure once I'm done with your order. I should charge more for the materials, considering the measurements.
He's not that big, Mr. Thorne,
Faye laughed. I could make 2 coats to fit me for every one of his.
Well, I don't have a slender, elegant figure like you, sir.
The banter had gone back and forth like that the entire time Ward had been in the shop, and he enjoyed it. Quite right, Mr. Thorne laughed, adding, Leave the hat with me, and I'll monogram it with the rest of your order. You said your last name was Dyer?
That's right.
Ward returned to the counter and set the hat down.
50 for the hat. A bargain.
Ward chuckled as he slapped a few glories on the counter.
You'll deliver it all to the inn?
Faye asked, moving to stand next to Ward.
I'm hungry.
She elbowed him in the ribs.
That's my cue, sir.
Ward reached out to shake Mr. Thorne's hand as the tailor assured Faye he'd have the clothes delivered to the inn within 3 days. They stepped outside into the brisk air, and Ward's stomach rumbled despite his big breakfast. He could smell things cooking in the air, and, coupled with the wood smoke, the scents brought vivid meals to his imagination.
Where do you want to get lunch?
It's a pity you don't have your new clothes.
She turned and started up the street.
Not to worry. I know a place where even a ruffian like you might gain entry. Lord, she has the hots for you.
Grace laughed, suddenly walking beside Ward.
I thought you were a bad flirt, but she's pushing it to a new level.
Ward, in too good a mood to let Grace's ribbing get to him, reached over and pulled her into his side, squeezing her in a brief hug.
Don't spoil a lovely day,
he said softly.
Faye
turned, smiling.
Come walk beside me.
Ward winked at Grace, let go of her shoulders, then hurried to walk beside Faye. While they walked, the barefoot devil began to speak, hardly taking a breath between sentences.
You made a nice haul from that sapphire. You should consider buying a mount or other vehicle to get to the next city. You need to buy a map so we can try to figure out where Nevkin went. Don't forget about toiletries. Also, I think...
Ward made a show of clearing his throat and gave Grace a shove, sending her stumbling into the street.
Excuse me.
He covered the movement by pretending to stumble on a loose cobble. Grace glared at him.
That was rude, Ward, and I'll get you back. Good luck eating soup without looking like a moron anytime soon.
Ward shivered slightly as her words came to him, and he realized he'd just picked a fight he couldn't hope to win.
Chili?
Faye asked, gripping his elbow tighter and leaning into him. She was getting friendly, and Ward wasn't sure how he felt about all that. She was probably in her late 20s. He looked like a healthy 30-something, but he was, in reality, probably old enough to be her dad. He cringed at the thought, trying to grapple with the moral implications. It didn't help that, only that morning, Grace had reminded him about his demeanor back on Earth. The thoughts wouldn't leave him, and he must have shown his disquiet because, during lunch, Faye made a few comments about him seeming stressed, which he brushed off as just getting used to being out of the catacombs. They were in a simple restaurant, a counter behind which a woman made soups and flatbreads, and only a handful of little tables out front. Faye claimed she loved it, especially when the weather turned chilly, and Ward couldn't argue. The soup was delicious, and, thankfully, Grace hadn't knocked his spoon out of his hand even once. After they'd eaten in silence for nearly 10 minutes, Faye blurted out,
"What's got you so somber all of a sudden?"
Honestly?
Sure. I wouldn't ask if I wanted a lie.
Faye snorted and slurped a spoonful of broth from her bowl of game hen soup.
All right. What if I told you I was quite a lot older than I look?
Wouldn't surprise me much. Sorcerers don't age like normal folk.
Huh. So, yeah. Doesn't that creep you out? I could be your dad.
Oh, gods! No, you couldn't. He's long gone, run off with a tailor or seamstress or some such. The story changes depending on how drunk my auntie is when she's telling it.
I didn't mean literally.
I know, silly. I'm just saying you aren't even a little bit like my so-called father. Anyway, I don't care. I've talked to 1,000 old folks at the inn, and you know what most of them tell me when I ask what it's like?
What?
They tell me they can't believe it. They're still kids in their minds, still the same person who used to race in the derby or dance in the fair or any number of things younger folks do. So, if your body's young and you don't feel old in here,
she reached over the small wobbly table to poke him in the chest.
Then why do I care if you've seen a few more years than I have? It's not like I'm a little innocent girl, you know.
When he lifted an eyebrow as if contemplating her words, she added,
Besides, what's got you thinking about all that? We're just spending some time together, doing some shopping.
Ward started, but Faye winked at him, and he chuckled.
Right. No big deal at all.
After that, he relaxed a good deal. Their conversation turned toward local topics, the fair, the horse races, which Faye was desperately looking forward to, the mayor, and how he'd been lying about upgrading the sewer lines near the town center for 3 years. After a brief lull, Ward asked if she knew who might sell him a good horse. He'd seen horses in town and, along with the sighting, come to realize that these people were clearly human, if a bit differently evolved than those on Earth. Still, he couldn't wrap his head around it. How could a distant planet have things like horses, pigs, chickens, and humans running around?
I wonder...
Ward was cut off as the soup shop's little door burst open and a woman in a bright red cloak, red-faced and harried-looking, rushed through, exclaiming to the woman behind the counter,
Jennifer, did you hear about the attack up in the Villa district?
Well, good afternoon, cousin. No, I've been on the soup all day. Could have used a little help earlier.
Oh dear, the poor girl who'd just come out of the catacombs. Her folks dead and her nearly gone herself. She had to fight off the attacker. He's still at large. The watch is out in the streets up there. I'd imagine they'll be sweeping through here eventually.
Ward didn't realize he'd stood up, but his chair clattered to the floor behind him, snapping his attention back to the scene at hand. In his mind, he was already running through town to check on Haley.
I gotta go, Faye. I think I know the girl who was attacked.
29. Murder. When Ward, with Faye close behind, approached the gated community where Haley lived, he noticed a cluster of city guards standing around, turning people away, dispersing any crowds that started to form. They all wore the same uniform and gear: polished steel helmets that covered the tops of their heads, gray and blue tabards over steel-studded leather coats, and long hardwood cudgels looped around their wrists. As Ward continued toward them, ignoring their frowns and discouraging glares, a short, very stocky one waved his cudgel in front of him, pointing up the street. "Move along!"
I need to go in.
Ward leaned on his spear, wishing he had his new clothes because, in his opinion, he looked something like a vagrant in the hand-me-downs Fan had gathered for him. At least he wasn't still wearing his backpack. They dropped it at the inn on the way across town. "Nobody getting in, friend. Now shove off." He gestured again with his baton.
The hell did you just say?
Ward growled, glaring.
Hey!
One of the other guards barked, a tall, dark-skinned fellow with uncanny pale green eyes.
He said move on.
Ward looked the guards over. There were 5 of them, and they all looked fit and wore peeved scowls as though someone had come along and pissed in their coffee cups. He wanted to see Haley, wanted to help her, comfort her, but he didn't think trying to fight 5 guards was the right move. He held up his hands, shifting his spear to the crook of his arm.
Look, fellas, I'm not trying to cause trouble. I'm just worried about Haley. She's lost a lot of family recently. You know her brother just died in the catacombs, yeah? Can you tell me if she's got someone with her? Is she alone? How hurt is she?
He felt Faye move to stand beside him, gripping his elbow. Whether to show support or to restrain him, Ward couldn't tell. The first guard, the one who told Ward to shove off, backed up a step as the other green-eyed fellow stepped closer.
I understand. We're all on edge, and the hysterical crowds aren't helping. You know Efred's daughter, huh?
They were in the catacombs together,
Faye said, shifting to lean closer, her voice carrying a note of exasperation. The guard's eyes snapped wide, and he looked closer at Ward's face, nodding.
Ah, you're that one who came out with her, huh? Yeah, I didn't notice your eyes in the lamplight. The captain wanted to speak to you anyway.
He turned to the guards blocking the road.
Let him through.
But, Sarge!
The stocky bully started to whine, but the sergeant held up a hand, cutting him off.
Lavin, you walk him up. Make sure the captain sees him.
A different man stepped forward, slamming a fist to his chest. Sarge! Then he turned to Ward and Faye. Follow me, civilians! He was tall and young, and his Adam's apple bobbed prominently while he spoke. Ward shrugged and started after him. As soon as they'd passed by the gate, he hurried a step to walk beside the young man.
Lavin, is it? How's Haley? Is she conscious?
I don't know, civilian. You'll have to ask the captain. Lavin spoke loudly, staring straight ahead while he marched, and Ward began to think he might have something wrong with him. He slowed, falling back beside Faye.
Do you know any of these guys?
I've seen them around town, I'm sure, but no, not personally. Don't take their behavior to heart. We don't see many murders in Tarnish, at least not in people's homes, and I'm sure they're feeling the stress.
Ward looked around, wondering where Grace was. Still resting? He'd been surprised to hear from her that she'd been staying up listening for attackers, but it made him wonder if Haley was a victim of what she'd feared, an assassin sent by Nevkin. He felt a little peeved at himself not realizing this might happen. No, it was more that he'd brushed off Grace's concern. He still pictured Nevkin as an awkward, strangely competent young man. His experience of him as a double-crossing thief was too brief.
Double-crosser, yeah, but a murderer?
What? Lavin asked, briefly glaring at Ward.
Nothing.
He saw the cobbled path leading up to Haley's house and, up on the porch, two men standing and talking, one of them wearing colors similar to the town guards.
That the captain?
Yes. Lavin double-timed, moving ahead of Ward. Captain, I've got the man you wanted to question, the one from the catacombs. Ward slowed and approached the sidewalk, for the first time wondering if this could spell trouble. What if these clowns thought he'd done the killing? What kind of laws were enforced in this town? What kinds of rights did citizens have? What about strangers? All of his experience as a detective, all the laws and statutes he'd had to memorize, none of it would help the fact that he didn't know squat about the legal system in this place.
Guess I can learn,
he muttered as the two men walked down the path, brushing past the stiffly saluting Lavin. The captain was a fit man who looked to be in his 50s. He wore a neat, short gray beard, held his chest out like a bit of a rooster, and clearly took pains to polish his leather belt and boots. The other man was smaller, wore a neat two-toned green suit, and carried a heavy-looking black leather case. Ward leaned on his spear, putting himself in front of Faye, and watched them approach.
You're Ward?
The captain asked, stopping a few feet away.
That's right.
Surname?
Dyer.
Ward Dyer? Your father was a dye master? Ward shrugged. What did it matter?
Sure. Is Haley all right?
She'll recover with some rest, the green-suited man replied. He had a rather high voice and spoke from the back of his throat. When he looked briefly into Ward's eyes, Ward saw that he wore a monocle that looked almost like it was permanent. Its gem-studded golden base seemed molded to his flesh.
I'll ask the questions, if you gentlemen don't mind.
The captain shifted slightly, placing part of his body between Ward and the man in green.
Ward, would you care to tell me what you did upon returning to town? When was that? This morning?
He got back last night. Why are you asking him these questions?
Faye stepped forward, folding her arms.
Shouldn't you all be finding the killer instead of harassing people who care about the victim?
That's enough, miss.
Faella Gildenhearth.
Gildenhearth? Are you from out of town as well?
No! My aunt owns the Hen's Nest. I've seen you in there a dozen times, Captain Figran.
Ah, yes. Yes.
He nodded, stroking his chin.
Yes, I remember you now, Faella.
He smiled, like a switch being flipped. Ward could see him dismiss Faye from his mind as he refocused on him.
So, can you answer the question?
Ward was honestly relieved to have the man asking. It meant he was still at least considering the idea that Ward hadn't had anything to do with the murder. It sounded almost like he meant to carry out just the type of investigation Ward had spent half his life conducting.
Sure. I went back to the inn, got cleaned up, ate and drank, then slept. When I woke, I ate some more at the inn, and then Faye and I spent the morning shopping. We were having lunch when I heard about what happened here. Is that so? Are you forgetting something? Huh? I've heard from 2 witnesses that you visited the victims in their home.
He jerked his head over his shoulder, indicating the house behind him.
Oh, shit. Yeah, of course. I thought you meant after that, because that's the first thing we did when we got into town. I walked Haley here, met her folks, then went to the inn. Interesting.
He nodded, still stroking his chin, then, after glancing at Faye, asked,
"You're still at the hen's nest? Planning to stay there?" "Yeah, for now." "If you intend to leave town, please clear it with my office."
Without waiting for a response, he turned to the green-clad man.
"Dr. Brogius, have a good evening."
Then he turned to Faye, tipped his black high-topped hat, and walked away. Ward was glad he'd left without securing a promise. He wasn't sure he'd have given it. "Pleasure," the doctor said, and started to walk away.
"Hold up."
Ward grabbed his shoulder, and the man flinched, but turned to him, smiling sheepishly. "Yes?"
"What happened?"
Ward jerked his head toward the house.
Oh, quite a mess, I'm afraid. Someone attacked the family in the early morning hours. The parents were killed in their bedroom, but it looked like the father put up enough of a struggle to wake the daughter. She came into the room and fought the attacker. The guards didn't find the body, so they're assuming the attacker got away. The young woman was badly wounded. Near death, in fact.
Jesus.
Pardon?
"What happened to her?" Faye cried, apparently more frustrated by the suspense than even Ward.
Oh, she was stabbed several times.
The doctor shuddered.
Gods, what a mess. I'd hate to have to clean that house.
She's in there?
Yes, she's awake. Or, well, she was 5 minutes ago.
Ward turned to the house, ready to dismiss the doctor, but Faye pressed him with another question.
"She'll be all right?" "Well, physically, yes. I administered a healing tonic and treated her wounds with cutburn salve."
Faye's outraged cry caught Ward off guard.
"Cutburn? Gods, why not a mending or restorative salve?" "There's the expense, but—" "Seriously?"
Faye leaned forward and grabbed the diminutive man's green lapels.
"You penny-pinching dirty!"
The doctor jerked himself free of her grip and stumbled down the cobbles, utterly fleeing ahead of her wrath. When he was several steps away, he cried,
"She insisted!"
Then he turned and briskly walked away.
"That little creep!"
"Want to explain, Cutburn?"
Ward frowned. He didn't think he was going to like the answer.
"It's exactly what it sounds like. A paste they put on cuts to burn the wound closed. It's really, really painful and leaves bad scars."
Faye started up the steps, and Ward followed her, a simmering rage beginning to burn in his gut. When they reached the door, Faye calmed enough to remember she didn't know the family, and backed up, watching Ward to see what he'd do. He leaned his spear in the corner of the porch, then walked up to the door and hesitated, wondering if he should knock. He still wasn't sure if Haley was alone. He lifted his hand to the door, but paused and glanced at Faye.
"I kind of wish you didn't chase that doctor away. Is she alone in there?"
"How would I know?" After another few seconds of deliberation, Ward gently rapped on the door with his knuckles. A moment later, he heard the tap of shoes on the wooden floor, and then the latch turned, and the door was pulled open.
"Hello?"
The woman standing inside was older and very small, with long gray hair held up under a white kerchief. She wore a simple gray dress and held a large chopping knife in one hand, not unlike the one he'd recently purchased for Fan.
"Are you with the marshal's office? That good-for-nothing guard captain said you'd be days getting out this way."
Ward frowned, confused by the question and sudden insight into the law enforcement situation.
"I'm Ward, a friend of Haley's."
"Oh my! Yes, the man from the catacombs."
She backed up a step, frowning, holding the door where it was, about a quarter of the way open.
"She's not well, you know. She'll need a rest. Still, she's mentioned you several times. I wager she'd be glad to see you."
"Yeah, I'd like to see her. Are you related?"
"Oh, no, I'm a neighbor. The captain asked me to look over her while she's under the influence of the doctor's tonic. I decided to make some soup."
She held up the knife and shrugged.
"Just chopped up the carrots."
"Well, do you mind if we come in?"
"No, of course not. Pardon me."
She backed up a step and waved them in. She gestured to the stairs off to the left-hand side of the foyer.
Her room's the second door on the left in the hallway upstairs. The door should be open. I wanted to be able to hear if she called out. Please keep it that way."
Ward grunted in acknowledgement and started up the steps. Faye walked behind him, and for some reason he was glad she was there. Again, he looked for Grace, hardly believing she was missing out on everything, but saw no sign of her. When he stepped into the hallway, he saw the first blood spatters. Further on, toward the end of the hallway, blood was pooled a centimeter deep and coagulated into a sticky maroon-brown sludge with half a dozen sets of footprints in it. The smell was all too familiar to Ward.
"Gods,"
Faye breathed.
Yeah.
He looked into Haley's room, noted the Spartan furnishings, and stepped over to the narrow bed next to the closed window. The foot of her bed was draped with a fluffy pink comforter, but Haley lay uncovered on the sheets, her head propped up on 2 pillows. She wore loose, comfortable-looking red pajamas, and when her wan face with its sunken, dark eyes turned toward him, he thought she might have tried to smile, but her mouth wouldn't respond. Instead, her lips trembled, and fresh tears spilled from the corners of her eyes, joining the others on her damp, shiny cheeks.
Haley.
His voice was quiet, hoarse with emotion, and he hurried to stand beside her, grabbing her pale, slender hand.
"What?"
Her lips twisted down at one corner as an involuntary sob joined his name.
They're...
I know. Hush.
Ward glanced toward Faye, aware the scene was probably awkward for her, but she'd stepped out. Perhaps the gravity of the situation had finally hit home. The blood, the smell of murder, Haley lying traumatized in a dim room. He couldn't blame her for backing away.
"I hurt him, Ward. I hurt him badly. I broke some bones."
She squeezed his fingers with her hot, wiry ones.
What did he look like?
"Big. Your size. He had a thick, dark beard. I remember that. I think he thought I was dead."
More moisture had begun to flow from her eyes, and she sniffed, letting go of his hand to wipe her nose on her sleeve. Ward looked at her other arm and saw it was splinted and wrapped with gauze.
Hurt your arm?
"Broke my wrist. That's nothing, though. The tonic will help the bone mend. I'm going to have some new scars."
She lifted the hem of her pajama top, showing Ward her pale, flat stomach and the 3 long, bright red scars left behind by the knife and the cauterizing ointment the doctor had used. Ward had imagined something worse. He knew cauterizing a wound often left terrible scars and didn't do much to mend the internal damage. It looked like the cut burn was at least a little magical. She had bright red scars, but they weren't huge, and the burns, if that's what they were, looked well healed already.
I've seen worse.
He winked at her, twitching half his mouth into a smile.
"Exactly what I expected you to say."
She sniffed, then added,
"I have another, but it's up higher."
Well, I'm glad you lived, kid. Goddamn, I want to catch that son of a bitch. Anything else to go on? See more of his face than his beard?
Haley closed her eyes, inhaling slowly, visibly quelling several shuddering sobs.
"Dark eyes, hooded head, black stains on his hands, his fingers."
That's a lot. I'll find him. What do you think you broke?
"Ribs, maybe an arm. He'll have marks for sure. I hit him with a wolf fist. He'll either have to pay a lot, or any healing he gets will leave behind 5 puncture scars."
She held her uninjured hand out like a claw and poked her fingers against Ward's lower left side.
"Here."
All right. You focus on getting better, and I'll find him. Then we'll figure out why he was here. I have a bad suspicion.
"Nevkin."
Ward nodded.
Yeah. Little bastard didn't want us thinking about coming after him.
Haley didn't respond, but closed her eyes, and her breathing grew increasingly slow and steady. Ward wasn't sure if she'd fallen asleep, so he said softly,
I'll be back.
"Wait. Promise me you won't kill him unless you know why he came here."
Oh, that's a promise. Believe it.
Ward started to turn, and then a thought occurred to him.
Hey, you need money? Why'd you cheap out on the healing?
The cut burn. I could have paid for better. I didn't want to. I want to remember these wounds. I want to remember this pain. I won't forget the day my parents...
A choking sob interrupted her, and she scowled, shaking her head. Firmly, vehemently, she growled,
The day my parents died.
You were conscious?
When she nodded, that defiant expression still burning in her eyes, Ward reached up and rubbed the back of his head, also nodding.
Okay, I get it. I'll come see you tomorrow. Let you know what I find out.
He did know what she meant. He'd had plenty of buddies personify scars they'd picked up on duty. They gave them names and associated them with dead friends, atrocities witnessed, and trauma endured. Ward had a couple of his own on his left leg and shoulder, 2 bullets that could have done a lot more than poke holes in him. A few other bullets fired from the same gun had killed 2 of his patrol buddies.
Thank you, Ward.
He smiled at her grimly and turned, finding Faye waiting for him in the hallway. She took hold of his arms as they walked out, and as they descended the steps, she said,
I feel so awful for her. Ward, I'm going to pick up some supplies from the inn and bring Willard with me to clean this place up for her.
That's really sweet, Faye. Give me a few minutes before we leave. I'm going to look over the scene to see if I can spot anything that might help lead me to the killer.
While he spoke, the neighbor lady stepped around the corner and gestured to the door.
Thank you for not lingering.
Just a minute. I need to look over the murder scene. I'm going to help the, marshal find the killer.
Oh, well, that's helpful, I suppose. I hate knowing the man who killed poor Ephred in Venera is still out there.
She looked Ward up and down, then stepped forward, proffering her hand.
I'm Minera, by the way.
Ward inhaled through his nose, looked around the room, then shrugged and took her hand.
I'm Ward.
He looked at the stairs.
Now, if you'll excuse me, as I said, I need to examine the scene. We have a killer to find. 30. Clues and bullets.
Ward gingerly tried to step on wooden planks that weren't smeared with blood as he entered the scene of the murder.
What a shit show.
He held his rough-spun sleeve over his nose, grimacing at the thick, acrid tang of drying blood and bile. He'd left Faye downstairs chatting with the neighbor lady and was just talking to himself, but it wasn't a great surprise when Grace cleared her throat and replied.
Whoever did this wasn't any sort of professional.
Ward turned toward the sound of her voice and frowned.
Where have you been?
I told you, resting. Don't ask me to explain it, but being with you, being conscious, takes effort. I don't know how it wears me out, considering I don't have a body, but it does.
Well, help me spot some clues in this damn mess.
The room was a disaster. It wasn't just the blood either. While the dark smears were awful and numerous, on the floors, staining the bedsheets, splashing on the walls, they were only part of it. A broken chair, a shattered vase, chunks of plaster knocked off the walls, and clumps of feathers from a ruptured pillow all contributed to the chaotic mess. Ward carefully stepped around the thicker bloodstains, though he wasn't sure why. He could see that the city guards, the doctor, and probably the mayor and neighbors had all walked through the room. Despite that, he could sort of pick out where the majority of the fighting had taken place and where Haley's parents had died. One in the bed, and one against the wall near the door. He could tell because of the thick, coagulating pools of blood. He stepped around the bed to the wall with the large chunks of missing plaster, noting how they'd scattered on the floor.
Looks like he tried to stab one of them here. They dodged, and he drove the point of his knife into the plaster. Shit, 3 times.
Probably Haley. I can't see her old dad being that nimble.
Yeah.
Ward walked around some more, noting the smears and handprints on the floor leading to the biggest pool of coagulated blood.
Dad went down here, crawled his way to the wall there, and I think our killer gave him a few extra holes in his back for good measure.
Does this remind you of any crime scenes you've seen?
Yeah, sure. I've worked a few murder scenes. This one's a lot messier than the killer planned, I'll tell you that much. I wish I'd seen the bodies, but I bet the mom didn't get stabbed more than once or twice.
Ward walked over to the bed, pointing to the deep red stain on the sheets, still moist at the center.
He got her in an artery, or the heart. She bled out here quickly. Didn't move at all. I bet that's when Dad woke up, realized what was happening, and started fighting and yelling.
Where'd the killer run when he thought he'd killed Haley?
Grace moved over to the window and pointed near the sill.
I think he came in and out through here. The bottom of the windows all chipped up.
Ward went to confirm, lifting the window open, and, sure enough, he could see where a pry bar had broken the latch. He stuck his head outside and looked around.
Yeah. Garden shed backs up to the house here. Killer could have climbed up onto it, then in through this window. He'd have to be fit enough to do a pull-up or two.
Ward scanned the ground around the shed, noting the fresh mulch in the flower bed leading into the backyard garden.
What am I doing anyway? We can't do prints, can't do DNA. I'm not going to find any cameras or anything. I guess I need a bloodhound or something.
Well, I think you were hoping to find a scrap of clothing or the murder weapon, maybe. What did Haley tell you about the killer?
You didn't listen at all?
I was
resting, right. Forget it. She gave me some clues, said the killer had black stains on his hands, said she broke some bones and left him some wounds that'll scar on his ribs here.
Ward slapped his palm against his lower left side.
He's about my size with a big black beard and dark eyes.
Seems like a lot to go on. Well, if his hands were stained and not just, dirty, I'd say he's either someone who works with pitch or ink. From the rest of the description, I'd lean toward pitch.
Pitch? As in tar?
Grace nodded.
Yeah, people who work with the stuff usually have stained hands. I saw plenty of them back in the day when I was with Hamlin, when he was my host. It's used for waterproofing, boats, roofs, that kind of thing.
Well, as there's no dock in this town, I'm going to go with a roofer.
Ward clapped his hands, rubbing them together briskly.
Nice work, Grace. We've got our first lead.
He turned and, trying to avoid the blood splatters, hurried back down the hall and into the foyer. Faye was nibbling on a dry-looking biscuit, still standing near the hallway chatting with the neighbor lady.
Let's go, Faye.
When he pulled the door open, he turned back to the neighbor.
Minerva, was it?
Minera.
She smiled with her eyes as she corrected him, and Ward nodded quickly.
Right. Well, Minera, thanks for looking after Haley. We'll, at least I'll be back.
Oh, I'm coming back too. Like I said earlier, I'll help clean the place up. Poor girl shouldn't have to see all that when she gets up.
That's a fact.
Ward pulled the door open wide and motioned for Faye to precede him out.
Speak to you soon.
Walk safely. Mind the shadows if you truly are hunting the killer.
Ward reflected on the lady's parting words. Was that something people said in this world? Mind the shadows? He pushed the door shut, and Faye asked,
Did you find anything?
Not really. The scene was a mess. Tell me about the law around here. What's the deal with the marshal?
Oh, Marshall's work for the Assembly. He won't be here anytime soon.
Assembly?
The Vainglory Assembly? I guess they're the rulers of this system. I've never seen one of the delegates, not up close anyway. Tarnish has one, of course, being a city with a challenge. I didn't vote, though. What does it matter to me if the rich lady from Bee's End or the rich man from Rivercrest Row represents the city? I've never seen any difference in my life when our delegate changed.
Ward was starting to fill in the blanks.
So, they're like a republic or something? A government for all the worlds? Who can be a member?
Cities, or groups of cities that manage one of the challenges. I think there are 152 delegates. Yeah, that sounds right to me.
She nodded to herself, looking up at the pale blue sky as they walked.
And marshals work for them. So, the marshal doesn't live nearby?
Oh, no, he'll be coming out of Port Granite.
When Ward frowned at her, she laughed and waved her hand off to the left.
That's a city quite a bit larger than Tarnish to the north.
Ward mulled over her words for a few minutes while they walked. None of it mattered in the near term. He had to find the killer because he wanted justice for Haley and because he wanted to know if Nevkin had been involved. If he had, that meant Ward needed to have an eye open for a similar kind of attack. It made no difference to him if some representative from the government would be coming along to investigate. No, he needed to get this sorted soon, not on some bureaucrat's timeline.
Can we stop by a store? I mean, like a general store. I need some personal items.
Sure, there's one near the inn. Oh, do you mind if we stop by Mr. Frine's?
Mr. Frine?
Faye playfully smacked herself on the forehead.
He's the artificer I told you about, the man who's making my teeth. We're close to his shop.
Oh, definitely. I was hoping to meet him.
Ward was interested in Faye's teeth, but equally interested in what else the artificer might be able to craft. He had a feeling someone with that kind of talent might have some better ideas about bullets for his .357. His new spear was decent, but it was also a bulky pain in the ass. Walking around with it, dealing with going into shops and houses, he was already starting to regret his choice. Almost as a case in point for his current thoughts, he had to leave the spear leaning against the awning post of Mr. Frine's shop. His doorway was narrow and low, and the interior ceiling barely cleared Ward's head.
Mr. Frine,
Faye called, wending between glass display cases that displayed jewelry and trinkets of all sorts, from rings and necklaces to watches to smoking pipes and carved figurines.
Just a moment!
A high-pitched, piping voice called from the back of the shop. Ward followed Faye to the counter and leaned against the smooth, well-oiled, butcher-block-style top. A moment later, a very small man came through a pair of swinging doors carrying a foil-wrapped jar that ticked and hissed as he set it on the counter.
Ah, Fayella, I've never been happier to finish a project. You see these gray hairs?
He brushed a finger through his thick, bushy salt and pepper sideburns.
Those are due to you. Oh, Mr. Frine, I wasn't that bad, was I? I made a point not to stop by more than once a day.
Faye grinned, displaying her missing teeth with a mischievous glint in her eye. Mr. Frine was more than small. He looked like a child with an adult face. His hair looked tousled or like he'd just woken up, and his dapper collared shirt and apron were stained with dozens of colors. Ward couldn't tell if the stains were ink, food, or some other concoction. Ward held out a hand.
I'm Ward.
Mr. Frine looked him up and down, frowning, before taking hold of it in a surprisingly firm grip.
Rule Frine.
He nodded, released Ward's hand, and then turned back to Faye.
Well, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, this'll just take a minute and shouldn't hurt too badly. Nevertheless, I'll give you a numbing tonic.
Faye didn't respond, but leaned closer, and her grin widened. Mr. Frine rummaged under the counter for a minute, then produced a small clear vial with pale blue fluid inside.
Hold this in your mouth, swishing it around until I tell you to stop.
Ward watched while Faye complied, tipping the little container to her lips and noisily swishing it with puffed-out cheeks. Meanwhile, Mr. Frine produced a pair of tweezers and carefully began removing the foil from the sizzling jar.
I added a bit more catalyst than I wanted, but it sped up the mana gathering in the teeth.
Why wouldn't you want to add more catalyst?
Ward asked, curious how this whole thing worked.
The expense,
Mr. Frine scowled at Faye.
And sometimes if you gather mana too quickly, you can cause the medium to fail, turning to dust. Luckily, I skirted that line.
He watched Faye for another few seconds.
You can swallow now.
Faye swallowed noisily, then stuck out her tongue.
Blech! Bitter!
Mr. Frine didn't reply, but Ward saw a corner of his mouth quirk upward in a half-smile. He reached into the jar with his tweezers, pulling out a small, shiny object that Ward took to be one of Faye's new teeth. Rather than the traditional roots you see on dental brochures, this one had a single, sharp point on the top.
As soon as it feels your blood, it'll start to grow into place, so you need to hold still.
I will, Faye said, slurring and drooling. Ward snorted in laughter, and Mr. Frine sighed heavily.
Open up and be still.
Faye complied, resting her elbows on the counter and leaning forward. She opened her mouth wide. Mr. Frine maneuvered the tooth with the tweezers, turning it so it faced the right way, then gently sliding it into the upper gap in phased dentition. Ward watched, fascinated, as the little man pushed the pointy end into her gum, immediately bringing forth a bead of blood that ran down over the shiny tooth. Faye held still, but grunted.
Be still, it's taking root.
Mr. Frine let go of the tooth and reached into the jar to pull out the other one.
Good, Fayella. If I'd known this would keep you quiet, I'd have found a way to do this sooner.
While Faye scowled and drooled out the corners of her mouth, he placed the second tooth in her lower gap. He set the tweezers down and nodded.
That'll work nicely. Hold still that way for another few minutes.
Hey,
Ward interjected.
while we're waiting for her teeth to get settled, do you mind if I ask your opinion on a project?
Of course, but only if you promise that if we do business, you'll have more patience than Fayella here.
Yeah, I think I can manage that.
Ward winked at Faye and gave her a jostle with his elbow. Then he reached into his shoulder holster and pulled out his revolver.
I have this gun that I'm pretty fond of, but I can't find ammunition for it around here.
Oh? The little man watched intently while Ward popped open the cylinder and shook out 4 empty casings and his last 2 live rounds. He set them on the counter beside the pistol.
I've got 15 or so empty casings like that, but you can see the bullets are a bit more sophisticated than the guns around here use.
Ward picked up one of the live rounds and tilted it, showing Mr. Frine the primer.
My gun's hammer hits this primer, which ignites the powder, propelling the bullet through the barrel. I guess much of that is similar in principle to the breech loaders around here.
Yes, the guns here use alchemical fire and are ignited with a spark. Though if we made one of those bullets this small, it wouldn't do much damage.
Mr. Frine picked up one of the pistol rounds and turned it over in his fingers.
Yeah, that's the thing. These bullets are a hell of a lot faster and more accurate than those I've seen around here. They do a lot more damage, too. It's down to the gunpowder, the alchemical fire. The stuff in my bullets is more powerful than what you folks use.
Mr. Frine picked up the gun, slowly nodding. He turned it around in his hands, admiring the smooth clicking of the cylinder, and peered through the barrel.
Quite a piece of craftsmanship. If what you say is true and these little bullets are more powerful, I can see why you'd want to replicate them. Having 6 shots in one load would be quite advantageous.
I spoke to a tinker a while back who said he had an alchemist buddy who might be able to replicate them. He had some crazy notions of using unstable chemical mixtures for the primers, though.
Ward shrugged, shaking his head.
I don't need my bullets blowing up if I jostle them wrong, you understand?
Mr. Frine nodded, still examining the pistol. He pulled back the hammer and watched it slam home when he pulled the trigger.
You call this part the hammer?
Ward nodded, and he set the gun down, picking up an empty casing.
I understand what you mean. I could artifice casings for you that, when struck by your pistol's hammer, would emit fire on the inside. They'd be reusable. The primer wouldn't be spent with one application of the hammer. Of course, you'd need to reload the casing with a new bullet and alchemical fire, but that would solve one of your problems at least.
That would definitely make things easier. I could talk to an alchemist about some more potent alchemical fire, right?
Certainly. There are many grades of the stuff.
Mr. Frine set the casing down, picked up the gun again, and peered through the barrel.
What are these tiny swirling lines inside the barrel? Do they serve a purpose?
At the question, Ward had a sudden, unexpected moral quandary. Was it right for him to explain rifling to this man? Would he be unleashing a new era of gun dominance upon this quaintly backward world? Thinking about the monks he'd seen dueling in the street and remembering that Cinder was the lowest of the Vainglory worlds, he decided it was a pointless worry. He didn't think ordinary bullets would serve him for long once he began to advance up the ladder, assuming he lived that long. In the meantime, machining a barrel with rifling wasn't an easy task, and he didn't see them being mass-produced anytime soon.
That's called rifling. It makes the bullet spin, which adds to its accuracy.
Aha! Is that why the bullets in those live rounds aren't round?
Yeah, I guess. I'm not a bullet expert, but I think the rifling keeps the bullet from tumbling. It flies straight. Speaking of which, do you know someone who can forge me a bunch of lead bullets shaped like this?
I have a small forge. As you see, I craft jewelry and tinker with small devices. I can also source the alchemical fire for you. I have many contacts.
Mr. Frine looked at Faye, and Ward followed his gaze. She was still holding her mouth open, leaning forward, drooling prodigiously.
You can close your mouth, Fayella, but don't speak yet. Let your new teeth settle into your jaw.
He winked so quickly and surreptitiously at Ward that he almost missed it. Ward felt a little sorry for Faye, but he couldn't deny the humor in Mr. Frine's harmless retribution for her pestering. Masking his grin by rubbing his chin, he asked,
So, what are we talking about, price-wise?
If you promise not to harass me during the process, I'll make you 20 casings for 1,000 glories.
And they'll be reusable.
Oh yes, many times. I'll load them for you too, free of charge, and after I've gotten the composition just right, I'll provide some extra alchemical fire and the formula.
Ward thought about it. After purchasing his spear, armor, and new clothing, he had something like 2,500 glories. Were 1,000 glories worth it to get more bullets for his pistol? Considering they might prove obsolete if he kept working through the challenges like Grace wanted, he wasn't sure. On the other hand, he'd made his money pretty damn easily, too. And didn't it stand to reason that the further challenges would reward him even more?
All right, deal.
Ward held out his hand, and Mr. Frine quickly clasped it.
I'll need one of your unfired bullets.
Ward slid one of his last 2 bullets toward the little man, then picked up the rest. As he holstered his gun, he put an arm around Faye's shoulders, turning her toward the door.
Come on, Faye. Let's go buy me a toothbrush and a few other things, and then we'll get you back to the inn before your aunt hires a bounty hunter.
31. Back Alley Brawl. When they returned to the inn late that afternoon, Ward went to the suite he was sharing with Faye and Fan, deposited his spear, and tried out his new toothbrush. It was made of pale blonde wood, and the bristles were cut from badger hair, according to the shopkeeper. The idea wasn't appealing to Ward, but he didn't see himself inventing nylon anytime soon, so he gave it a try. His toothpaste was a mint-flavored powder, and despite the archaic nature of it and his new brush, when he was finished cleaning his teeth, he felt like a new man. He shook the moisture out of the dark, stiff bristles and then took off his shirt, applying some of the deodorizing powder he'd purchased to his armpits. It reminded him of talc, but had a musky, woodsy scent, and he rather liked it. Ward chuckled to himself, wondering if he was going to find painkillers mixed with cocaine and opium-rich cough syrups in this world. When he left the room, he took a good look at the spear, but decided not to take it. It would probably be great if he had to face off against more lizard men, but he didn't want to lug it around while he interviewed carpenters and craftsfolk about roofers they may know. Nevertheless, he wore his pistol, and though his borrowed pants didn't have loops for a belt, he'd affixed his knife to the left-hand strap of his shoulder holster.
I hope that guy comes through with my clothing delivery tomorrow.
He spoke into the empty room, but some part of him had grown used to Grace watching him all the time, so when she spoke up, he wasn't caught off guard.
I do too. It's almost embarrassing walking around with you dressed like that.
Ward snorted.
How can you be embarrassed if no one can see you?
I'm embarrassed for you, dummy.
Grace hadn't followed him through the door, but she somehow stood before him, and he couldn't recall her suddenly appearing out of nowhere. As he thought about it, Ward couldn't remember ever seeing her appear. She was either there or not.
Must have something to do with how you exist in my head. Forget it.
Ward started down the stairs and couldn't help looking at his rough, loosely fitting pants and well-used moccasin-like shoes.
Man, I hate to go around interviewing people looking like this.
Well, I know you want to find this killer quickly, and I think you should too, but you have other things you could focus on until your new duds arrive.
Duds?
Don't they say that anymore?
Grace winked at him.
I'm just trying to make you more comfortable, old man.
There it is.
Ward laughed and shook his head. The common room wasn't too busy, The dinner rush wasn't for another hour or two, so he didn't feel too conspicuous speaking to his imaginary friend.
What do you suggest I do with my time?
Let's see if you can find a local witch or someone. Wouldn't you like to learn how to use that spell page?
The copper sheet?
Yes, I've decided it's meant to go into a grimoire.
It's metal.
Very thin metal. Are you all right?
Ward had stopped on the last step and hadn't noticed Fan coming in from the bar section of the room.
Yeah, I'm good. Dialoguing with myself. Hey, do you know any local, people like me? You know, like a witch or wizard?
Well, no one very powerful, not here in Tarnish.
No, I don't care if they're powerful. I just want to talk to someone who knows a thing or two.
Ward stepped down to the floor, and Fan smiled, reaching out to grasp his arms.
I didn't get a chance to thank you for that knife before you two ran off. I'm awfully sorry to hear about your friend, by the way. What a horrible thing.
Yeah, it really is awful, considering she just lost her brother, too. Poor girl's pretty much alone.
Oh, that's terrible. Well, I'm glad Faye's planning to help her clean the place up in the morning.
Oh, she's going in the morning?
Mm-hmm.
Fan smiled and gestured around the inn.
She wanted to bring Willard, but I couldn't have those two leaving me alone right before supper. I hope that's all right. I told her, better in the morning, Faye, than not at all. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's great they're going to help.
Well, enough about that. You asked me a question. As far as magical folk go, the only one I've ever dealt with is Maggie, out by the northern wall. She has a nice little stone house near the cemetery. People go to her to get curses removed, to ask her to look into their futures, things like that.
Is she for real?
Ward was skeptical, images of palm reading shops running through his mind.
I think so. She warned me I'd have a girl to look after even though I'd never been able to have my own kids. Summer after she said that, Faye's mother died.
Huh. Well, I need to speak to her, I guess.
She'll see you. Just be respectful when you come to her gate. There's a little silver bell you need to ring, and then she'll call you in.
She paused, then asked,
Will you be back for supper?
Got no plans otherwise.
Ward smiled and patted his stomach, pleased by how flat and hard it felt.
Gotta keep up my strength.
After he'd gotten a few more directions from Fan and was well on his way, meandering through the darkening streets toward the northern gate, Grace made another appearance.
Are you, trying to set up something kinky with that aunt and her daughter?
God damn it, Grace.
Just checking, 'cause I don't know if you're blind or dumb, but they both have the hots for you.
That's not happening. And if that's true, maybe I should just stay away from them both in that regard.
Ward scowled, wishing he knew how much Grace was messing with him and how seriously he should take her. He liked to flirt and often assumed the women who flirted back were just having fun like he was, but he supposed there was some chance Fan was taking things a little more seriously than he wanted. Was he going to create some sort of rift between the two women if he pursued things with Faye? That question brought forth a related one. Why was he more attracted to Faye than Fan? Youth? He didn't think that was it. She had a different quality to her, a more carefree, say things how they really are kind of energy. Fan was certainly more his actual age, but she'd never have been his type, even back on Earth. Ward frowned. Would she?
Damn it, Grace.
He growled again, annoyed that she'd put his mind on that track. Regardless of anything, he wasn't sure he liked Faye or Fan enough to get mired down in any sort of romantic business. He didn't intend to stick around Tarnish that long.
Sometimes the truth stings, old man.
She hurried to walk in front of him, nimbly turning to climb the sloping cobbles backward as she faced him.
So, we're off to a cemetery? At night? With a possible killer after you? Can't imagine anything going wrong.
Ward sighed. She had a point.
Probably should have brought my spear.
I was about to ask where it was.
Yeah.
Ward dismissed her with a wave, turning his attention to the street. He was reasonably sure that if he turned left at the next junction, he'd end up on the main north-south road. Not many people were out. It was either early dinner time or still working time, and the air had a real nippy bite to it. Ward's breath plumed forth with his exertion, but it tasted good, that air, and smelled like fall and wood-fired ovens. He couldn't help feeling good walking through that chilly twilight evening, his body spry and strong, and his future something he couldn't even guess at. It felt like anything was possible for him, and he couldn't remember feeling that way in a long, long time. Not since he was a teenager, maybe. As he reached the top of the steeply sloped, narrow street, he followed it around a corner, high-walled brick buildings all around, and came face to face with a pair of rather surly-looking men. Ward nodded a brief greeting, then moved to the right, aiming to edge around them close to the wall. They were both decently large, close to 6 feet, but thin, wiry, mean, and hungry-looking. Ward didn't like how they both locked eyes on his face and stared while he scraped his shoulder against the bricks, trying to get past. He reflexively lifted his arm, bringing his hand up high, ready to defend his face or neck. He was feeling silly and paranoid. Sure, he was overreacting as they continued past, but then Grace screamed, "Duck!" and shoved him forward. Something metallic skittered against the bricks, and Ward sprang into motion, turning his stumble into a run, glancing over his shoulder to see both men after him, wielding knives. He turned, redoubling his effort to sprint away, but as he rounded another corner, he realized he'd either made a wrong turn or the two men had laid a trap. The narrow alley ahead of him was blocked off by a high wall of heavy-looking wooden crates. Briefly, Ward considered trying to climb the stack, but images of the two thugs jamming their knives in his legs or back steered him away from that idea. Instead, as he ran to the end of his road, he stooped to pick up a 4-foot plank of wood, whirled, and swung it in an overhead cleave, sure his pursuers were right on his heels. He couldn't have timed it more perfectly if he'd tried. The plank, thin and dry though it was, cracked like a baseball bat against the first guy's forehead, right at the hairline. Ward's first pursuer fell in a heap as the wooden board splintered, sliding over the cobbles with the momentum of his chase. The second thug didn't slow, unfazed by the fate of his companion, driving forward, lunging with his knife. Ward sucked in his stomach, arching his back and almost comically thrusting his butt backward, trying to avoid the blade, and it nearly worked. Just an inch or so pierced his belly, driving into his abdominal muscle. "Ugh!" Ward screamed, and hammered the splinters of the board at his attacker's face. The thug threw his arm up, trying to block the attack, and Ward grabbed wildly at his wrist, trying to get control of the knife. The assailant jerked and drove the knife forward, and Ward almost let his arm slip out of his grip, finally getting control by knotting his fingers in the man's rough woolen sleeve. "Fucking drop it!" Ward snarled. The man locked eyes with him, desperation entering his expression as he felt Ward's strength. He jerked and stabbed, but his arm wasn't going anywhere now that Ward had a grip. That didn't stop the mugger or murderer from trying to hammer him in the side of the head with his balled-up fist. Ward got his arm up, blocking most of the blows, and by that time, his brain had caught up with everything that had happened. These two assholes had just tried to run him down and probably kill him. He felt the adrenaline in his blood, felt that dialed in the shit focus, and he gave the guy a vicious shove, knocking him stumbling back while yanking hard on the sleeve, robbing him of his balance. As he pulled that knife-wielding arm straight, turning it so the elbow pointed up, he brought his other hand down like a hammer on the joint. The man screamed, his voice high and shrill, as his elbow bent the wrong way with a sickening wet crunch. "Yes!" Grace cheered from off to the side. The knife clattered to the ground, and Ward stepped forward, driving his fist into the thug's gut. He coughed out his breath, and Ward yanked the damaged arm again, pulling him sideways, off balance, and then he smashed his knuckles into his head, right in front of his left ear. The thug went limp and fell at Ward's feet. "Son of a bitch," Ward groaned, noting the blood-soaked state of his shirt and the top edge of his drawstring trousers. He dropped the guy's arm, then stooped to feel for a pulse. He found one right away, so he straightened, groaning, and pressing his left hand against his wounded stomach, then walked over to the first guy. "Still alive?" Grace asked, and Ward grunted an affirmative sound. He didn't need to feel the second thug's pulse. Mana was already starting to seep out of him, making little clouds around his body. "That was fast. No, this guy's dead."
"Man, You really pounded that guy. I think it's safe to say that hemograph wasn't lying. You're getting stronger.
Well, they were chasing me with knives.
Ward groaned and leaned forward, still pressing his bloody shirt in a wad against the cut on his stomach.
Shit. I'm not going anywhere like this. I guess it's back to the inn.
First things first, Ward. Check their pockets. Don't you think you should take the, alive one back with you? For questioning?
Yeah. Yes.
Ward shook his head, still pumped with adrenaline. He needed to slow down and think.
Of course. I wish I had my own place or an office or something.
You could go to Haley's.
Ah!
Ward snapped his fingers.
You're a sharp one, Grace.
He glanced at the dead thug, and when he saw the mana, he felt a weird kind of pull, almost like he might back in the day if he saw a shot of bourbon or a piece of pie. He knelt beside the body and put his hand into the nearest cloud of tiny blue dust motes, closing his eyes and slowing his breathing. Almost without trying, he found that state of mind where he wasn't seeing the world but could feel it around him. The weight of the buildings, the openness of the sky, the attention of the stars, and the soft, tingling, feathery touch of the mana. He breathed in and out, feeling his muscles relax and his heart slow down.
Are you?
Grace cut herself off as it started to happen. Ward could feel the mana begin to pour into him, and it came in a great rush, not as much as right after he'd drunk the refinement elixir, but much more than any other time.
You got his mana already?
Ward opened his eyes and smiled.
Your eyes are blazing!
I got a lot, like you guessed I might. I think sleeping away my life in those catacombs did open up some room.
It didn't open room, knucklehead. The mana you've gathered will continue to improve your body. At least that's what that green-eyed lady said. You should check the hemograph.
Lisa.
Huh?
Her name was Lisa. Are my eyes still bright?
No, they're fading. I don't think you've moved to the next tier yet. I wonder how long it will take.
Yeah, me too.
Ward, quit messing around and search that robber. Then pick up this one.
She prodded the unconscious thug with her boot.
Are you going to look at the hemograph?
Sheesh, which is it? Hurry or check the hemograph. I'll do it when we get to Haley's.
Ward bent to pat the guy down and found a small pouch with a handful of glories, a gold chain, and a carved wooden pipe. He left the pipe, took the glories and chain, and picked up the 2 fallen daggers. They were decent knives, though quite different from each other. One was only about 4 inches long with a fat, double-edged blade, and the other was longer and pointier, slender, and almost round. It looked like it was meant to leave wide, oozing puncture wounds. Ward felt glad he'd been stabbed by the shorter knife. He didn't have a backpack or satchel, so he took the dead man's shirt off and wrapped the knives in it, slinging the package over his shoulder. Then he stooped and hoisted the second thug into a fireman's carry, hurrying back down the narrow alley the way he'd come. It was cold, and the sky was darkening, but the streetlights had yet to come on. He only passed a few people before he came to the first junction, and no one shouted any challenges when he hurried by, head down. At the corner, he turned right and looked at Grace.
I don't think I can find Haley's house from here.
I've got it. You might not remember, but we've walked through this corner of town. Follow me.
Ward nodded and chased after his dapper, blonde-haired devil, carrying a guy he'd just beaten the piss out of and leaking blood down the front of his shirt and pants. They had good luck with citizens ignoring them for the most part, but when they came to a corner of a busy central street, a man in a fine coat and tall silken hat stood by the lamppost, watching a boy with a long stick light the wick. He turned to Ward, and his face creased in a frown. "Excuse me, hold on a minute. What's going on there?"
Oh, him?
Ward smiled and shrugged the best he could with the thug draped over his shoulders.
His wife had enough of him drinking and smashed him over the head with a bottle. I'm the one who got him in trouble. We were celebrating, you see. Anyway, I felt bad, so I'm taking him to my place till his wife cools down.
Pfft. The man shook his head, spitting onto the cobbles. "I'd think someone with your talents could find better folks to spend your time with. If I had the touch, I wouldn't waste my life like a listless vagabond." Ward felt like an idiot for several long seconds as he tried to figure out what the hell the guy was talking about, only to be rescued by Grace.
He can see your eyes gleaming in the dark, dummy.
Oh! Ward laughed and shook his head. Well, some of us aren't meant for great adventures. Have a good night, buddy. Buddy? His frown turned to an expression of puzzlement, but Ward had already begun to hurry past, and the man didn't call after him. Okay, Grace. I think we need to avoid busy intersections.
Noted. We're getting close anyway. That was the only major road we had to cross. Her neighborhood is up this hill.
At her words, Ward looked up from the cobbles and saw a long, narrow road leading up at a steep angle. He recognized the street, lined with narrow townhomes, each separated from the road by a little wrought iron fence. He was already tired, his legs burning from the hurried pace through town carrying a fairly good-sized man. He stood there breathing heavily for a minute, smiling and nodding at the people who passed, then shrugged and winked at Grace. Can you get behind me and push? 32. Easy answers. Ward wasn't sure how to feel about it when he made it the rest of the way to Haley's house without another city watch member stopping him and asking what he was doing. He supposed the dim lighting and his quick passage might explain why nobody noticed the dried blood soaking his pants and shirt. Still, he felt like trudging through town with an unconscious man flopping on his shoulders should have set off some alarm bells. Nevertheless, sweating, legs burning, and back cramping, he finally stomped up the cobbled pathway to Haley's front door and set his burden down on the deck with a thud. He knocked softly at first, but when nobody responded, he pounded with his knuckles a good deal harder. He could see through nearby windows that the house was dark and wondered if he'd come too late to avoid waking the neighbor lady he'd met earlier. He was about to knock a third time when a light flickered through the glass, steadily growing brighter as someone approached. The door clicked as someone unbolted it, and then he heard Haley's voice.
Who's there?
It's Ward.
Now you did it,
Grace said.
She was probably sound asleep.
The latch clicked, the door swung inward, and there she stood, still in her pajamas, hair disheveled.
Something happened?
Yeah. Ward pointed to the unconscious thug. This guy and his buddy jumped me. I figured they might have some relation to the guy who attacked you. Haley's eyes widened, and she pulled the door fully open. As the light fell on Ward, she cried.
You're hurt!
Where's your neighbor? Ward peered past her, suddenly wondering if she should even be out of bed.
She had family in town. I told her it was fine.
Jesus, Haley, you shouldn't be alone. Ward reached down, grabbed the thug's shirt collar, and lifted him partway off the ground. He gestured for Haley to back up, then dragged him into the foyer. I didn't have any place else to take this guy without getting a lot more attention than I wanted.
What do you intend?
I'm going to get some answers out of him. Grace followed Ward inside, smirking at the insensate man hanging from Ward's grip.
He doesn't look up to answering any questions. Are you? Hurt, I mean.
Haley backed up, making room for Ward as he dragged the man further inside. She closed the door with a solid click.
Did you think about bringing him to the city watch?
I'm hurt, but I don't think too badly. It stopped bleeding a while ago. As for the watch, nah, I think I'll handle this myself. Are you worried I'll get you into trouble?
Not at all. If he's connected to the man who slew my parents, I'll string his entrails along our front fence.
Quite an image. Ward pointed to his captive. You got some rope or cord? I'd like to hog-tie this asshole so I can take a minute to clean up.
My father has...
Her words got caught in her throat, and her mouth twisted in a quick, involuntary sob.
My father had some cord in his shop. I'll get it and something for your wound.
She looked Ward up and down.
My father wouldn't mind if you borrowed a sweater and a pair of trousers. I think I can find something that will fit.
Ward looked at her closely, but she didn't seem upset by the idea. He figured she wouldn't have volunteered if it bothered her. If you're sure, I'd appreciate it. 10 minutes later, he'd securely tied the man's hands behind his back and then looped the rope around his ankles, bending his legs toward his butt. His erstwhile attacker's arm was swollen and purple, and Ward didn't envy him. It was going to hurt like hell when he woke up. Leaving him face down in the foyer, he followed Haley to the kitchen and sat at a long wooden table while she got him some warm water and a clean towel.
You should be resting, not waiting on me. I hoped to deal with that guy while you slept, none the wiser.
None the wiser? That's an interesting turn of phrase. Don't worry, Ward. I've been lying in bed all day. The cut burn mended my flesh, and the tonic strengthened me. Even my wrist is working better. I'm a little sore and slow, but it's good for me to move around.
She set the bowl of steaming water next to him and handed him the towel, then sat on the bench a couple of feet down. Ward lifted his shirt, peering down at his stomach, fearing what he'd find. The cut was deep and gaped a little when he twisted to look at it better, but only a tiny trickle of blood leaked out of the puckered flesh.
Gods! You were stabbed!
Come on. We saw worse in the catacombs.
Ward began gently scrubbing the dried blood off his skin. When he looked up, Haley was gone.
Where'd she go?
He jerked his head left and right, but Grace had also wandered off.
What the hell?
Before he could begin to worry, Haley reappeared, padding silently in her bare feet. She set a small jar on the table, and he recognized it right away. It was just like the wound salve they'd left behind in her pack.
Ah, shit. Thanks, Haley.
Speaking of the catacombs, your other wounds all healed? Mine were nothing but scars left.
Yeah, I guess whatever magic made us sleep for more than a month didn't slow our healing.
Ward unscrewed the little jar and scooped some salve onto his cut. He could tell the knife didn't go through his stomach muscles. It wasn't like his insides were in any danger.
I'd give your captive some tonic to wake him, but we don't have any on hand.
Nah, let him sleep it off. Hey, how uncommon is it for thugs to jump someone in this town? You think he's related to what happened here?
Thugs? I like your descriptive language, Ward. Well, it's not common in this area. What happened to my family is something that will be talked about for months. You getting jumped by thugs in the night while you meander through alleys? That wouldn't be very newsworthy. Unless they killed you, I suppose. Not many murders in Tarnish.
Well, they were sure swinging those knives like they meant to kill me. I guess we won't know until I twist that guy's thumbs.
You're going to twist his thumbs?
It's a figure of speech. Let's just say I'm going to get some answers out of him.
I'll be right back. I promised you some clothes.
Oh, hey, if it's any trouble, I'm probably going to head back to the inn soon anyway.
Nonsense. It's nothing.
Haley silently glided out of the room, her passage reminding Ward of a ghost. She was so subdued and her trauma so palpable that he kept wishing he had a card for counseling services he could hand off to her. He sat back down on the bench, annoyed at himself for bothering her. A moment later, she returned carrying a thick olive green sweater.
I'm sorry, but I underestimated the difference between you and my father. His pants aren't going to fit you. This sweater should cover most of the blood, though.
Ward took the offered garment, noting how Haley's hands lingered as though she didn't want to let it go. He almost pushed it back to her, but knew that would probably just exacerbate things.
This is perfect. Thank you.
It wasn't chilly in the house, but it wasn't hot either. Ward pulled the sweater over his head and smoothed the front with his palms.
How's it look?
Perfect. It was always too big for him, but it looks right on you.
Great. I love it. Really soft.
Ward heard a muffled grunt from the direction of the foyer and stepped that way.
You got a basement by any chance?
A wine cellar?
That'll be just right. I think my guest is waking up.
He continued through the short hallway and into the foyer. Sure enough, face crimson with the effort, Ward's captive was silently straining against his bonds.
Forget it, buddy. Those knots aren't coming undone.
He stopped straining with a gasp for air, then twisted his neck to look at Ward. Let me go.
Maybe. Eventually. Depends on how you answer my questions.
Ward had no intention of letting him go, at least not free. He might dump him off with the city watch when he was done with him, though. He looked at the hog-tied man and considered hoisting him up so he could carry him down to Haley's cellar. He didn't relish the idea, so he picked up the bloody shirt wrapped around the two knives and fished one out.
I'm going to untie your ankles so you can walk a short distance. Don't mess around, or I'll show you how having one of these poked into you feels. Eat the shit from a swine's ass, you bastard!
How crude, Grace cried, making her usual unannounced appearance. Ward ignored her and the thug's descriptive barnyard vulgarity and sliced the thin rope he'd wrapped around his ankles. He grabbed his uninjured arm and hoisted him to his feet. His captive's arms were still bound, and it must have torqued his broken elbow because he cried out, then panted and gasped in genuine pain.
Easy. Just move with me, and it won't hurt so much.
Ward looked back to the hallway leading to the kitchen and saw Grace standing beside Haley.
Cellar that way?
Haley's face was pale, her eyes wide, and she jumped a little when Ward spoke. He wondered what she'd been thinking about and, for the second time, cursed himself for bringing his captive to her so soon after the ordeal she'd been through. This way. She turned and hurried toward the kitchen, leading Ward into a big walk-in pantry with a large wooden trapdoor on the floor. She lifted it, and Ward pushed his struggling, cursing captive toward the narrow flight of wooden steps.
Down you go.
When the thug resisted, he gripped his shoulders and leaned close, hissing into his ear.
Listen, asshole. You tried to kill me, and I won't feel a bit guilty about pushing you down some steps. Get walking, or you'll probably have a few more broken bones.
The man stopped pushing against him and complied, carefully stepping down with Ward close behind. Once he'd gotten him down into the surprisingly large space beneath the house, he brought him over to one of the wooden support beams and used the rope he'd cut from his ankles to tie his wrists to it. That done, he looked around, noting the stone block walls and floor, the many racks of dusty wine bottles, and the sturdy wooden beams holding up the floor of the house.
No windows, buddy, so scream all you want, I guess.
What are you going to do with me? Some fear had entered the thug's narrow eyes as he looked around into the dark corners of the cellar.
I'm going to get some answers out of you. If you cooperate, you might keep breathing. If you lie to me, I'm going to start breaking more of your bones.
Ward glanced behind him, glad to see that only Grace sat on the wooden steps in the little pool of light that fell into the cellar from the kitchen above. Did Haley go back to bed? He hoped so. As if she could read his mind, Grace said, Haley stopped following you in the pantry. If you pay attention, you can hear her in the kitchen. I think she's cooking something.
What answers?
Ward's captive asked in a breathless grunt, trying to shift his arm into a more comfortable position.
Who told you to kill me?
Long ago, Ward had learned that it was best to start an interview acting like you knew more than you did. If the thug assumed Ward knew he'd targeted him for assassination, they might be able to skip a lot of the early back and forth. To further muddy the waters, he offered a lie.
Your partner already told me you were the one who planned it, the one with the contract.
What? You have guilt too?
Sure. He's with my partner. You saw her, right? I've got to tell you, she's in a bad mood. You'd be dead already if it were up to her, but I said you deserved a chance to tell your side of the story. So, was Gil telling the truth?
Contract? There was no contract. Foyle just gave us each 100 crowns and said to rough you up, cripple you if we could, kill you if we couldn't. Ward masked his surprise at the easy answer. He nodded, rubbing his chin.
Yeah, I've already got some friends looking for Foyle, thanks to Gil spilling the beans while you were unconscious. Still, he said you made the plan to knife me in the alley. How'd you know I'd be there?
Huh? No! We followed you, Foyle said, the big stranger with a touch of mana at the hen's nest. We hung around outside, walking back and forth for hours like a couple of idiots, till we saw you go in with the barmaid.
He grimaced and groaned for a minute, carefully shifting to try to take some weight off his injured arm. Ward frowned, and the man kept speaking.
After that, Gil sat inside and listened. He heard the innkeeper telling you to head out the north gate, so we hurried ahead of you.
So, 100 glories to cripple or kill me, huh?
Times are hard for laborers. People are clutching their purses tight. Hardly any new buildings going up. You'd think we like doing stuff like this. I got mouths to feed, you know.
Ward snorted.
You won't find sympathy here, buddy. You want to earn some mercy from me? Tell me where to find Foyle in case my friends turn up empty-handed.
You don't know Foyle?
He frowned and then shook his head, licking his lips, and Ward noticed his upper lip, forehead, and neck were covered in a thin sheen of sweat. The guy was hurting and probably going to lose consciousness soon if he didn't get some medical attention.
Never mind. I forgot you're a stranger. Foyle's a bookmaker. He runs bets on dogfights, horse races, bare-knuckle matches, you name it. You can find him in the South District near the Brick Masons. He has an office where he sells insurance for folks going into the catacombs.
You don't know why he wanted me dead?
No, sir.
What's your name?
Arn. Could I please get some pain tonic? My arm's throbbing something fierce. I can feel it thumping with every heartbeat.
You've been pretty cooperative, Arn. I'll see what I can do.
Ward looked around the room and spotted a small barrel near one of the wine racks. He dragged it over beside Arn.
Sit on this. If you hold still, your arm will hurt less.
While the man stammered his thanks, Ward went upstairs to find Haley in the kitchen, frying a slice of ham in a pan over an open gas flame on the stovetop. It was such a normal thing to see in a kitchen that, for a moment, he felt a little disoriented, like he was back on Earth. He hadn't thought about home in a while, and the sensation left him standing there, stupefied for several seconds. Well, he was cooperative at least. Are you really going to help him with his pain? I think you should just strangle him. Grace's ruthless commentary snapped Ward out of it, and he spun on her.
I don't work that way, and you should know it by now.
Before Grace could respond, Haley said, still looking down at her frying ham. Are you talking to Grace?
Yeah.
What are you arguing about?
Yes, Ward. Tell her what we're arguing about. Grace moved over and hopped on the table, resting her bare feet on the bench.
Grace thinks I should strangle that guy and be done with him. I'm planning to drop him off with the City Watch.
He's not the one who attacked my family, so I don't care.
Haley shrugged.
Do you want some ham?
Ward remembered he'd promised Fan to return to the inn for dinner. He supposed he wasn't late yet, but he probably should get going soon.
No, thank you anyway. I don't want to let this guy go yet because he might tip off the next piece of the puzzle. Some guy named Foyle.
Foyle is behind this.
Haley spun.
I've seen his offices before. Heard people talk about him. He runs bets for the derbies.
More than that from what I gather. Our little friend down there is talkative, hoping for some pain tonic. Do you care if I keep him here until I can talk to Foyle?
I don't mind, but you should proceed with caution. Foyle will have some muscle. I'd be surprised if he doesn't have a sorcerer on staff.
Images of the dueling monks flashed through Ward's mind.
Like a strong one? The kind that can shoot beams of fire?
Oh, I doubt it. Someone with enhanced strength and speed, though. Someone like you. If not, he definitely has a few Gopa practitioners. It was at the dojo that I learned his name.
She twisted a brass knob, stifling the flow of gas to her burner, and turned to him.
Wait today, and I'll come with you. I just need this wrist to mend. In the morning, I'll visit an alchemist for some bone mend cream and a pain tonic for your prisoner. I'll secure him with something stronger, too, once he's on the mend.
Ward scratched at the stubble on his jawline and sat down next to Grace's feet, thankful that the devil hadn't been trying to talk to him at the same time as Haley.
I think that's a good plan. Give me a day to get some equipment. Get yourself healed up, and then we'll visit Foyle together.
I want justice for my parents, and if that man hired the one who killed them, I don't plan to be gentle.
Ward looked into her eyes. They were very dark in the dim kitchen light. Slowly, he nodded.
I don't blame you. Just let me get some answers out of him before you break his neck.
The words felt strange yet comfortable coming from his lips and almost sent him into a disoriented spiral. When had he gone from trying to enforce laws to seeking vigilante justice? Was it the ineffectual-seeming City Watch? Was it his concern for Haley? He'd never had to deal with a crime so personal before. Haley spoke, stopping his ruminations in their tracks.
Of course, I want to confirm that Nevkin started this. If he didn't, I'd like to know who.
Okay, it's a deal. You sure you're good if I head back to the inn for now?
She picked up the thick slice of ham from her cast-iron pan and bit a chunk out of it, chewing noisily. She nodded as she swallowed.
I'll be fine. I slept most of the day, so I doubt I'll sleep more tonight. There's an alchemist nearby, and he's a family friend. He'll be up with the dawn.
Ward stood and gestured to the sweater he was wearing.
It's okay if I wear this for now?
Keep it. I'll have to do something with all my father's things eventually.
Her voice was steady and carried a much different tone than earlier. She sounded almost angry, and Ward knew it was because she was contemplating what they'd spoken about, finding Foyle and getting some answers.
Listen, Haley.
He walked closer and reached out, gently grasping her shoulder.
Promise me you aren't going to do anything without me.
Her eyes widened, and her somber face brightened a little as she smiled.
I'm just so angry and sad. I'm not stupid. I'll wait, and we'll go together.
Right. Okay then. I'll come by tomorrow sometime after my new clothes are delivered.
Haley interrupted him, shaking her head.
I have to see a tailor in that part of town. Why don't I stop by the inn? I won't leave until I've secured that man downstairs with some chains.
Okay. Deal. See you tomorrow at the inn sometime. If I'm not there, wait for me. I have a few errands to run.
Ward gave her shoulder one more squeeze, then, with her following behind, he walked to the front door and out into the cold night air. He turned and offered her a final smile.
Night.
Night, Ward.
She smiled half-heartedly and clicked the door shut.
Think she's going to be all right?
Grace asked.
I guess.
Ward turned and started crunching over the gravel to the cobbled path.
She lost her parents less than a day ago. Almost died herself.
The more he thought about it, the crazier it seemed that she was even up and about.
She's a tough chick, you know that?
Chick, Ward, really? How about a tough person? It's not like a man would cope better.
I didn't mean that. Shit, cut me a little slack, would you?
I am cutting you some slack. I didn't hit you, did I?
Grace giggled and winked, and Ward realized she was just teasing. He laughed and cracked his knuckles, walking briskly through the chilly, dimly lit streets. He was hungry, but also excited. It felt like he was on a case with no lieutenant to answer to. He was looking forward to meeting this Foyle character and seeing Haley get some justice. 33. A brisk morning walk. Ward, as usual, found himself alone in Faye and Fan's room when he woke the next day. He was an early riser, but those two gave new meaning to the concept. The night before, he'd regaled the two women with the tale of his encounter with the thugs while eating a delicious, hearty dinner. Fan had cooked up a casserole filled with bits of sausage, sweet potato, cabbage, and other things Ward hadn't identified, all seasoned to perfection. With a full belly and exhausted from the day's ordeals, he'd slept early and deeply. Grace was ready to pounce when she saw his eyes open.
You never used the hemograph last night. Let's see what it says.
Remember when I found it and you told me not to mess around with it? Didn't you call it junk or something?
Grace held a hand over her eyes and looked down, muttering,
You know why.
Oh, that's right. You didn't want me to notice how you took all my anima.
Ward sighed and sat up on the edge of the bed, pulling his pack close. He dug out the device and, after pricking his finger, dropped some blood into the sensor. A few seconds later, he was looking at some interesting new numbers.
Bloodline, awakened human, AH. Accumulated mana, 172. Mana well, copper, plus 21.22. Mana sensitivity, iron. Mana pathways, copper. Vessel capacity, copper. Vessel durability, AH plus 44.50. Vessel strength, AH plus 33.08. Vessel speed, AH plus 29.13. Longevity remaining, 64.12%. Anima, nil. This thing is confusing as hell.
Ward sighed.
I need a damn manual. I need a notebook to write my old values in. But if I remember correctly, I had more than 200 accumulated mana before, right? Then I slept for weeks, and now I've gained after last night 172. It doesn't seem like the numbers after the plus signs equal the amount of accumulated mana I had.
Grace made a humming sound as she stared at the numbers. It seems to me that now that you are an awakened human, it takes more mana to increase those values.
She shrugged.
As you said, we need more information. Still, it's clear that you're progressing.
Ward smirked, stuffing the device back into his pack. Yes, Grace, I'm perfecting my vessel for your nefarious plans.
She didn't deign to answer, and Ward prepared for the day. As he descended to the common room, he found Faye and Willard gathering some buckets, rags, and bottles of soap oil. Up already? Faye smiled and winked at him. Hope we didn't wake you when we came to work.
Nah, didn't hear a thing. Still planning to head over to Haley's, huh? That's really great, Faye.
Ward turned to Willard and tried to make eye contact, but the big man refused to look him in the face. Ward had hardly ever heard him speak. Still, he reached up and clapped the fellow on the shoulder.
Thanks for all your help, Willard. I hear I owe you for the clothes I've been wearing.
Ward still had on the rough-spun shirt and pants, blood-stained and torn though they were. Luckily, the sweater Haley had given him hid most of the damage.
Old,
Willard shrugged, then hoisted a bucket full of rags and started for the door. Faye laughed. I guess we're leaving. Still going to Maggie's?
Yeah, I want to ask her about a thing or two.
Well, don't buy any love potions. Faye laughed again, then hurried after Willard, lugging a sack of clinking bottles. Cute. Grace slapped him on the shoulder, but Ward wasn't startled. He'd been expecting her.
You're getting predictable.
He went to the bar and sat down, smiling when Fan came out of the kitchen.
I don't smell bacon,
he said by way of greeting. Oh, is that the only way to bring you to the counter? Well, we're low on meat. Farmer Rhett's late with his delivery. How about some porridge? I'll put some sliced berries on top. Drizzle it with honey and cream.
Sold,
Ward laughed.
Something warm to drink too?
On its way. Fan shook her head, chuckling, as she hurried back toward the kitchen. You must be racking up quite a bill here. You haven't paid them yet since you've come out of the catacombs, have you?
No, Grace, but don't worry. I will.
Before he could let the idea slip his mind, Ward dug 2 50-glory coins out of the pouch he'd tied to his shoulder harness and slapped them on the counter. When Faye returned with his breakfast, he slid them toward her.
So you don't get nervous about all the food I'm eating.
I wasn't nervous. She leaned on the counter, watching him take a bite of the porridge. However, he didn't miss it as she slid the 2 coins toward herself and palmed them. Ward swallowed a large spoonful, just the right temperature thanks to the cream she'd poured on top.
Delicious.
Fan winked and bustled off to talk to some other patrons sitting near the fireplace. Ward finished his meal and was getting ready to head out when he heard the door open and felt a cold draft. A moment later, several sets of boots clumping on the hardwoods prompted him to turn to see who'd come into the inn. 3 men in city guard uniforms stood there, and pushing his way through was Guard Captain Figran. He scanned the room, then the bar area, and when his eyes settled on Ward, his thin lips pressed into a hard smile as he stomped toward him. Ward straightened and swiveled some more atop his stool, so he faced the captain directly.
Captain?
Ah, it's good that you're still here, Mr. Dyer. I've come to see you.
Oh?
Yes, you see, Guard Boyle over there had an eventful patrol in the wee hours, came upon a body in an alley not too far from here. After he called the undertaker and went back to the guardhouse for shift change, he heard the tale from one of the other guards that a man had been to this very inn last night, carrying on about how he'd been assaulted in that area.
The captain moved to the stool next to Ward, lifted the long tails of his uniform jacket, and sat down. His eyes never left Ward's face as he said,
I don't suppose you're familiar with the tale.
Uh-oh, Grace said, suddenly standing beside the captain. She leaned close to him and made an exaggerated sniffing sound. Smells like trouble. Ward managed to keep his face from reacting to the captain's question and Grace's antics. He cleared his throat and scratched his chin. The truth was he'd been so preoccupied with learning what the surviving thug knew, then getting back to the inn, that he'd failed to consider how it might look to the guards when someone came upon the dead thug's body.
Sure. I was attacked last night. One of the bastards knifed me, too. I managed to fight my way free, but they both seemed plenty alive as I ran off.
2 assailants, you say?
That's right.
Ward frowned and tried to turn the tables a little.
I have to say, I'm happy to see you here. I was beginning to wonder if the City Watch cared at all. I woke up early today intending to head down to your office to file a report. I wanted to know why no one came when I cried out for help. I wanted to complain about how I had to run through several alleys and dark, unlit streets before I got away, and in all that time, I never laid eyes on a patrol.
The captain frowned, but if Ward had hoped his accusatory statement might throw him off, he was disappointed.
So you didn't hit one of the victims hard enough to crack his skull?
Victim? Did you hear what I said? The 2 ambushed me with knives. While running, I picked up a board and swung it around. That's how I got away initially. I might have hit one of them in the head, but it sure seemed they were both still chasing me after that.
In his head, Ward wondered if he should be making any sort of statement at all. He was claiming self-defense here. Was that even a thing in the city? Were there lawyers in this world? Did he have any sort of right not to incriminate himself? The captain's tone changed, and he spoke with an almost friendly air, leaning close and smiling.
Well, perhaps you can imagine yourself in my position for a moment. Here's what I know. You're a stranger in this town. A friend you made was assaulted in her home. Now you're wandering the streets at night, and local toughs are coming up dead or missing. Are you sure you're not out trying to find justice for young Haley? I think quite a few of us might sympathize if that were the case.
Ward could see a trap when it was in front of him. The old, friendly cop wants to let you know he'd do the same thing in your shoes routine.
Well, I'd sure like to know who attacked Haley, but those guys who came at me, Captain, I didn't even get a look at their faces, let alone question them to see if they might be involved. Are we even sure the body your guy found was one of the men who attacked me? As I said, the last I saw, my attackers were still on their feet. Hell, maybe they started fighting with one another after I got away.
For once, Ward was glad of the lack of forensic capability in the Steam Age city.
Well, my guards will collect statements and examine the scene in the light of day, so keep yourself available, won't you? As of today, you're under suspicion.
The statement was vague enough to be irritating to Ward, but he didn't let it show.
Sure, I'm not leaving town today.
The captain turned to his 3 guardsmen.
Go ahead, back to work or off to bed.
The 3 saluted and stomped out, and then the captain turned to regard Fan, who'd quietly come out of the kitchen and had been listening in.
Well, innkeeper, does your guest's statement measure up to the tale he spun last night?
Sounds right to me, Captain. Can I get you some breakfast?
The captain made a satisfied sound, nodding, and Ward, irritated by the accusatory nature of their conversation, turned back to his porridge and scooped out the last bite. He was ready to get out in the brisk air to blow off some steam. As he pushed his bowl away and stood up, the captain lifted one bushy gray eyebrow and, smoothing his well-groomed beard to a point at his chin, said,
Remember what I said. Keep yourself available.
Ward grunted an affirmative sound and left the inn before someone else distracted him. He retraced his steps from the night before toward the northern gate. It was barely light out, the air was cold, and he had to stuff his hands in his armpits to keep his fingers from going numb. A thin sheen of frost lined the cobbles, and he almost slipped a couple of times when he walked through shadowy alleys where the sun hadn't yet touched the stones. Still, the walk was more pleasant than the night before. No would-be assassins jumped him in the alley, and soon he found himself approaching the gates in the high, lime-plastered city wall. A single guard was on duty, and he huddled under a blanket atop a stool, a steaming mug of something held between his hands. When Ward walked through, looking up at the high stone ceiling, the man said, "Morning."
Morning.
Ward nodded to him, then paused and gestured toward the empty gravel road beyond the gates.
This the right way to the cemetery? I'm looking for a woman named Maggie.
Yep, can't miss it. Just a half-mile down the road and you'll see the fence and the headstones beyond. Her place is down the path off to the right. He eyed Ward carefully for a moment and sipped his drink. When Ward nodded and started walking, he said, "Bit chilly. Don't have a coat? You're that stranger involved in the murders, that right? Thought you weren't supposed to leave town."
I'm not. Just going to see Maggie, then I'll be back.
Ward turned, picking up the pace, for some reason more annoyed that the man would question his preparedness for the weather than his mention of him not leaving town. He supposed his regard for the city watch was at a baseline level of something like contempt. "See that you do," the guard called after him. Grace chimed in, echoing Ward's thoughts.
What's with people in authority positions acting like jerks?
He looked at her and sighed.
I don't know. We're probably being a little hard on them. I am a stranger after all. They've had to deal with more deaths than they're used to, I guess.
Ward saw the stone and wrought iron fence and, beyond it, the headstones the guard had promised, so he turned off the road, walking along a dirt and gravel path. He could see a thatch-roofed dwelling about 100 yards ahead, just past the corner of the cemetery lot. With no other structures in sight, he figured it had to be Maggie's house. In the gray light of a slightly overcast dawn, he paused to look over the low stone wall at the cemetery beyond. It looked like it went on for several acres, and many of the hundreds of headstones he could see were blackened and cracked.
Must have been here before the fire passed through.
Grace sat atop a nearby stone fence post, and if Ward hadn't just been looking that way and seen no sign of her, he could almost imagine she'd been there all along.
I was wondering about that. Have you noticed that the buildings in Tarnish are mostly stone at the ground level and lime-washed? I wonder if the people living in this little city have been here since before the fire passed through, or if they just moved in and rebuilt.
It's a strange world. The people in Tarnish sure seem like they own the place. I bet they have shelters or something. Don't you think people in population centers like this would have caves or basements or something they run to when the fire comes near?
Grace pursed her lips, contemplating.
I suppose. Knowing people, though, they'd forget after 50 years or so, and by the time fire comes round again, they'd panic and do something stupid.
Uh-huh.
Ward started walking again, angling for the smaller stone wall around the thatched cabin. He could see the rusted iron gate hanging crookedly near the center and strolled toward it, eyes searching for the silver bell he was supposed to ring. When he was just a few steps away, he saw, dangling between two iron rods, a tiny bell hanging from a strand of spun wire. He stepped up to it and gave it a flick with his forefinger, and a melodic, high-pitched ding-ding rewarded his efforts. Ward watched the front door of the little cabin, noting the wood smoke in the air drifting up from a round brick chimney. After a few seconds, Grace broke the tension.
Kind of a creepy place for a house.
Hush. You don't know if this lady will be able to see or hear you, right?
His words had the desired effect. Grace vanished from sight. Ward was just getting ready to flick the bell again when the door opened with a creak, and a small round face peered out. Ward thought it must be a child looking at him, but the long, tangled gray hair made that improbable. Even so, the woman must have only stood 4 feet tall as she called out in a reedy voice.
Come in!
Hello.
Ward pushed the gate open and, careful to close it behind himself, walked up the stepping stone path to the door.
Hello, stranger. Hurry, I'm letting all the warmth out.
Ward hustled up to the door and, ducking low, stepped through as she pulled it wide. The inside of the hut had a ceiling that might have accommodated Ward comfortably, but there were long, crisscrossing lines of drying herbs hanging where his head wanted to be, and he had to keep hunched low as he followed the little woman inside. She wore a woolen knitted shawl patterned with circles and squares of various colors, but predominantly yellow. When she sat at the little wooden kitchen table and motioned for Ward to sit across from her, he saw she'd been working on a project, grinding a root into a brilliant indigo powder.
I smell blood on you, stranger. Did you have trouble on your way to see me?
Ward grunted, shifting the chair away from the table to fit more comfortably in the small space.
None this morning, no. I'm sorry I didn't have cleaner clothes to wear. I've had to order new ones from a tailor.
When she smiled and looked up, Ward saw what everyone must be noticing about him. Her eyes shone with a pale white light, making the blue and green irises stand out like little sparkling jewels above her flushed, rosy cheeks. She had nice teeth for a woman who seemed to be coming up on 100 years old, and when she spoke, her words were clear and sharp, even though the voice that delivered them was breathy and soft.
Well, what brings you to Maggie?
My name's Ward, and I'm not from around here, as you may have guessed.
How would I have done that?
Ward frowned and scratched his head.
I guess I'm not sure. Everyone in town seems to realize it right away.
Well, Maggie doesn't know everyone like she used to. What is it? Some sort of pestilence of the genitals?
Ward almost choked at the old woman's words, and, coughing, choking back a laugh, he shook his head.
No, nothing like that. When I said I wasn't from around here, I meant from this world. I recently found myself transported here from a place with very little mana, and I'm trying to learn more about it.
Oh, you wish to be my apprentice? Bit large for my taste. Large and male. You'd have to build your own sleeping quarters. I won't have you taking up all the space in here.
No, that's not what I was trying to do. Here, let me show you.
Ward reached under his shirt to where he'd tucked the copper plate, held in place against his chest by the strap of his shoulder holster.
I received this in the catacombs, and I was hoping you could help me figure it out.
That got the diminutive woman's attention. She set down the little jar she'd been uncapping and held out her hand.
Let me see that.
Something in Ward made him cautious, and he held it back, lowering it to his lap.
Let's make an agreement first.
Oh, clever one, aren't you? I thought you were new to our ways.
She winked one of those softly glowing blue eyes at him.
Well, I've learned enough to know the words,
Ward stressed the word,
are valuable. If I show you this, won't you be receiving something valuable?
Depends. Are you going to let me copy it down? I doubt I'll hold it.
She tapped the side of her head.
Long enough to write it after you've gone.
For once, Ward wished Grace wasn't hiding. He'd have liked her more cutthroat business sense. He shrugged.
What do you suggest?
I suggest you let me see that page, and if it's what I think it is, I'll try to help you understand it. In exchange, you let me copy it.
Ward thought about her offer. She was old, and he wondered how someone could go through a long life in a world like this one without amassing a bunch of words of power. Were they really that tightly guarded? If so, he would be giving her a lot with very questionable gains promised in exchange. Nevertheless, she was friendly and seemed to know a thing or two. More importantly, Ward didn't have a lot of other options. Shaking his head and clicking his tongue like she was driving a hard bargain, he lifted the thin copper sheet and laid it on the table before himself.
All right, Maggie. Teach me some magic.
34. Clarity. Maggie's bright eyes widened, and a smile lifted her plump oval cheeks.
May I copy it before we begin?
Ward rested a heavy hand on the copper sheet.
Let's talk a bit first.
Fair enough, Wanderer. Tell me, what can old Maggie teach you today?
Let's start with why the words are so hard to keep.
Ward tapped his forehead.
Up here.
They're elusive by nature, hard to understand. They're combinations of sounds that affect the mana, but that very connection to the essence makes them hard to grasp. You have to learn the words with more than just your memory. You have to learn them with your body and spirit. You can plant them more firmly in your mind that way, but even so, if you use them, it's like a release. The flow of the mana will wash away some of those connections you made.
So, every time you use one of the words, or, I guess, a set of words, you'd have to study them again?
Maggie nodded, pushing her mortar and pestle to the side.
A master might repeat the same spell a few times before the connections are gone, but then she'd have to study her notes again.
She stood and walked through the cramped space, pushing aside a chair hung with quilts to make way as she started shuffling about in her kitchen.
I'll make us some hot bitters.
Bitters?
Oh, just some herbs and roots steeped in hot water. Sort of a tea, but I have a few ingredients most people don't. They're a little bitter, but not when I'm done adding the honey. Did you see my hives out back?
No, I didn't notice.
No matter.
She fiddled with something on her little round copper range, and flames flickered to life atop it.
Now, while this water's warming, tell me how you have more mana than I, but don't know a thing about the words.
Ward sighed and leaned back in the wooden chair. When it creaked alarmingly, he quickly straightened and covered his embarrassment with a cough.
Well, the world I came from has very little mana. People there just don't know about it. When I arrived here, I was amazed to find clouds of it coming from the bodies of a pair of scavengers I had to fight off.
And you managed to harvest some of it all on your own? You must be quite gifted. Tell me, what does it look like?
You don't know?
No, I can feel it, like a tickle on my palm, but I struggle to pull any in. This,
She gestured to her eyes.
is the result of decades of trying. Nonetheless, you won't hear me complain. I've outlived everyone I grew up with, and some of my children too.
She chuckled, but it was a rueful, almost bitter sound.
It's beautiful. Imagine motes of dust like you might see in a sunbeam, but blue and flickering, swirling in little clouds.
Ward heard the wonder in his voice and had to stop speaking lest he get too emotional. He hadn't realized how profoundly his experiences with the mana had affected him.
So you're a natural. That's lucky for you, stranger.
I'm sorry, haven't I introduced myself?
Oh, you have, Ward. Forgive this old woman. I have my habits when it comes to speaking.
No worries.
So you can see it. You can gather it. You seem to be holding more than most humans your age might. Now you seek some understanding. Am I correct in my summation?
Yeah.
Have you ever used a word?
She gestured to the sheet, still resting under Ward's palm.
That one, or any other?
I did. I was in the catacombs when...
Aha! I should have guessed! Is that where you got your shine? Your ability to contain so much so early in your life? Did you find a refinement?
Ward didn't see any point in lying about it, so he shrugged.
Yeah.
Things begin to make more sense.
She chuckled to herself as she turned to lift her now steaming kettle from the stove, pouring the hot water into a stoneware pitcher. Almost immediately, Ward could smell whatever she had in the pitcher, activated by the hot water. The scents were heady, like herbs and flowers and things that tickled his memories, but only vaguely.
Go on. You were telling me about a time you used the words.
Right. I was betrayed. Well, a friend and I both were, and the fellow who betrayed us used some words to turn into smoke and escape from a room, leaving me and my friend to battle with some monsters. We killed the monsters, but she was paralyzed, and I couldn't get to her. When our former companion betrayed us and cast his spell, I heard the words, and somehow I used them again to get to my injured friend.
Truly? How much time had passed?
A couple of minutes.
Ward shrugged. The truth was, he hadn't remembered them. Grace had. Wasn't that right? The whole memory was a little foggy to him.
And you'd never studied them?
Never.
So, did he disappear and reappear in the new location, or did you see the smoke traverse the space between?
I saw it flow out.
Either way, it's a potent spell. I'm surprised the words didn't kill you.
I think they would have. I had a healing potion I won earlier in the catacombs.
Aha!
Maggie leaned against her wooden counter, which Ward was just starting to realize was about a foot shorter than a standard kitchen counter. She stroked her smooth, plump chin, then reached up to twirl some of her long, disheveled gray hair around her finger. After a minute, she said,
Mana isn't inert. It is, in a way, alive. I've read that need, desperation, heightened emotion, and other such qualities can affect a spell, making it work when normally the caster would have failed. You must have been very focused and very desperate to get to your friend. Otherwise, I don't know how you would have made that spell work without prior study or meditation on the forms.
Like I said, I think it almost killed me.
Ward watched as Maggie lifted her heavy pitcher and poured it over a handheld strainer into 2 mugs. She lifted a clay pot, and Ward saw her scoop a generous amount of honey into each mug, stirring it well. She returned to the table and pushed a green and orange glazed pottery mug toward him.
That's my favorite mug. My granddaughter and I made it while she visited for Eldenhearth a few years back.
Ward wanted to ask what Eldenhearth was, but didn't want to get further sidetracked. He lifted the mug, sniffed the concoction within, and, his taste buds intrigued by the cloying, spicy scent, gave it a sip.
I like it. It's more interesting than tea, that's for sure.
While Maggie smiled, nodded, and sipped her own mug, he held the warm cup between his hands and waited for her to speak.
All right, stranger.
She grinned around her mug and shook her head.
Ward, show me this page you won in the catacombs.
He nodded and pushed the copper sheet across the table toward her. She turned it and stared for a long while. When she looked up, her eyes were bright with interest.
I recognize that first word. Shrovak.
When Ward flinched and his eyes bulged out, she laughed.
Relax, child. The words won't do anything without focused intention, especially for someone like me who hasn't studied them at all.
Ah, that's good. I was afraid even saying them by accident would make blood spray out of my ears or something.
Maggie sipped her drink, swallowing with a soft sigh.
As I was saying, I know that word. It's used in spells to mean something like show. The second word isn't familiar to me, and, well, with the words of power, you need to know that they have different meanings based on connotation. So that second word is important. Shrovak could mean show, or tell, or reveal, or uncover, or a dozen other subtly different things. The good news is that we can learn what the second word means by performing these meditative poses, committing the words to memory, and experimenting. It's all a matter of whether we can stomach the risk.
Risk?
Well, neither you nor I are exactly evolved sorcerers.
Evolved?
Ward was starting to feel like an idiot, repeating everything back to her, not understanding hardly anything.
Didn't I mention earlier that you were holding a lot of mana for a young human? So when I say evolved, I mean people from other species with more exposure throughout their ancestry.
But you're from here, right? You call yourself human, which is comforting, but that's a rabbit hole I'll go down another day. The point is, this place has much more mana than Earth. Why aren't the locals, you included, more evolved for mana?
Ah, I see your confusion. Humans are a young species, relatively speaking, and no, we didn't originate in this system. We came to Vainglory in great numbers, just as we've spread to many worlds. But
She smiled and shrugged.
I've no idea where we originated. That was thankfully long before my time.
By the end of her answer, she was laughing. Ward nodded. He'd assumed something similar. It didn't make sense that humanity evolved so similarly on various worlds. They had to have an origin in common, and as far as he knew, it could be Earth.
Or,
He finished his thought aloud.
the people from my world, my ancestors, could have come from another world. All we have are bones and cave paintings to go on.
I see you're thinking aloud. I'll pose another question for you. Do you wonder how I can recognize this word?
She tapped the copper sheet.
If the words are fleeting?
I figured you must have a spell that uses that word and that you've recently memorized it.
Ah! Oh, you're sharper than you seem.
Ward laughed.
Should I be offended?
No, I'm just old and speak my mind too bluntly. So, are you understanding things better?
She set her cup down and turned the copper sheet sideways so Ward could see it more easily as she pointed.
I'm not sure what all those dotted lines are. The little symbols lined up under the words. My friend said it seemed similar to her martial arts forms.
Gopa!
Maggie clapped her hands, nodding.
Indeed! The masters of the Fire Fist meditate using forms similar to these. It's how they learn to coax the latent mana into their styles.
Right. I figured it must have something to do with mana. When I saw my friend's fists radiating heat and exploding on the enemies she fought.
Just so. Now look, follow my finger.
She gestured to the first of the symbols.
These long dashed lines are meant to represent your limbs. The dots beneath give you an idea of how long you should hold that form while you meditate. They each represent 10 heartbeats.
So, I bend my arms and legs like this, then meditate for, let's see.
Ward did the math in his head.
30 heartbeats before moving to the next form?
Exactly. The tricky part is knowing what to meditate on.
Ward sipped his drink, tilting his cup so the thick, honey-sweet sludge at the bottom rolled into his mouth.
God, that's good. I was hoping you might help with that part. I'm not any kind of expert when it comes to meditation.
Maggie smiled, took his mug, and set it aside.
To use the words of power correctly and safely, you must internalize them. There's a reason the forms are timed in heartbeats. One of the easiest ways to begin to grasp the complexity of the words is to focus on them while you quiet your mind and body to the point where you can feel your heartbeats. When I learned my first word, my grandmother told me to be still until the only thing I could hear was my heart. Once I accomplished that, no small feat for a 9-year-old girl, she gave me the word, and while I listened to my heart, I repeated it in my head over and over. It took time, but eventually I had clarity. I felt the word's true meaning in the context of the forms my grandmother taught me.
These?
Ward touched the 5 different symbols under the words.
Yes, though mine were stick figures drawn on an old sheet of vellum, and my gran helped me to get them right.
She smiled and reached over the table to clasp the knuckles of Ward's left hand.
You'll get it. You're sharp, and I'm sure you just need to spend some time alone with the words. Have I taught you enough? May I copy the sheet?
Ward started to lean back, heard the creaking of the chair's joints, and stopped himself again. He settled for folding his arms and sighing happily.
Yeah, I'd say you've made things a lot clearer for me. You can copy it, but can I ask you a few questions while you work?
Of course.
Maggie hopped out of her seat, surprisingly spry for someone so old, and hurried over to a dark, hardwood trunk that sat between a rocking chair and a rack of empty bottles of all shapes and sizes. She lifted the lid and took out a bundle. When she returned to the table, Ward realized it was a thin leather-bound book and a box of pencils, quills, and tiny cork-stoppered ink bottles.
This is my book of spells, Ward. You should make yourself one. Mine's wrapped in salamander hide, very resistant to fire.
Ward reached over the table and ran his fingers along the smooth, mottled hide.
Well, I'll be damned. That's pretty neat.
He frowned, thinking about some of the less savory people he'd run into since he'd come to that world.
You should be careful. Aren't those worth a lot?
Oh, yes. But you see these marks?
She pointed to a line of strange symbols burned into the dark leather cover. They were almost invisible against the dark hide.
Yeah?
The artificer who made me the binding attuned it to me, using my blood. If someone else opens the book or tears out a page, it will appear blank. He promised me that it was nearly impossible to get around. Even tampering with the runes or adding new ones would render the pages blank. And you'd be wise to believe I've got a copy or two hidden around the graveyard.
She winked at him.
Maggie, you shouldn't be telling me things like that.
Oh, you're not bad. I'd know by now. I've got a good sense for people, and the potion you drank would have had you coughing blood if your intentions were evil.
Ward sputtered, reaching for his throat as though he could do something about the drink he'd already fully imbibed.
You...
Come now, I'm an old woman living by a cemetery. Did you believe I couldn't brew a potion? Nothing to worry about, young wanderer. So long as your intentions are good, it's nothing but a delicious digestive aid.
That seems really broad. I don't have good intentions about everything.
Ward could feel his throat closing, but he hoped it was just psychosomatic.
Hush, relax. I mean your intentions concerning me. 'Twas my blood in the cup, after all.
Oh, Jesus.
This time, Ward really did gag, but all Maggie did was laugh, and he couldn't tell if she was teasing. Something told him she wasn't. She'd opened her little book to a blank yellow-white page, and he watched, still feeling a little queasy and horrified, as she meticulously began to copy the embossed copper sheet. After a while, his stomach settled down, and he managed to put the thought of drinking someone's blood out of his head enough to ask,
Do you think I could get a book like that made here in Tarnish?
Undoubtedly. I thought you said you had questions for me. Was that it?
Oh, no. I got distracted thinking about your potion.
Ward chuckled a little nervously, then shook his head.
So, I've learned that the more mana you absorb, the more it alters your body, allowing you to absorb more. That's right?
Yes. Given time and mana, a person, even a simple human like you or me, could grow in power enough to use some words. Of course, refinement potions created by beings who are unimaginably powerful can help you skip decades of work.
She looked at him, narrowed her eyes, and wriggled her nose to show she was teasing.
Don't worry, I'm not bitter. I never had the courage to go into those catacombs. Never tried to visit any of the other challenges. I'm content.
She reached into her box of pens and pencils and pulled out a little pouch. She pulled out a pinch of fine white sand and sprinkled it on the page, absorbing the extra ink.
Anything else?
Will I know if the words are too much for me? Should I try to cast the spell or not?
Not to worry. If you do the meditation faithfully and reach clarity with these words,
she drummed her finger on Ward's copper page,
you'll understand if they're too much for you. It'll be like the mental equivalent of touching a hot coal.
Huh. What'll it be like if I can use them?
There won't be any discomfort, only understanding.
She pushed his page back toward him, and Ward slipped it under his shirt again.
Thanks. That's...
Ward sighed and shrugged.
Talking to you has made me feel a lot less like I'm lost at sea without a, rudder or sail or something.
She continued to smile, her smooth, rosy cheeks squeezing her eyes upward.
Was there anything else?
Yeah.
Ward drummed his fingers on the table, considering the question and how much it might reveal about him. Then, with a shrug that was meant more for himself than Maggie, he asked,
Do you know anything about hemographs?
35. Looking at the numbers.
Hemographs?
Maggie narrowed her eyes, but they still shone brightly in the sockets.
I know a thing or two. Do you have one?
I do, but I didn't think to bring it with me. It was only during our talk that I realized how helpful that would have been.
Well, Ward...
She carefully pushed her chair back and stood up, gathering her mug and Ward's.
I have one here if we have need of it. What was it you were wanting to know?
Ward was desperate to understand so much that he had difficulty formulating his response. Finally, as Maggie put the mugs in her deep copper-wash basin, he simply said,
I don't understand much at all, to be honest. As I told you, I'm from a world with very little mana. Hemographs aren't a thing there. I can see my numbers changing as I absorb mana, especially after I found the refinement in the catacombs, but I don't understand any of it. Am I stronger and more durable? It seems like it. What's the deal with bloodlines? Why is it telling me my longevity in a percentage, but everything else is just a flat number? Why?
Maggie cackled, tilting her face upward and reveling in the deep belly laugh.
Oh, child, you sound like me when I first stabbed my finger with my grand's hemograph.
She turned away from her wash basin and walked over to the trunk where she'd earlier retrieved her grimoire.
They're all a little different, hemographs. Quirks of the artificer who created them. Different varieties of glyphs, different catalysts, and a range of reagents used in the aether flux. No two are alike.
She lifted out a narrow wooden device about the size of a board game box with a grunt, and then carried it over to the table. When she set it down, Ward saw it was well crafted, with dovetail joinery and lots of delicate, intricate symbols carved into the wooden frame. A pale blue sheet of stained glass sat inside the frame, and, just like in his hemograph, Ward could see some kind of liquid shifting beneath it. He expected Maggie to sit back down, but she moved around the table, back to her kitchen, and lifted the top from a ceramic container.
We should have a cookie if we're going to be giving blood to that infernal box.
Ward pressed a hand to his stomach.
I couldn't say no to a cookie.
A big lad like you? I should think not.
She took 2 fairly large dark cookies out of the jar and, as she returned to the table, asked,
Do you like molasses?
Man, it's been a long time. I'd say so, yeah.
Ward took the offered cookie and took a bite, enjoying the rich, sugary flavor.
This is delicious, Maggie.
She watched him, smiling with her lips pressed together as he went for another bite, and Ward suddenly froze. His eyes sprang wide, and he pulled the cookie away from his mouth.
Don't tell me.
She laughed, slapping her knee before taking a huge bite of her own cookie.
There's nothing funny about the cookies, Ward. You should be a little more careful, though.
Yeah,
he grumbled, setting the cookie on the table beside the board.
Oh, don't be churlish. If it were a potion or poison, I would have been sure one bite would be enough. Go on now, don't waste it.
Ward shook his head.
I won't. I'll eat it while you explain this thing.
Ward gestured to the wooden hemograph.
Oh, I'll explain, but we need a few ground rules first. If we're going to talk about what the hemograph says, we'll need to use it. Now, I could just insist that only you do so, and then I could explain what it says about your blood. However, I believe you'll gain more from the experience if I show you what it says about my blood, too. That means we will be gaining some rather intimate knowledge of each other. Do you swear that what you learn about me will not leave this humble little home?
Yeah,
Ward nodded.
of course.
Very well. Then you can rest assured I'll not spread the word of your blood secrets either.
She touched something on the side of the box, and, with a snick, a needle erupted from the top left corner, from Ward's perspective. From some hidden pocket or another, Maggie produced a small rag and a tiny bottle. She unstoppered the bottle, dabbed some of its contents onto the cloth, and then wiped the needle. Ward could smell the telltale odor of potent alcohol.
Who shall go first?
I can, if you like.
Ward cleared his throat and pulled his sleeve back, reaching a finger toward the needle.
Do I just touch the needle? I mean, how much blood does it need?
It'll sting, but let it sink into your finger and hold it there until the aether flux begins to shift.
Aether flux?
The liquid behind the glass.
Ah, makes sense.
Ward was a little leery about sticking a random needle in his finger, but he'd lost some of his 21st century squeamishness after everything he'd been through since arriving on Cinder. After seeing what healing salves and tonics could do, he wasn't so sure simple infections or even sickness were anything to worry about. Besides, hadn't he just seen Maggie wipe it down with alcohol? With that in mind, he pressed the needle into his flesh, grimacing only slightly as he held it there.
Good. Hold it steady. It takes a moment.
As she spoke, Maggie leaned close, peering at the tinted glass, watching the inert aether flux beneath it. Ward could feel something where the needle sat in his finger, a tingling, itching sensation, and he imagined it was siphoning some of his blood into the device.
There!
Maggie pointed to the glass, and Ward saw what she meant. The liquid was swirling and coming alive with neon blue color.
Wow, that's a lot prettier than mine. Can I remove my finger?
Yes!
She looked excited, gleeful even. Her demeanor reminded Ward of a child receiving a gift.
You don't see other people's reports often, do you?
Ha! No, traveler, I certainly don't. Look, the letters are forming.
She was right. The liquid shifted and separated, and the glowing portions soon formed the lines and curves of fanciful script, letters and numerals. Ward's eyes opened when he saw the detailed report. Bloodline, awakened human. 3 potential evolutions detected. Accumulated mana, 140. Mana well, tier 3, 28% to next tier. Mana sensitivity, tier 4, tied to bloodline status. Mana pathways, tier 2, tied to bloodline status. Vessel capacity, tier 2, tied to bloodline status. Vessel durability, tier 2, 49% to next tier. Vessel strength, tier 2, 35% to next tier. Vessel speed, tier 2, 33% to next tier. Longevity remaining, 65%. Tier 2 depletion rate. Anima heart, tier 1, closed. Anima, depleted.
This is a lot more than my hemograph displayed,
he began to say, but Maggie cut him off with a gasp.
Your anima! What happened? Ward, don't you know how vital it is? Did you trade it away for some—
I didn't trade it willingly,
he sighed.
I was near death and, being sort of tricked me out of it to heal me.
Surprising Ward, she turned and spat on her cluttered floor.
Bah! Scoundrel! Leech! Vile, beguiling trickster! Was it a djinn? A succubus? A fey temptress? Too many creatures have evolved to thrive off our vital force. Oh, Ward, you must travel to one of the higher worlds. Perhaps even Primus. I've heard from travelers that the academy there has knowledge of such things. I'm afraid I don't know much about the anima readings other than knowing it should not say depleted.
Yeah, I get that.
Ward sighed and shook his head.
Can you tell me what anima does? I know it's important. I know it has something to do with a person's soul or spirit, but I'd like to see if what I've been told is accurate, I guess.
Maggie shrugged.
Depends on who you ask. Which priest or mage or—
She chuckled.
Old crone. My gran taught me about how precious it was, about how there were creatures hiding among us that could drain it, sometimes promising gifts or miracles, and sometimes just taking it, leaving you a husk of yourself. You're right to think it has something to do with your soul, though. Most will agree. It's anima that protects it from influence or capture and sees it through to the afterlife.
Yeah, I was told that when you die, the anima pushes your spirit through to the next life or whatever, and that what's left behind becomes mana. That's why I can see it drifting out of dead bodies.
My gran told me something similar. The anima pierces the veil for our spirits. There are those who know more than I, traveler. You should visit Port Granite. There's a library and more powerful sorcerers than we.
She gestured to Ward, and then back to herself.
All right.
Ward looked back at the hemograph's report.
What about this? What's an anima heart? Do you know what it means by closed?
Only what my gran told me. The heart is what holds your anima.
The old woman shrugged and nibbled her cookie.
Mine's closed too, and my gran told me that was good. She said it meant it was safe.
She looked almost teary as she locked her bright blue eyes with Ward's.
I'm sorry you lost your anima, child.
Ward smiled and reached across the table to rest one of his large hands on hers. It was tiny and bony. but warm.
Listen, Maggie. I've come to grips with the theft, and yeah, it stirred up my anger, but I'm determined to fix this problem. I just need to learn everything I can as fast as I can. Can you explain some of these other things to me?
He gestured to the hemograph.
Well, my dear poor traveler, your other numbers are quite impressive. You've awakened your bloodline potentials, and that's why your other measurements are almost all at least Tier 2. If you look at the right-hand column, which provides some extra information, you can see that some of your attributes can be increased. Those are the ones that give you a percentage toward the next tier.
I improve those by harvesting mana, right?
Exactly. As you gain mana, it will gradually feed your vessel, increasing how much mana you can hold and making you stronger, healthier, and faster.
And the ones tied to my bloodline status?
Those cannot be improved until you improve your vessel another way. Absorbing mana won't do it. The refinement potion you found is an example of that. You can see your mana well, and mana sensitivity readings are higher than your other attributes, likely due to a lucky trait you inherited from an ancestor.
She tapped her finger on his longevity reading and chuckled.
You're already aging at a Tier 2 rate and have 65% left. You'll be a very old man when you die, if you don't get murdered or fall off a cliff.
Ward sighed, reaching up to scratch his head.
I guess that's good, but I have to weigh that against the fact that I've got no anima, so it's hard to get excited.
He stared at the numbers for another minute.
I think I understand all those attributes, except for this one.
He tapped his finger on the vessel capacity reading.
That means you won't be improving your tier rating for the other vessel attributes beyond the second tier.
Even if I improve them to 100%?
That's right. Until you improve the tier rating of your vessel capacity, you're bound to that tier.
Right. I guess I get it.
He frowned and stared at the report one more time, and then he realized there was something new after the bloodline reading.
What does it mean there are 3 potential evolutions?
Maggie smiled and stood up, walking over to her kitchen area.
That's a mystery for me too, my traveling friend. My report says something similar, but I've never grown beyond awakened. And none of my colleagues in the area know more about this stuff than I do.
She rummaged in a cabinet, and then Ward heard the clink of glass. She returned to the table with 2 cork-stoppered bottles. When she handed one to him, he was surprised to find the glass very cold.
Some of my own honey mead. I keep it cold with an artificer's device. A chillarium, he called it.
That's fantastic.
Ward pulled the cork and sniffed the concoction. It was heady with alcoholic vapors, but also spicy and sweet-smelling.
Now, you've shown me your reading, so it's only fair that I do the same. It will give you a better understanding of your own.
Without further ado, she jabbed her thumb down on the needle. Ward winced and tilted the bottle to his lips. Before he drank, though, he paused and locked eyes with Maggie.
This isn't a potion or something, is it?
Ha! No, dear man. It's just a refreshing beverage to numb your nose for the walk back to town in the cold weather.
As if to prove her point, she took a long drink from her bottle and sighed with satisfaction. Ward shrugged. He'd already consumed 2 other offerings. He tilted the bottle back to his lips and took a long pull of the icy drink. Despite its honey scent, it was barely sweet at all, but it was smooth and refreshing with a distinct herbal aftertaste. He could taste the alcohol and had a feeling Maggie was right. He'd have a heavy buzz on his walk back to town. Grinning, he picked up his cookie and took another large bite. As he chewed, Maggie took her finger away from the needle, and the magical liquid in the hemograph began to glow and swirl, forming the characters that made up her report.
Bloodline, awakened human. 1. Potential evolutions detected. Accumulated mana, 11. Mana well, tier 4, 77% to next tier. Mana sensitivity, tier 1, tied to bloodline status. Mana pathways, tier 2, tied to bloodline status. Vessel capacity,
Tier 1, tied to bloodline status. Vessel durability, Tier 1, 99% to next tier. Vessel strength, Tier 1, 99% to next tier. Vessel speed, Tier 1, 99% to next tier. Longevity remaining, 12%. Tier 1 depletion rate. Anima heart, Tier 1, closed. Anima, 100%. Ward stared at the numbers, noting the differences between them and the report for his blood. He was about to start asking questions, but Maggie filled the silence.
When I harvested enough mana to improve my mana well, the hemograph labeled me awakened, but my vessel readings never went beyond Tier 1. So, you can see how I managed to improve my vessel to the maximum of Tier 1 potential, but I never broke through to Tier 2.
What about your mana pathways?
Those improved to Tier 2 when my mana well reading reached Tier 4. It allowed me to cast much more difficult spells than before without harming myself.
I guess the only differences are that you have one potential evolution and, of course, you still have your anima.
That's right, Ward. I suppose you can see how lucky you were to be born with a higher mana sensitivity, Not only that, but the refinement potion.
She trailed off, shaking her head.
Oh, I won't allow myself to be jealous. I'm too old for all that. Ward, I wish you luck. But it's about time I tended to my chickens.
Ward nodded and stood up, still clutching the remainder of his cookie. He drained the rest of his cider before setting the bottle back on the table.
That was delicious. Thanks, Maggie. I might be in town for a little while. If so, do you mind if I come by to chat about this stuff?
He gestured to her grimoire, still sitting on the table.
I'd appreciate it. Next time, bring me a sweet treat, and I'll brew you something even nicer.
Her chuckle sounded more like a cackle, and Ward couldn't help laughing along with the crazy old woman. He was almost sorry to have to leave, but Maggie was busy, and he had things to do and people to meet, so he pushed his chair back under the table. Stooping low, he turned toward the door.
Thanks again, Maggie. Stay warm.
You too, young man. Get yourself a nice warm coat.
36. Something terrible.
As soon as he was strolling down the dirt and gravel track that ran beside the cemetery, Ward looked around for Grace.
You there?
I am. That was very interesting. Though I wish you'd asked more questions. Do you think she'd sell any of the words she has in her little book?
I thought about that. It's why I asked if she'd mind me coming by again. I figure I'll take a little time to try to figure out this one.
Ward tapped the copper sheet wedged against his chest by his shoulder strap.
Before I worry about all that, don't you think I'll come up with more questions as I get into it?
I suppose. The funny thing is that you already know more than any of my previous hosts. None of them knew anything about those meditative poses. No wonder Christina struggled so much with that word of hers.
It's weird to think there have been travelers to and from our world, but so little is known about magic.
Ward was feeling his irritation about his missing anima rather acutely after his talk with Maggie, but he was trying not to start another fight with his passenger. Still, he couldn't resist asking.
So I'm sure you heard what she thinks of the kinds of creatures who feed on anima.
I hate being lumped in with all those, Ward.
Her tone was pleading, and he glanced at her sharply, trying to catch a slip, some hint of a sly expression or patently false emotion. She looked genuinely remorseful, though, and he sighed, shaking his head. If she was as old as she claimed, she'd had plenty of time to perfect her acting.
Well, as far as I know, you ate all of my anima, and now you're just biding your time until you find a new victim.
She started to protest, and Ward held up a hand.
I'm just stating the facts, Grace. Don't expect me to really trust you anytime soon. I believe, for whatever reason, keeping me alive is in your best interest. You've demonstrated that by helping me during fights, so I'll trust that you're not trying to get me killed, but I don't know if I can believe a word you say otherwise.
He turned onto the main road to town, and as he stood there, soaking in the mid-morning sun, much warmer out of the shade of the trees lining the cemetery path, he saw there was a good deal more activity by the gates. A dozen wagons, some drawn by big shaggy oxen, and some powered by steam and what looked like clockworks, were lined up on the road, and people bustled around, loading and shifting cargo.
Looks like a caravan is getting ready to head out.
Maybe you should purchase a ride north. You could leave all that business with Haley and her parents' killer. We could find the next challenge, and you could put all that stuff behind you.
Oh, hush. I have things ordered in town. I'm not going to bail on Haley anyway.
Ward focused on one of the big steam-driven wagons, at the big brass wheels and the long drive shafts between them. A steam stack rose up near the front, and on either side were two widely placed seats. The back of the wagon was a flatbed with tall side rails holding in the jumble of crates and barrels.
Might be smart to see if there's another caravan heading out soon, though. Seems like a good way to travel. Safety in numbers and all that.
Sure.
Grace nodded, skipping along beside him, apparently unbothered by Ward's declared lack of trust.
As long as you realize that all that cargo probably draws criminals.
I guess. Might be slower than if we bought a couple of fast mounts, too.
He nodded and waved to the folks working on the wagons. Several called out greetings, and he found himself grinning like an idiot. He supposed it had something to do with having lived and worked in the Pacific Northwest for so long. People generally kept to themselves while out and about in Seattle. When he arrived at the inn, he'd barely taken 2 steps into the common room before Fan called out from behind the bar.
Ward, good news.
He walked over, eyebrows raised, and she continued.
One of our guests left early, so I've made up the empty room for you. Also, you received a big package from Taylor Thorne. It's in your room.
She dangled the key from a short copper chain, and Ward walked closer to take it from her.
Kicking me out, huh?
Oh.
Fan laughed and swung her dish towel at him playfully.
It's not like that. I thought you'd like a little privacy.
I appreciate it. Not that your room wasn't great. I really do appreciate the hospitality, but yeah, it'll be good to know I'm not imposing.
Ward held up a hand.
I know. I wasn't imposing.
He chuckled and started for the stairs.
I'm anxious to get out of these clothes. Do you want them back?
I don't,
she chuckled.
Still, leave them outside your door and we'll wash them and see if Willard wants to keep those old rags or give them to the shelter.
Ward paused.
Shelter?
For folks down on their luck. Pastor Foal runs it on the south side of town.
Really? Pastor? What religion?
Fan shook her head and clicked her tongue.
It's a cult if you ask most folks. The Flame Keepers. They claim that the fire that scours cinder is doing the will of a divine being. They say that if we'd all listen to their scripture, we could learn how to stop it.
Ah. Ward nodded, waved, and went up to his room. He'd been curious of Fan's use of the word pastor, but hearing about the religion, or cult, or whatever it was, he'd quickly dismissed pursuing the topic. He had enough to worry about. The key was stamped with a number 4, so it was easy to find his room, the second door on the right. Inside, just as Fan had promised, several packages waited for him on the trunk at the foot of the bed. Ward glanced around and didn't see Grace. He knew she'd probably jump out at him when he was naked, but he decided he was past caring and began to strip down. He was ready to wear some clean clothes. The first package, wrapped in butcher paper and twine, held most of his new clothes. He quickly pulled out some thin cotton or hemp underpants, pulled them on, and then unfolded his new pants. They were wool, but fine, smooth wool, much different than the old wool blanket he'd gotten from his grandmother when she passed away. The pants were artfully made, well-stitched, and fit him perfectly. As he pulled on one of the long-sleeved button-up shirts, he found it similarly perfect. Every item he'd gotten from Mr. Thorne was monogrammed with an elaborate W, and as he thought about that, his head began to hurt. Why was the alphabet the same here? Was it? Was he seeing something other than a W, and Grace somehow translated it for him? Rather than let her surprise him, he spoke into the empty room for a change.
Grace, why are the letters in the alphabet here the same as the ones I learned on Earth?
Suddenly, she was standing next to the mirror, watching as he worked to tuck his shirt into his pants.
I and others of my kind have something called a gift of tongues, and as I told you when we first arrived here, that gift transfers to our hosts. It's an innate ability, and no, I don't know how it works. I also don't know if that W is really like a W that you might write in English, because all written languages look the same to me. They match the first language I ever learned, which is called Genti. She shrugged. Sorry, I can't tell you more. Maybe if I ever go home or meet someone who managed to live to adulthood among my people, I can find out.
Ward looked at her and narrowed his eyes. What about your uncle? Didn't you call on him to help me?
He's not the kind of person you'd want to ask for any sort of lesson, Ward.
Uh-huh. Well, in any case, this language thing is weird. Why don't I understand the words of power?
That's a great question. Wish I had the answer.
Grace moved away from the mirror and circled him. It was clear she'd dismissed the topic when she said, My, that tailor did a nice job fitting those clothes. You look quite dapper. What about your belt and boots?
Did they come?
Ward picked up the other package wrapped in burlap he'd buried under the extra shirts, pants, and undergarments he'd purchased. He opened it up and took out his new belt and boots, pleased by the rich scent of well-oiled leather. He threaded the belt through the wide, custom-stitched loops on his pants and smiled as he secured the shiny brass buckle.
Feels good.
Don't forget your knife.
Yeah.
Ward picked up his shoulder harness and removed the leather ties he'd used to hook the knife sheath to it. That done, he loosened his belt to slide it on. With his big knife sitting comfortably on his hip, Ward slung his shoulder holster on, then walked over and picked up his new woolen jacket. It was lined with red silk and felt like an old friend when he shrugged it on. Walking over to the mirror, he gave himself a once-over and smiled. He looked sharp, and looking sharp always made him feel sharp. He'd gotten lazy about his clothes back on Earth, but that was a different Ward, a beat-down, tired, ready to check out Ward. This Ward was looking forward to all kinds of things, from exploring to learning magic to finding and punishing the people who'd wronged him and his friend.
Not too shabby,
Grace said, walking in a slow circle around him.
I can't even think of anything snide. You look hot. What about the hat?
Right.
Ward went back to the pile of clothes and picked up the round wicker hat box. He loosened the pale gray ribbon and pulled off the top, revealing his wide-brimmed, black felt hat. He picked it up, turned it to see the silky gray lining, and smiled when he saw the stylized W stitched into the hat band. He set it on his head and sighed, pleased at the perfect fit. He tugged on the lapels of his coat, wriggling his shoulders.
Damn, that guy's a wizard when it comes to sizing things.
That looks pretty cool.
Grace almost sounded upset.
You remind me of some of the nicer-dressed cowboys during the 1800s. The Doc Holliday types.
I don't even have my boots on.
Ward chuckled and sat on the bench to remedy that, sliding his feet into the new socks and then into his boots. Like everything else, they felt good, if a bit stiff.
Need to break 'em in.
When he stood up, he felt like a new man.
Still need to get a new pack. Something leather. I'm not wearing that ratty old scavenger pack over these new clothes.
I'm sure you'll pass by an outfitter or two while you're out and about. Are you going to bring your spear?
Shit. Not right now. I need to talk to Haley and figure out how best to approach this bookie guy.
Foil.
Right. That's it. Wish I knew what time Haley was going to stop by.
Well, you're all set, and Fan knows where to find you. Why not try those meditation form thingies?
Not a bad idea.
Ward took off his hat and jacket, folding it on the chest beside his other clothes. Then he picked up the copper sheet from where he'd left it. Studying the diagrams of the forms, he thought, based on how the dotted lines for his legs were bent, that they all seemed to be positions he was supposed to get into while sitting down. He unlaced his new boots and took them off, deciding it would be much easier to fold his legs and shift from one position to another if he could properly bend his ankles. Grace cleared her throat.
Well, do you want any help, or am I too untrustworthy?
If you have anything helpful to say, go ahead.
Grace plopped down in front of him, folding her legs beneath herself.
She said first you need to become still enough to feel and hear your heart. Is that going to be hard for you?
I've never tried, so yeah, probably.
Ward got comfortable, much easier for him than he could have imagined back in his old life. His legs were flexible, and neither his knees nor his hips complained when he folded his legs before him, sitting in a sort of lotus position with his hands resting on his knees. He closed his eyes and started by taking deep, slow breaths, listening to the air as it whooshed into his lungs and then out again. Before he realized it, he was finding that grounded place that Grace had guided him to when he first tried to absorb mana. His mind and body just sort of clicked into it, and then, in that quiet, still place, he tried to concentrate on his heart, listening for the thump, trying to feel it in his chest. Quite some time passed before Grace lost patience and asked,
Is it working?
Not yet. Certainly not now that you've got me talking.
Ward sighed and leaned back, stretching his muscles that had begun to cramp.
I'm not sure I've got it in me. I didn't find even a hint of my heartbeat.
I know, I interrupted you, but I have some advice if you'll listen.
Grace leaned toward him, peering up almost apologetically. Ward wanted to smile. Her tone wasn't usually so deferential, but he reminded himself he was irritated with her and kept his face straight.
Go ahead, O wise one.
I tease you about being old, but you know I've been around a lot longer than you have, yeah? I mean, my last couple of hosts were youngsters, so I'm acting a little like that now. But I do have a thing or two I could teach you. A couple of my hosts were very much into meditation.
I'm listening.
Ward straightened and nodded.
Okay, so your breathing is closely tied to your heartbeat. Did you know that? There's a reason cardio and pulmonary go together so well.
Makes sense.
So I want you to focus on your breathing. Keep it steady and slow, and try to listen to your breaths going into your body. In through your nose, all the way down to your belly button, and then out, slowly through your mouth. Don't let your mind wander. Focus on your breaths, every part of them. They should become your world. When you focus on their pattern and the sounds they make in your body, you'll notice a rhythm tied to the slow, steady whoosh. That's likely your heart. When you hear that, try to focus on it. Most importantly, don't worry about the time or whether you're succeeding. None of that should matter. Only the breathing matters.
Right away, Ward heard something he'd been doing wrong. His mind had been wandering, big time. He'd been thinking about Nevkin and about how he wanted to beat the shit out of him, or if he was responsible for the attacks on Haley's family. Worse.
Anything else?
Just that this is probably going to be a process. Don't get frustrated if you don't get there today.
Ward cocked his head and looked at Grace sideways.
What's gotten into you?
What?
So positive and encouraging.
When she began to frown, he hurriedly added,
I appreciate it. That's all.
Whatever. Go ahead now. I'll be quiet.
She folded her arms, staring at him, but he saw a smile in her eyes, even if she was pointedly pressing her lips together in a flat line. As he closed his eyes, he realized what he'd been thinking, worrying about Grace's feelings and whether she was smiling, and he frowned, irritated. Was it impossible for him to hold a grudge? Was she somehow beguiling him? He shook his head, banishing that train of thought. He took a few seconds to shake out his arms, then put his hands back on his knees, closed his eyes, and tried to concentrate on his breathing. Much as before, he found that comfortable stillness quickly, but the trick was to stay that way and to keep his mind focused on his breaths, banishing all the little nibbling thoughts that came into his mind, the worries, the hopes, and even the fears. His mind kept trying to think about how strange it was that he was attempting to learn magic. He kept wondering what the guys in the department were doing. Had they decided he was dead? Missing? That made him think of his sister. Had she given up looking for him? He felt a surge of guilt at the thought, annoyed that he'd hardly thought of her since he'd been swept into all this madness. Furiously, Ward chased those thoughts out of his head, only to find himself thinking of Haley and the hell she'd been through. First, her brother had died in front of her, his brains dashed out on a marble slab, and then her parents had been murdered in a bloody home invasion. All that, and she was coming to the inn to see him the day after? It seemed insane.
You're not concentrating.
Grace leaned forward and tweaked his ear.
Damn it!
Ward slapped her hand away, and her eyes widened.
That was quick.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, but forget it for now. Get back to that meditation and remember to empty your mind.
Right.
Once again, Ward focused on his breathing, grounded himself, and then, in the silence of his echoing mind, he focused on the sounds of his breath, the way it made his nose, throat, lungs, and stomach feel as he drew it in. He focused on how it left his body, slowly flowing out, leaving a void that collapsed as he compressed his diaphragm. Ba-dump. Ward was so startled that his eyes shot open, and he gasped.
What?
Grace looked just as startled as he did.
I heard it.
Ward grinned.
Felt it, too.
She frowned.
And then you lost it.
So? Now that I know I can do it, it'll get easier. Relax.
Ward chuckled at the irony of his words as he closed his eyes and tried again. It took a while, and a few aborted attempts when he realized his thoughts were spiraling away from him again, but he did find the heartbeat a second time. That time, he zeroed in on it, and his focus, his world, even his sense of self, disappeared in that faint but steady and immeasurably reassuring thump in his chest. If someone had asked him how long he sat that way before a knock sounded at the door, startling him out of his meditation, he couldn't have answered. For all he could tell, it might have been 20 minutes or 2 hours.
Ward?
He recognized Haley's voice right away and jumped up, his knees and ankles almost buckling on him. They'd fallen asleep.
Just a sec. Coming.
Grace leaned against the wall near the door.
Well, you made progress. Maybe after she leaves, we can try the first form, and you can meditate on those words.
Yeah. Damn. I'm relaxed right now.
Ward smiled, stretching and yawning, then walked over to the door and let Haley in. When he saw her in a black woolen overcoat, black hat, and shiny black boots, he was suddenly dumbstruck by the situation. She was in mourning.
Hey.
She offered him a smile, her face very wan under the dark fabric of her felt black hat. It looked warm, but had almost no brim at all. Her short, dark hair was tucked back behind her ears, pinned down by the hat, and she looked even younger than usual.
Hi, Ward. Can I come in? I did something terrible this morning.
37. Shrovak Nairath. Terrible.
Ward gave Haley another look and saw the bloodshot nature of her eyes and the way her hands were gripping and twisting the lapels of her coat. He pulled the door open and stepped out of her way.
Come in.
She stepped through, and Ward closed the door. He motioned to the little table by the window.
Sit down. What's going on?
He walked with her, and when she pulled out one of the 2 chairs, he took the other, placing his back to the chilly glass pane.
Well, I started off the day with good intentions. I went to see the alchemist I told you about and picked up some bone-mending salve and a pain and healing tonic. I rubbed the salve on my wrist as I walked home, leaving plenty to help your captive with his arm. I remembered my father had some game traps in the shed out back, and they were attached to chains, so I thought I could use one of those to bind him.
She spoke quickly and appeared nervous, looking to the side a lot.
I'm explaining that because it's why I didn't stop by the market. I had what I needed, you see.
Yeah, sure. Did something happen with that guy?
When I returned, I went down to the cellar and he was asleep, sitting on that barrel, his back to the post. He looked pitiful, wan and frail, his breathing fitful, so I rubbed the salve on his swollen purple arm, which woke him. He thanked me as I finished with the cream, and even more profusely when I gave him the pain tonic. He seemed much better, his face flushed again, a tremulous smile on his lips.
Haley stopped speaking, and Ward could see tears welling in her eyes. He opened his mouth to ask her what was wrong, but then she started again, her words coming out in a rushed, hoarse whisper.
I hated him for that. How could he smile after he tried to kill you? Would my parents ever smile again?
Ward reached toward Haley's clasped, white-knuckled hands, but she pulled them away.
What happened?
I left to get the chains. When I came back, standing above the trap door, I heard a commotion below, and I knew he was trying to break free of his bonds. His arm wasn't hurting anymore, you understand?
Ward nodded, frowning, and she continued.
I could have gone down and stopped him. I could have put the chains on him and been done with him. But I stood there, and I listened, and I knew a part of me wanted him to get free. Not so he could get away, but so I'd have an excuse to beat him.
Oh, Jesus.
Ward had a feeling he knew where the story was going.
Yes, I know not whose name you invoke, but my deeds are worthy of exclamation. I crept down the stairs, chains in hand, waiting and watching, and when he broke free of the bonds and rushed toward the stairway, I lashed out, catching him by surprise with the first blow. Not once or twice, but 12 times, I thrashed him with those chains, and when I was finished, he was dead.
Haley sat there, unmoving, her face almost serene as tears streaked her cheeks. Ward was a little dumbfounded. He wanted to exclaim, to react, but he didn't know how he should. He felt responsible, and he supposed that was because he was. What possessed him to bring a guy connected to her parents' murder to her house? Not even a single day had passed. He grasped his head in his hands, trying to stimulate some blood flow.
It's my fault, Haley.
Yeah, I can see that,
Grace chimed in.
Probably something we should have seen coming. You did nothing wrong. In fact, you were kind to the poor man.
Haley's poise crumbled, and a sob escaped her.
Uh-uh.
Ward reached for her hands again. This time, he was quicker than she, catching them between his. They were unusually cold. Whatever magic usually kept them hot must have been spent, or she'd failed to gather it. They felt tiny and frail, and he wrapped his broad, warm palms over them.
That guy was a murderous thug. I won't argue that what you did was right. It wasn't. Still, you aren't yourself right now. You've been through hell and suffered some horrible losses, all in the span of a couple of days. To you and me, your brother only died a few days ago. Yesterday, your parents were killed, and you had one of the guys connected to that murder in your cellar. That's my fault. You hear me? Some people won't understand, but I do.
Haley stopped trying to pull her hands away almost immediately, and now she hung her head, tears dripping on the wooden floor between them.
I feel like it was murder.
You wanted to beat him, right? You wanted to punish him. That was your intention when you swung that chain, yeah?
Yes. I went too far, though.
You lost yourself in your emotions. It's not right, but it's understandable. You feel guilty now because you're not a murderer. Listen, I used to work in law enforcement. I've met bad people aplenty, and you're not one. I don't know how things work in this world, or more specifically this city, but
I think they'd hang me if they heard what I did.
Haley delivered the words flatly.
Even with the circumstances?
I fear we'd both be in trouble for bringing that man to the cellar, and if anyone saw what I did to him, they'd think it was murder. Vengeance.
Then nobody will know. I won't see you hanged. Forget it. I could have killed him when he jumped me, just like I killed his pal. That's the risk a man takes when he decides to start murdering for hire. It's over. He got what was coming to him, as far as I'm concerned. I'll deal with the body tonight. Your home has a big back garden. Are there shovels in the shed?
Yes.
She sobbed again, and this time, she leaned forward over their clasped hands, pressing her forehead against Ward's outstretched arm.
I'm so tired, Ward. I should have slept last night.
Yeah, but that's hard to do when an idiot brings a criminal to your house and locks him in your wine cellar.
Grace cleared her throat and surprised Ward by stepping close to Haley, resting a hand on her back. It looked to him like she actually touched her, but Haley didn't seem to feel it.
God, she's wrecked.
Grace is worried about you,
Ward said softly. He stood up, still clasping Haley's hands in his.
Come on, why don't you lie down here a while? I've been trying to meditate on those words I found in the catacombs. I'll be quiet.
Haley allowed him to pull her to her feet, and when she looked at him with eyes red and swollen with tears, he let go with one hand to reach up and brush some of them off her cheek.
Hush now. Come on. You'll get through this.
He pulled her around the side of the bed, and when she climbed in without saying a word, resting her head on the thick, soft pillow, he folded the quilt from the other side of the bed over her.
See you when you wake.
He turned away when her voice came to him, small and quiet.
What did she say?
Grace,
What did she say about me?
She said you're a good person, and you shouldn't feel so rotten. She said you should sleep for a little while.
Liar,
Grace said.
I guess I agree, though.
Ward watched Haley for a minute as she lay there, eyes closed. Her breathing, shallow and ragged at first, soon smoothed out, and he knew she was sleeping.
Ugh, what a mess.
It'll haunt her.
You'd better not bring her with you when you confront that foil character.
Try telling her that.
Something tells me she'll be a little more willing to let you handle things. I think she got the murder out of her system.
Grace's words were harsh, but Ward had to admit she was probably right. He thought about how he'd so quickly promised to help the girl hide the evidence of her crime. Would he have done something like that back on Earth? How had he grown so attached to Haley in such a short time? Was it their shared trauma of the catacombs? Was it the horrible losses he'd seen her suffer? Whatever the case, he felt no guilt about helping her avoid more trouble. Ward returned to his position on the rug, picked up his copper spell sheet, and whispered,
I'll try out some of these positions. Let me know if she wakes or something.
No worries.
Grace moved to sit on the foot of the bed, and, not for the first time, Ward wondered what it was like not to be able to touch anything but your host. He imagined Grace would have liked to comfort Haley. Her concern for the girl was a little out of character, and he wondered if it had something to do with Haley's immediate acceptance of her, or if maybe the young woman reminded Grace of someone. Staring at the first form on the copper sheet, it took Ward a few minutes to push the thoughts of Haley's confession out of his head. He found himself debating the subject in his mind again. He was a big believer in intentions and understanding circumstances. He knew Haley wasn't a bad person, and he knew the guy she'd killed wasn't a good person. That was enough for him. Never mind the fact that the thug had tried to kill him. Ward wasn't going to shed any tears, and he certainly wasn't going to see Haley get in trouble for his own stupidity. He'd go there and deal with the evidence in the night. There was no sense in allowing the neighbors to see him fertilizing the garden. That settled, he turned to the copper sheet and looked at the first form. It seemed he was supposed to have one leg straight, one leg bent to the side. The arm opposite the straight leg should be bent at the elbow and held out from the side of his body, and his other arm should be atop his head. He set the card on the carpet and worked to position his body, and when he was sitting that way, feeling like an idiot, he closed his eyes. He began to feel uncomfortable after just a couple of minutes as he worked to find his stillness and his heartbeat. Surprisingly, the awkwardness of the position seemed to fade from his conscious mind rather quickly, and he found his meditative state much more easily than before. The only explanation he could think of was that practice makes perfect. Once he'd found his heartbeat, though, he realized he'd messed up. He couldn't think of the words, let alone meditate on them. He opened his eyes, losing much of his progress, and focused on the copper sheet, staring at the words. Softly, he whispered,
Shrovak Nairath.
Mentally, he kept repeating them over and over so he wouldn't forget them before he found his center. With that weird mantra in his head, he also tried to focus on his breathing and put himself into that deep meditative state, searching for his heart. The words began to take on a strange, echoing, resonant quality in his mind, and he found himself mentally drifting along the peculiar curves and bumps of their sound. Amazingly, he felt his heartbeat in seconds, and with that steady, natural rhythm, he repeated the words, tracing their sounds and flow with his mind. He began to lose himself in them. Ward had no idea how long he'd been at it when something strange occurred. He began to notice how the words and their echoing shapes and colors in his mind resonated with his body, flowing out into his oddly bent limbs. When he let his consciousness follow that strange flow of light and sound in his mind's eye, he started to recognize how the flow reached a sort of bottleneck, and it clicked for him. He was supposed to move to the next form, allowing the flow to continue. Ward opened his eyes and saw Grace staring at him intently, eyes narrowed. When he looked at her, she asked,
What happened? Something happened, right?
I think I'm getting it. I need to practice the forms a few times so I can do them while I'm meditating. I meant to go through them one into another, not all separately.
The room seemed different, and Ward realized the light had changed. His window was east-facing, and the sun was no longer shining through it.
How long was I at it?
More than an hour, I'd say.
Whew, really?
Ward was whispering, and he shook his head bemused.
Felt like about 15 minutes to me.
Grace didn't reply, and when he looked at her, he saw she was looking toward the head of the bed.
She okay?
Sleeping peacefully. She whimpered earlier. I think it was a nightmare. She's okay now.
Ward nodded, and then took about 15 minutes to practice the different forms on the card, trying to memorize the feeling as he transitioned from one to another. Each form was close in position to the one before it, so he never had to move a leg or arm much, and it was interesting to see how the fifth form flowed into the first one just as easily as the earlier ones flowed into the next. In the end, it felt like he was performing a dance while sitting on the ground. He felt like an idiot, and if he had an audience other than Grace, he probably would have been too embarrassed to continue.
I heard that,
Grace said.
Huh?
I can hear, feel your thoughts about being embarrassed. People who know anything aren't going to think you're weird. They're going to think you're a sorcerer. They'll be either afraid or respectful of you if they ever see you doing that. We're not in Seattle anymore, Ward. Besides, it looks kind of cool.
Ward grunted and offered her a quick smile. She had been pretty cool lately.
I appreciate the encouragement.
Don't make it weird.
Grace cut him off. Having memorized the various forms and their durations measured in heartbeats, Ward closed his eyes and mentally began to repeat the mantra of the words again. This time, as soon as he found his center, he progressed through the dance, moving from one form to the next and the next. The change was palpable. He felt the words echo through his mind and resonate with his body as his arms and legs continued to cycle their various positions. He felt a buildup of something like static electricity in his body, vibrating through his bones, tingling under his skin, and echoing in his mind. The words began to come to life within him. When the spell was ready, he knew it, just as Maggie had promised. He could feel it solidify in his mind. The words, ethereal and shifting before, were now solid and bright. When he looked at them, when their sound echoed through his mind despite not voicing them, he had to shy away. They were bright, too bright to stare at. Though the sound wasn't physical, it was rough and difficult to grasp. He winced at it. Ward stopped his meditation and opened his eyes, and sure enough, he was still aware of the words in his head. They were there. The spell was ready, and he knew it would be until he released it by speaking the words aloud. Maggie had said he'd know if the spell was too much for him, that it would feel like touching a hot coal. It didn't exactly feel like that. It was more like grasping a coffee mug that was too hot. Difficult to hold, but not enough to really hurt him. His voice was hoarse and his throat dry. For the first time, he realized the light coming through the window was noticeably dimmer. He cleared his throat, licked his lips, and tried again.
I think I can cast this without killing myself.
You think? Don't kill yourself because you aren't sure.
I'm sure I won't die, but I might hurt myself. I should get some of that healing tonic or whatever Haley was talking about.
Yes, let's be smart about this. I bet Fan has something she'd sell you. I can't imagine someone would run an establishment like this without some medical supplies. Where are you going?
Ward had already clambered to his feet, his limbs quite limber despite his extended time on the floor, thanks to him moving them about while he meditated. He turned back from the doorway.
Going to ask Fan for the tonic.
You know I can't stay with Haley if you leave, right?
I'll be fast. She won't even know I left. Look at her. She's out of it.
Ward wasn't lying. Haley was dead to the world, her face buried in the pillow, the quilt tucked up under her chin, her mouth hanging open as she breathed deep, steady breaths. Ward nodded, confirming his opinion, and then stepped into the hallway. He found Fan where she always seemed to be, behind the bar, laughing and joking with some of her regulars. When she saw Ward descending the stairs, she waved at him. "Finally up from your nap?" When she winked at him, it took a minute for him to realize she was making an innuendo. She'd sent Haley up to his room hours ago.
I wasn't napping, meditating, and yeah, I know it seems strange, but I'm trying to learn a new spell. Haley's been napping, though. She couldn't sleep in her house last night.
Those words took the sly grin off Fan's face as she remembered she was talking about a girl who just lost her family. "Oh, right. That makes sense. Did you want me to send some food up to her?"
Nah, we'll come down in a bit, but I have another request. Do you have a healing tonic or anything like that? I'd like to buy one. You see, this spell I'm trying to learn might harm me, and I just want to be safe.
"Harm you?" She spoke over him, eyes wide. "What about the inn? You won't destroy my business, will you?" At her words, Ward had a sudden realization about something he'd utterly failed to notice earlier. Now that he'd meditated on the words, processed them through the weird forms, and solidified them in his mind, he knew very well what they meant. Shrovak Naidath, reveal secrets. He barked a short laugh and shook his head.
Good question, Fan, but no. This spell won't destroy your inn. The only harm that might come to me is that they are words of power, and my body might not be ready for them.
"I have a tonic, sure, but it's not the best you can buy. It's enough to stave off a brain bleed or heal cuts and bruises, though. I have it in case there's a brawl."
Perfect. Costly?
25 glories, if I recall. She began to root around under the counter, and Ward heard the sounds of bottles and glasses clinking against each other. While she looked for the tonic, he dug some glories out of the pocket of his new pants. He slid 30 glories onto the counter, then looked around.
Faye back yet?
Her voice muffled as she grunted, still rummaging under the bar. Fan answered, "Oh, aye. She and Willard returned hours ago. She was dog-tired, though. Said she and Willard had to lug a mattress out to the burn pit after they got done scrubbing." "Aha!" She straightened up, holding a clear bottle with a fizzy yellow liquid inside, and stoppered with a cork. "Found it. Anyway, Faye's napping."
Thanks, Fan.
Ward took the bottle and pushed his glories a little closer to her. She scooped them up and smiled. "Don't hurt yourself. Better to have that and not need it, wouldn't you say?"
Definitely.
Ward nodded to the rather inebriated fellow Fan had been speaking to, but he was red-faced, eyes droopy, staring into his cup of booze. Instead, he turned back to Fan.
See you in a bit for some food, okay? I'll bring Haley.
"I'll be looking for you. I like your new clothes, by the way. You're a different man in clothes that fit." She winked and picked up her bar rag, moving to wipe up a puddle of spilled booze by another patron. Ward smiled, perhaps a little awkwardly, then hurried upstairs. When he re-entered his room, he was relieved to see Haley still sound asleep. As he closed the door, Grace ambushed him with a question. "Are you really going to try that spell right here? What will it do?"
It's meant to reveal secrets.
Seriously? What are the odds?
Huh?
You're a detective, Ward. What are the odds your first spell is meant to, detect things?
Now that you mention it, I'd have to agree. Pretty weird. I wonder if the catacombs are meant to be more than just random death puzzles and random prizes. Could the magic that controls them also discern something about the people within?
He sighed and looked out the window as he set the potion on the little round table.
Neither of us knows, but maybe we'll learn more if we do another challenge. Damn, it's getting dark, and I didn't do any of the errands I'd wanted.
This is more important. Come on, let's see what kinds of secrets you can uncover about this room.
Ward narrowed his eyes at her, but had to admit she had a point. The words were there in his head, burning to be let out. It would be so easy just to say them and let them flow off his tongue, releasing the mana, turning it to his will, working real magic.
I'm not sure that's how it works, but I sure want to try. I hope I'm not wrong about how dangerous it is.
You have the potion? Come on.
Grace's eyes shone, flickering with fire in the dim light coming through the window.
A devil's telling me to do it. Any angels out there?
I could be an angel for all you know.
Grace sighed. Ward looked around the quiet room. The only sound, other than Grace's protestation, was Haley's deep, steady breathing.
No? All right, then.
He stared at the center of the room, taking as much of it into his view as possible, gathered his breath, and said,
Shrovak Nairath.
38. Secrets Uncovered. The words shivered and shook their way out of Ward's mouth, and it felt like they took some of his flesh with them. As they emerged into the world, they cracked and rippled through the air, resounding, sliding over, and caressing the walls, floor, and ceiling. Ward heard them through ears that rang, and past a thick fog of pain that exploded in his head. The worst headache he'd ever felt. The room tinted red as capillaries burst in his eyes, and he shed tears of blood. His body trembled and shook, darkness closely surrounding him, and faintly he heard Grace cry,
Drink the tonic!
His hand shook while he fumbled it off the table, and as he pulled the cork and tilted it toward his mouth, he began to notice the weird magic the spell had wrought. Puddles of greenish blue, misty light were forming in the room, one near the bathroom door and one in the bed next to Haley. As the tonic, warm, fizzy, and flavored like a tart lemon, slid down his throat and began to work immediate wonders for his headache and the trembling of his fingers, he watched the pools grow and rise up, taking the shapes of translucent, foggy people. The one on the bed stretched to create the forms of two people, a young, skeletally thin woman, her eyes sunken in dark hollows on her blue-green, smoky face, and a man, heavy-set with a long mustache, who straddled her.
What the fuck?
Ward trailed off as the man leaned close to the thin woman's face, and his thick, smoky hands drifted to her neck, grasping it, twisting and squeezing while she thrashed beneath him. Her choked sobs and his feverish grunting came seconds after their weird, ghostly forms mouthed the utterances, echoing up as though from a deep well, muffled by distance and distorted by whatever bizarre passage they traversed. Ward hadn't noticed at first, but the sound of the spell echoing in the room had woken Haley. Now, as the figures beside her on the bed thrashed and struggled, she leaped up, eyes wide with horror as she took in the strange scene. When they settled on Ward, she cried,
What's happening? Stop him!
Grace screamed, pushing Ward. He stumbled toward the bed and made to grab the man by the braided knot of hair hanging from the back of his head, but his fingers passed through him like smoke.
They're not real.
He turned to the other figure, which had formed on the floor.
Check him out.
He pointed at the man busily prying up a floorboard with the tip of a broad, sharp-looking knife. He walked over to him to get a better view, beginning to form an idea about what was happening. He'd cast a spell to reveal secrets, and it was showing them a couple of things that had happened in that room, things that, for one reason or another, the magic considered secrets.
Ward, what's happening?
Haley asked again, hurrying away from the bed and the ghostly struggle still taking place there.
My spell. It's revealing secrets. I guess some guy choked a woman in that bed.
Ward snapped his mouth shut and hurriedly lifted an arm over Haley's shoulders, pulling her close.
Never mind that one. Look at this guy. He's gonna hide something under that floorboard, I bet.
This is freaking amazing!
Grace cried, walking around the room, obviously struggling to decide which phantasm to pay attention to.
I wonder if that's a secret.
She gestured to the bed.
How did he explain what happened? You should ask Fan about it.
I will, but look.
Ward wanted to get Haley's attention away from the violent struggle in the bed. He thought it was a little too close to what her mom had been through just a day ago, and he didn't want to trigger some kind of trauma. They watched as the slight, hooded phantom at his feet finally pulled up the floorboard and then deposited a pouch. He pressed the floorboard back into place, pounding the nails back into their holes with the pommel of his knife. Seconds later, the phantasm faded into blue-gray wisps of smoke that disappeared in a handful of seconds. He looked up, saw Grace and Haley both staring at the wooden floor, and jerked his head back to the bed. The man and woman were gone. The mysterious phantom's crime was once again secret.
Except we saw him.
What? Haley looked back to the bed and then around the room as though she expected more spectral figures to materialize.
Oh, Grace made the point a minute ago that we should ask Fan what happened. I mean, about that woman in the bed. She might know who that guest was. The man might have lied about what happened to her.
You cast the spell? Was it as bad as in the catacombs? Did it almost kill you?
She was staring at his face, and Ward reached up to rub his cheeks, sure there were blood trails on them.
No, not as bad. It hurt like hell, and I'm glad I had that tonic, but I don't think I would have died.
She stared up at him, peering into his eyes, and Ward had the urge to look away. The look felt almost too intimate.
Well, at least you had plenty of mana. Your eyes are still glowing.
If I use up my supply, they'll stop?
Ward searched his mind for the magical words he'd spoken, wondering if he still had the spell ready to cast. But it was gone. Just fragmented syllables in his memory, parts of words he couldn't quite remember. Grace replied before Haley could.
Only until you recover. Your mana will never permanently leave you, remember? Yes, I think so. In all the stories, you can tell when a sorcerer is tired because his or her eyes will stop glowing.
Haley nodded, reaching for his face as though to help him with the blood, but she stopped her hand short. Awkwardly, she pulled it back and pointed toward the floor.
What an interesting spell! I wonder what that man was hiding.
Let's see if it's still there.
Ward laughed, snatching up his knife from the trunk at the foot of the bed. He pulled it from its sheath and knelt by the floorboard. As he worked to slip the tip of the blade between the boards, he saw the old, dust and grime-filled chips where a knife, sometime in the past, had done the same. When he pushed the blade through and pried the board up, he couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the stash of valuables in the dusty, cobwebbed space. The pouch was there, but so were several necklaces, rings, and bracelets.
Whoa!
Grace said, squatting down to look into the gap between joists.
Some thief was using this room as his stash? What are the odds?
Haley, too, leaned close.
Why didn't he ever come back for his treasures? There must be a decade's dust on those things.
Well, if thieving in this world is anything like back home, I can imagine why he never came back. Dead or in prison.
Ward reached into the space and gathered up the objects. As he set the various pieces of jewelry on the floorboards, Haley picked them up and started blowing the dust off them. Ward hefted the pouch, grinned at the weight, and shook it, eliciting the telltale sound of coins clinking. When he opened it, he found mostly copper glories but half a dozen silver ones. All told, they totaled nearly 100.
Well, considering the potion cost me 25 glories, I'd say that spell paid for itself a few times over.
This is amazing,
Haley breathed, turning a golden ring set with several tiny precious-looking green gemstones. Grace made a humming sound, watching Haley admire the ring.
I wouldn't expect to find a treasure like that every time the spell's cast. As I said, this is a pretty big coincidence.
Yeah, I know, Grace.
Ward winked at Haley.
She says I shouldn't expect to find a treasure every time I cast that spell.
Haley giggled.
No, I'd say you were lucky this time.
Ward was happy to see her smiling, and he was glad the murder in the bed wasn't the only secret revealed about the room. He slipped the floorboard back into place, and, just as the thief had done in the weird spectral vision, he pounded the 2 nails in with the hilt of his knife.
How about we grab something to eat, Haley?
I'm starving.
She jumped to her feet, holding out her fist full of jewelry to Ward. He walked over to his pack and opened a side pocket.
Just dump them in here for now.
She dumped them into the pocket, but he saw she still gripped the one with the green gemstones in her other hand, and before she could put it into the pack, he stopped her.
You like that one?
Haley held up the little gold ring. Ward figured it might fit his pinky, but it looked just right for one of her thin fingers. The 3 green stones were tiny, probably not worth much at all, but it was a pretty thing.
I like it, but...
Just keep it. This is all a windfall anyway. Besides, we're celebrating. I learned my first spell.
Ward grinned and buttoned up the pack, then picked up his coat.
I'm hungry.
Wash your face, dummy. You have blood coming out of your ears.
That wiped his smile away.
Grace just called me a dummy and told me to wash my face.
Haley laughed, but she didn't look at him. She turned the ring between her fingers, studying it.
I'll wait here. Thank you for the ring, Ward.
Don't mention it.
Ward went into the bathroom and, as Grace suggested, washed the blood off his face and ears. While he was at it, his personal devil badgered him.
You think it's smart giving rings to girls?
It's not like that.
I know. You're just sharing the loot, but you know girls have funny feelings about jewelry. Don't give her the wrong idea. That's all I'm saying.
Ward dried his face on a hand towel and looked at her, narrowing his eyes.
You worried about her or me?
Definitely her. He laughed and threw the towel on the counter.
Man, your tune has sure changed.
She's starting to remind me of Verity, and I hate to see all the suffering she's going through.
Relax, Grace. I agree.
Ward walked out of the bathroom to find Haley standing where he left her, eyes vacantly staring at the window.
You ready?
She jerked her gaze toward him, and he could tell he'd broken her out of some deep thoughts.
Yes.
She held up her left hand to display the ring on her pointer finger.
Fits.
Ah, nice. If you need money, don't feel bad about selling it, though.
I don't.
She smiled, walked to the door, and opened it.
Food's good here?
Yeah, Fan's a great cook.
Ward followed her, and a few minutes later, they were sitting in the common room at a table near the fire, waiting as Fayella finished speaking to some customers near the door. When she came near the table, Haley surprised Ward when she jumped up and grabbed her into a hug.
Faye, thank you so much for cleaning that mess for me. I couldn't bear to go back upstairs all day. It's nothing. Willard did most of the work, and he thought it was easy compared to what Fan puts him through here at the inn. I know that's not true, but thank you for saying it.
Haley gave her another squeeze, then sat back down.
Well,
Faye said, grinning at Ward.
Don't you look handsome? What a difference. I'm used to you resembling a wandering vagabond down on his luck, but here you are, clean and wearing fine tailored clothing. I'm not sure if I should curtsy and address you as my lord or...
All right. That's enough of that.
Ward laughed and gestured to Haley.
Don't keep the poor woman starving, Faye. How about something good to eat,
Of course. Fine, sir.
She curtsied and turned to saunter toward the kitchen. After a few steps, she stopped and turned.
Any objection to the house menu, my lord?
Haley snorted, and Ward sighed.
Whatever you suggest, fair maiden.
His words brought a bark of laughter out of Faye, and she left the room blushing. There were probably 15 or so other patrons in the common room, and it was pretty noisy, so no one paid them any attention. Ward looked to the little raised platform in the corner where a band had been playing the last couple of nights, but it didn't look like anyone was setting up.
No music tonight?
Haley followed his gaze.
Is there usually?
Well, they've been crowded, as you can see.
Ward waved his hand around the room.
I guess there's a festival going on, right? Anyway, yeah, since we've been back, they've had a band playing in the evenings.
Oh, right. Harvest Fest.
Haley looked down, and Ward saw her lip begin to tremble. He could tell she was looking at a painful memory.
My brother and I used to love...
When she hesitated, and Ward heard her voice begin to tremble even more, he spoke over her.
Hey, don't think about that right now. Give yourself a little time. Let's talk about something else. How about Gopa? Want to tell me about that? I noticed your hands weren't hot today. Is it hard to charge them up?
Charge them up? That's a fun way of thinking of it.
Haley smiled and clasped her hands together, rubbing her thumbs over each other.
It's not hard. I just didn't do my forms this morning.
Ah, good to know.
Ward nodded, suddenly feeling awkward, like he had to fill the silence to keep her mind off her family tragedy. He decided to turn the conversation toward their next destination.
What's north of here?
Many places. I suppose most commonly when people go north from Tarnish, they're heading to Port Granite.
She frowned.
Are you wondering about Nevkin?
Yeah. Any challenges near there?
Not that I've heard of, and them being only a few days away by caravan, I think I'd have heard. Still, there's a railway hub there, and I know there are challenges to the east, bigger towns and cities too.
Ah, really? Maybe that's why Nevkin took off that way. Hopefully I'll get a few more answers out of that foil character, assuming it was Nevkin who put him up to, his bad behavior.
Ward paused and looked around to see if people were listening to him. When he didn't see any patrons looking their way, he added,
I think I'll pay him a visit tonight. Get the jump on him, so to speak.
My wrist isn't fully mended.
Yeah, I know. You're staying here.
Haley scowled furiously.
Ward,
Listen, you've had a rotten couple of days, and as you know, you're not exactly even-tempered right now. I think I'll get more done if I'm alone, and I honestly don't think it would be good for you to be involved. Do you trust me?
Capping his statement with that question was a dirty trick, but it worked. Haley's scowl evened out, and she rushed up to cover her eyes with a hand, clearly trying to avoid looking at him directly.
I trust you, but I'm worried. If something happened to you too so soon after...
As she trailed off, Grace was suddenly standing next to her chair, wrapping an arm over Haley's shoulders.
You'd better reassure her, old man.
Ward scowled at Grace, but he reached over the table to grab Haley's free hand, the one she wasn't hiding behind.
Hey, cut it out. I'm going to be fine. I'm a tricky old bastard. It's not me you should be worried about.
Why do you do that? Call yourself old?
I mean, I'm not really old, but compared to you, I am. I've been through some shit, all right?
He chuckled and changed the subject.
Grace is hugging you right now. I bet she wishes you could feel it.
Haley dropped her hand, and her eyes opened wide, her embarrassment forgotten.
She is?
Yeah. Problem is, only I can feel her. I guess that must get old pretty fast.
Ward directed the last statement toward Grace. She sighed.
It does, Ward. I could feel it if you hugged her, though. I can feel her hand in yours.
She wants you to know she can feel your hand in mine. I guess since she's, living in me, it works like that.
I can tell you're trying to keep me from arguing with you, but Ward, remember what I said about Foyle having bodyguards?
Yeah, I remember. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I'll take a look, see what I can see, and if I can get to him, I'll do it. If I can't, then I'll do some more planning. All right?
Haley nodded, and he could see she wanted to say something more, but further discussion on the topic was forestalled by the arrival of Fan carrying a tray of food and Faye following behind with a tray of drinks. Faye paused to drop most of the drinks off at another table while Fan set the plates of smoked ham, vegetables, and fresh-baked bread in front of Ward and Haley.
Looks great.
Ward rubbed his hands together.
I hope so. I'm glad to see you didn't blow yourself up. Did your magic work?
Oh yeah, it did, and I have a question for you.
Really?
Yep. Did a very thin woman die in the room I'm staying in? She would have been staying with a middle-aged, heavy-set man with a long mustache and long hair that he wore in a braid.
Yes. When I was much younger and working here as a serving girl.
Fan pulled out one of the empty chairs and sat down as Faye arrived with their drinks. She continued.
The woman was a noble lady from the Golden Bounds. If I recall, she was on her way north to seek treatment for a wasting disease. It was something of a local scandal when she died in her sleep. Her brother, that's the man you described, departed the next day with her body. I believe he returned home, canceling their journey.
Huh.
Ward debated describing what he'd seen in his vision, but before he could weigh the pros and cons, Haley spoke up.
Ward's magic uncovered the truth. That man strangled her.
Truly? Fan's eyes almost bugged out of her head, and Faye nearly spilled a pitcher of beer, dropping it with a sloshing splash that splattered Ward's plate.
I'm so sorry.
Faye reached for his plate, but Ward stopped her.
It's fine. It'll probably taste even better now.
He nodded toward Haley and Fan.
Yep, that's true. I don't have any evidence, and the crime is pretty old, so I don't think we can do much about it, but yeah, it's true.
He shrugged and took a big drink of his frosty ale. He supposed that if he were being truly good, he'd tell Fan and Faye about the thief's stash he'd found. But Haley didn't mention it, and neither did he. They'd need money in their pursuit of Nevkin and their hunt for more challenges. It wasn't like those things had been stolen recently, nor that they belonged to anyone he knew.
I wish we could do something. What a shame.
Fan sighed and stood.
Let's leave them to their meal, Faye.
Ward saw Faye's eyes dart from him to Haley and back again, and it seemed she was a little reluctant to leave, but she nodded and started away.
Faye!
Haley reached out and grabbed her wrist before she could leave.
Do you want to join us? Ward's going out to handle some errands soon, and I could use the company.
I am?
Ward chuckled and shook his head.
Yeah, I am.
Fan?
Faye asked, looking imploringly at her aunt.
Oh, go ahead. I've been working alone most of the day. You might as well have the evening off. Thank you, Auntie.
Faye hugged her, and Ward laughed. The laugh felt good, and his smile broadened further when he saw the spark of happiness in Haley's eyes as she watched the two women embrace. It was good, he supposed, that Faye would be around to keep Haley company. He'd talk her into staying at the inn for the night while he cleaned things up at her house, and then he'd pay Foyle a visit. He was feeling good after his success with the spell, and he couldn't see himself sleeping anytime soon anyway. No, he decided it was time to take the offensive on these thugs. Time to get some real answers. 39. Night work. Ward grunted, driving the narrow shovel into the soft soil again, throwing the black dirt onto the growing pile. The shovel, or maybe spade was a more appropriate term, had an annoyingly short handle and a blade flatter and narrower than the modern one sitting in the corner of his garage back on Earth. Garage. Ward chuckled, digging out another hunk of dirt. He hadn't thought about the little house he'd worked so long to buy since coming to this strange world.
You losing it, old man?
Grace was leaning nonchalantly against the trunk of a nearby fruit tree. Nah, just thinking about shovels, which made me think of my place back on Earth. Probably gonna get foreclosed.
Speaking of foreclosures, you're sure sticking your neck out for that girl.
Oh, don't start with me. You've been fawning all over her since she showed up at the inn. Ward snorted a short bark of a laugh and added, What's that got to do with foreclosures? Grace made a sound that was half groan and half sigh.
I don't know. I was grasping with that one, I guess.
She walked around the hole as Ward threw out another shovel full of dirt.
Deep enough, don't you think?
I don't want it to smell in a few days. It's gotta be a few feet deep.
Lucky they don't have much in the way of forensics in this world, eh? I suppose even if someone found the body in a week, they'd struggle to pin it on Haley.
Ward kept digging, thinking about the comment. It was probably true, but, on the other hand, he had no idea what the justice system was like. Maybe all it would take was an accusation and the guards feeling strongly that Haley did it. Maybe they'd drag her down to the jail and twist screws into her bones until she begged to confess. He shuddered. Hope you're right. 20 minutes later, he was tamping moist black dirt down atop the hole and spreading the leftovers evenly over the ground in the vicinity. He figured one good rain or snow and the burial site would be hard to spot. He put the shovel and rake away, scraped his boots in the grass and gravel, then quietly walked through the house, ensuring he'd put everything back in place, and extinguished all the lights. He hadn't heard a peep from the neighbors, nor had he seen anyone on the street in the neighborhood. He hoped his luck would hold, and he'd get out of there and on his way to the southern end of town without encountering anyone. His wishful thinking didn't pan out, though, because he just locked the door and started down the front steps when he heard the crunch of gravel scraping on a stepping stone. He jerked his head up and reached for the grip of his .357 with its single bullet. He just wrapped his hand around the burled walnut grips when he caught sight of a hulking shadow to the right of the cobbled path, lurking beside a dark shrub. Ward started to pull the gun from the holster when, with a whistle of air, the figure swung something much like a baseball bat at his head. Ward jerked on the gun and pulled it free, but had to lift that arm to block the club. It struck his elbow with a resounding crack, and his hand spasmed, dropping the gun. Ward grunted as his arm exploded with shooting pain, like bolts of electric lava shooting toward his fingers. His assailant had smashed that bat right into the bundle of nerves in his elbow.
You son of a...
Move!
For at least the third time, Grace saved Ward's ass by shoving him. He stumbled forward, and the bat, coming up on the backswing, just missed his right ear. Ward had had enough. He hated getting sucker punched, and this was the second time in as many nights that someone had tried to jump him. He pivoted on his right foot, stepped with his left, and brought his uninjured fist around in a wild haymaker of a left hook. He caught the guy just under the chin, and Ward felt his rough, short beard grind on his knuckles as they dug in, shutting the man's mouth with a resounding clack. The punch must have hit him right on the button, because the big, dark-haired fellow fell like a load of bricks, crumbling to the pavement, limbs loose, body twitching in a post-trauma seizure. Ward shook his right hand, flexing his fingers open and closed while he watched the guy flop around. The attacker's eyes rolled back in his head, and Ward had the weird sensation of feeling both vindicated and guilty at the same time. He'd wanted to put the guy down, and he'd surely deserved it, but he hated to see that weird, autonomic response to the trauma he'd inflicted on his brain. As the feeling returned to his numb hand, he reached down, scooped up his gun, and stuck it back in the holster. The guy stopped twitching, and Ward bent over to pull up his shirt, exposing his pale, barrel-like torso. He had sparse, dark hair on his chest and belly, and there, just below the ribs on his right side, were the dark purple scars in the exact pattern Haley had shown him.
That's the guy!
Grace cried, thumping Ward on the shoulder in her enthusiasm.
Look at his hands!
Ward followed her pointing finger, and sure enough, he saw the black telltale stains left behind from working with pitch or tar.
Yup. Dirty fucker was coming here to finish the job, I'll wager.
Ward jerked the guy's shirt back down, then reached up to feel the murderer's neck. He didn't seem to be breathing, but Ward had never killed a guy with a single punch before, so it seemed a little hard to believe. He pressed his fingers against his carotid, looking for his heartbeat. But he didn't find anything.
Son of a bitch! I killed him!
Shh! The shrubs aren't very thick out front here.
Well, it was self-defense. You saw that, right?
Of course, Ward. Do you want to trust the medieval legal system in this town?
We don't know that it's that bad.
Ward knelt there in the dark beside the killer's body. Haley hadn't wanted him to kill the guy, not without knowing the reason for his actions. He had to hope Foyle had sent him just like the two who'd come for Ward in the alley. Thinking that way got his brain moving, and he started rifling through the dead man's pockets. He came up with a pouch with 2 shiny 50 glory coins, along with a slip of paper that read, 24 Ripple Lane. Ward frowned.
That's Haley's house, right?
Yes, there's a 24 on the fence out front, and the street sign at the corner says Ripple Lane.
Ward gave Grace an appraising look.
You can remember those details?
I remember almost everything you see. I told you that. I mean, you knew it too. You're good at spotting little details.
Right. I guess.
Ward looked back down at the body, saw a hilt poking out from behind his back, and pulled it free. The blade was about 8 inches long, narrow, and double-edged.
Guess this is the blade he stabbed Haley and her parents with. I suppose she might want it.
He tapped the flat of the blade against his palm while he contemplated. Then, sighing, stood up. He tucked the knife into his boot, hoisted the body onto his shoulder, and turned back to the house.
Guess I'm not done digging for the night.
You're going to bury him?
I don't want to tip Foyle off. I don't want the guards to overreact and lock me up or something. Best if he just disappears.
Grace didn't argue, and Ward spent another 30 minutes digging in Haley's backyard. He was surprised at how easy it was to dig another big hole. The soil was soft, but not enough to explain it. Ward had to face the reality that he was not only younger and healthier than when he'd left Earth, but also a good deal stronger and fitter. He'd seen himself naked in the mirror back at the inn. He could see the definition of his muscles. He'd tried to chalk it up to being younger and going without any food while his body slumbered. But the truth was, the numbers reported by the hemograph were more than just numbers. His body was strong and quick. He'd hit that guy hard, much harder than intended. He'd removed his jacket and shirt while he dug, doing the work in his new undershirt. When he was finished, he sat that way in the cool night air on Haley's back stoop to let the heat seep out of his body. He stared up at the dark sky, trying to find the stars through the city's light pollution, but the proliferation of gas lamps gave Tarnish quite a glow. The best he could do was pick out a couple of the brighter, moon-like orbs that Grace thought were other planets in the Vainglory system.
It's really something that the other planets are so close. Well, at least 2 of them.
The Vainglory worlds all orbit the sun at similar distances. I think I remember reading that 1 or 2 of the planets are technically moons. When they passed too close to other worlds in the distant past, they got pulled into a weird, shared orbit where they kind of circle each other as they rotate around the sun.
So they're both moons?
And planets, depending on how you look at it.
Probably a technical term for it.
Perhaps, but none of my hosts were astrophysicists.
Grace rubbed her upper arms and shivered.
Brr, Ward, get your shirt on. You're plenty cooled down.
Right.
He'd stopped sweating a while ago. As he stood up, though, reaching for his shirt where he'd hung it over the stoop railing, he noticed a flicker of light in his peripheral vision. When he turned toward it, he saw that a thin, wispy cloud of mana had begun to form above the gravesite of the erstwhile thug and killer.
Uh-huh,
he muttered, stepping down from the stoop and walking toward the fresh-raked black soil.
What?
Mana.
Ward crouched, his feet still on the cobbled path so he didn't have to clean his boots again, and stretched out his right hand, holding it just above the ground so the cloud of sparkling blue motes surrounded it. He closed his eyes and focused on his breathing, and almost immediately he felt the tingles as some of the mana began to flow into his hand. As his awareness of the world around him expanded, Ward braced himself in anticipation of the rush and sense of euphoria that had hit him the last couple of times. Unfortunately, it seemed he was still close to the limit he'd reached the night before when he'd absorbed mana from the guy he'd killed in the alley. Only a dozen or so of the motes made their way into him. He opened his eyes and waved his hand through the cloud again. But that was it. He was done.
Something wrong?
Grace was standing close, leaning forward, looking into his eyes.
Nah, I just didn't absorb much mana this time. Kind of like the first time you showed me.
Makes sense though, right? You just got a big boost yesterday. That was after sleeping away a month of your life.
Ward stood up, nodded, and brushed his hands off.
Yeah. If I'm going to advance again quickly, I'll need to find another refinement, right?
A refinement or something like it. I'm starting to learn that I don't know much about this stuff either. Who knows what other methods there are for improving this vessel of ours?
Ours?
Ward snorted, shaking his head.
Hey, I don't make the rules. We're both in here, right?
Grace reached up and tapped his forehead with her pointer finger. It felt so real. She seemed so real that when Ward thought about it, really let the whole thing sink in, he began to feel a little crazy again. Rather than allow that, rather than dwell on the person living in his head, Ward turned back to the stoop and turned his mind toward the pouch of golden glories and the note with Haley's address.
We need to head out.
A short time later, he was back in his shirt, his coat, and his wide-brimmed hat, strolling down the avenue toward the south side of town. He'd added a new piece of equipment to his ensemble, the smooth hardwood club the killer had tried to mash his brains out with. It was pretty similar in shape to a baseball bat, but a little shorter, a little narrower at the end, and a good deal heavier. Ward frowned, thinking about that, trying to remember what kind of wood bats were made from.
Ash, I think.
Ward slapped the club in his palm.
This feels more like oak, or something even denser.
What are you going on about?
This club. It's hard as hell, and I can't believe my elbow didn't shatter when I blocked that guy's swing.
It's the mana, dummy. According to Maggie's thingy, your durability is halfway to tier 3. Your bones are hard. Your muscles are strong, and you're just generally more robust than a normal person.
She nodded, narrowing her eyes as she looked him up and down.
Yeah, those last couple of collections really pumped you up. All that sleep back in the catacombs allowed your body to process it. Or did it let the mana process your body? Ha! I don't know how it works exactly.
Ward twirled the club with his wrist while he strolled down the street, and he chuckled when he saw a couple of men cross to walk on the opposite side of the road. It wasn't yet midnight, and there were still quite a few revelers out and about, so he quit goofing around and held the bat on his shoulder. He kept the brim of his hat pulled low as he walked, obscuring the top half of his face in shadow. The city watch didn't seem to be on top of things unless you happened to leave a body lying in the street. But he didn't want to risk people mentioning him walking around the south side of town, not with the way his night had been going.
What's your plan with Foil?
Figure I'm about done being jumped by these guys. Think I'll put an end to this business.
That's your plan?
Yeah, I suppose. I'll do the jumping tonight.
Ward had gotten detailed directions from Faye. He knew exactly how to find Foyle's offices and what the building looked like. Faye had been in there before. She'd lost money at a derby or two, but never enough to get herself into trouble. She'd mentioned that, the trouble part. It seemed Foyle wasn't too easygoing on people who were late with payments. Worse, most of the guards owed him one way or another, and they didn't get in his way when it came time to collect on debts, which was one of the main reasons Ward wasn't going to them for help.
Focus, Ward. Focus.
He drummed his fingers on the haft of the club as he walked, trying to get his mind back on track. Foyle's building was a 2-story brick shop house, which was the common way to describe a business with an attached dwelling. Faye said Foyle had a sitting room by the front door where clients waited, and then an office down a short hallway. She said there were other doors, but they were always closed, and she'd never been upstairs. When Ward asked her how many guys he usually had on duty, she shrugged and said of the dozen men standing around out front or sitting in the lobby, it was anyone's guess which ones were working for Foyle and which ones were just hanging around for the dubious company.
Of course, she'd only be there in the daytime.
Huh?
Grace glanced at him sideways again.
You mean Faye?
Yeah. She said Foyle had a dozen guys hanging around when she went there, but maybe there are fewer at night.
Or more.
Right. What do you think? Reckon there's a back door?
I think there'll be an alley. Look at these units we're passing right now.
She pointed to the tall brick buildings on the right. Ward nodded in agreement. Buildings faced each street, and they backed up to each other, leaving an open alley between them.
Yeah, we're getting close. I bet they're the same.
He'd noticed that the further south they went in Tarnish, the narrower the streets got. The buildings were smaller and more crowded, and it was evident the sewers were a bit more strained. Dark puddles gathered near street grates, and the odor was less than fresh.
Here's where I need to go to be reminded that this place isn't a utopia.
You thought it was? After getting jumped?
Nah, before that. When I was fresh back from the catacombs and watching happy families walking past the inn heading to the festival.
Well, so long as you realize that's not the norm.
Yeah, I'm getting that. I think I might have been a little buzzed. You notice they drink a lot more around here than back home?
Probably safer than water.
Maybe. Oh shit. Hush. This is the street.
Ward slowed down and approached the next corner more warily, looking around, taking stock of the people walking on the street or lingering near the corner.
You know, I don't need to hush. Only you can hear.
Yeah, but it makes me want to talk. So hush.
Ward had asked Faye if she knew what other sorts of businesses were near the bet-takers' offices, but she couldn't remember for certain. She thought one might be a tavern and was fairly sure a market was nearby. Ward figured that gave him plenty of cover if he needed a reason to be walking on the street. So, with his hat pulled down, obscuring his eyes, and the hard, heavy club on his shoulder, he rounded the corner confidently, scanning the street and scoping out the scene.